Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to
This is the perfect time for us to prove our worth and show the others what we really are.
I was counting stars.
I was kind of scared at first, but I really love Japan so far.
Always just in reach.
As Livy has that knockback, there through the wall, speed down. Tyrant now pushes up the left side. Zar chases it down.
インド代表レベナント e スポーツマルコスゲーミング。
From Euromeda, Reply Totem, and SK Gaming. your North American teams. Say hello to Tribe Gaming and STMN.
アジア代表クレイジーラクーン、そしてヘルプミー。皆さんこんにちは。スナップドラゴンプロシリーズモバイルマスターズへようこそ。私は本日のホストを務めます坂上優子と申します。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。さあ1年かけて世界中で戦い勝ち抜いてきた精鋭たちがここ幕張メッセに集いました。そして今回この8チームでチャンピオンを決定していきます。
There are thousands of teams that compete across the world in Brawl Stars, and today we have 8 of the best teams on the planet here at DreamHack.
今日明日と2日間トーナメント方式で8チームが激闘を繰り広げていきます。
There have been seasons, there have been trials and tribulations, but now there is one stage, 2 days, and a single moment. This is where we will crown a champion.
さあ間もなくこのトロフィーをかけての戦いが始まります。会場の皆さん盛り上がる準備はよろしいですか？ Are you ready? ありがとうございます。さあそれでは始めていきましょう。
Let's get started!
Hello everyone! Hello everyone! Minasan konnichiwa and welcome to DreamHack Japan. It is about time for us to kick off our very first ever Snapdragon Mobile Masters event, which also means that this weekend we'll be crowning a global champion for the first time ever. I cannot wait to get into all of the action. My name's Glitter Explosion. I'll be your host here all weekend. And to kick things off, we're joined on the desk by Reddy, Ark, and Spoo. Are you so excited for this weekend?
It's so hard to put it into words. We're at the zenith of Brawl Stars competition internationally, in the birthplace of the best Brawl Stars players in the world.
I cannot be more excited. I mean, what an incredible venue. What a historic occasion. I cannot wait to get into the best of Brawl.
It has been so long since we've had a LAN tournament where we gather all the best of the best Brawl Stars, and I cannot wait to kick this event off.
Okay, yeah, and we're gonna have a lot of action that's happening here this weekend, and we don't want you to miss a single moment of it. So on top of this stream, we also have a B stream, and we have the rest of our team standing by, Trav and Sunny, so let's check in with them.
Thank you very much, Glitter. Trav and Sunny down on the stage floor here. We're going to be kicking things off over on the B stream, where there's an incredible match to start things off.
Definitely so. We're gonna have STMN versus SK Gaming, the two giants that face off against each other now. Really exciting matchup coming up. I'm excited. Are you, Trev?
Definitely so, and make sure to go over to the event site on event.brawlstars.com to get your predictions in and reap the awards such as the Anime Max Spin. We've got a game to get off to, so back to you over on the desk.
Thanks very much, Travis. I mean, you guys heard him, okay? Make sure you've got both of the streams open so you're keeping up with all of the action, and do not miss out on those exclusive drops. All right, now it's time for us to start talking about how this whole weekend works, what we've got going on here today for all of you at home. Okay, we've got two groups here today. We've got Group A, where you'll see STMN going up against SK Gaming for their first match of the day, and then Marcos Gaming going up against Crazy Raccoon as the other portion of this bracket. But that's just Group A. We also have our second bracket, aka Group B, where we have Reply Totem going up against Help Me for the first match of their day, and then Tribe Gaming NA versus Revenant Esports as well. Now, just because they're named Groups A and B does not mean that that's how they correlate with the A and B streams. We also have a schedule for you guys here, so we'll break that down a little bit. We're going to be kicking things off on this stream with Marcos Gaming versus Crazy Raccoon and Ready. That's going to be a really fun way to do so.
It's going to be an amazing way to start things off. We're in Japan. This is where Crazy Raccoon is from. They are the best brawlers on the block. And Marcos Gaming coming in as a supreme underdog with a lot to prove, representing a brand new region in the Brawl Stars competitive scene.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting to be sure. But they're not just playing for bragging rights, Ark. We've got a massive prize pool on the line as well.
A total prize pool of $200,000. No small chump change there at all to be seen. $100,000 for first place, $40,000 for second, $22,000 for third, and no one's going home empty-handed, even down in seventh and eighth, $5,000 to take home.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see what happens with everybody. Now, we've got lots of stories that we're going to be keeping our eyes on here the entire time, but I think one of the biggest ones is going to be the idea of Japan versus the world. Japan obviously being the dominant region when it comes to competitive brawl, but this past season, the rest of the international teams have really picked up their performance, but if they want to be the ones who are hoisting the trophy at the end of this weekend, they're going to have to beat Japan on their home turf.
All the teams have been working very hard, putting lots of effort, and seeing back in the other regions, I think there'll be a lot of upsets.
Mobile Masters is absolutely the era of everyone. We've seen roster changes, so many things that our players have had to adapt to throughout the season that this is really anybody's game.
昔はゼータが一強だったんですけど、今は世界のレベルもかなり上がっていて、どこが優勝してもおかしくないっていう状況になってきてると思います。
Being in Japan, I actually think might be a disadvantage for them. They have the kind of pressure of playing at home in front of everyone. Now they have those expectations that they have to win. It's win or nothing.
どのチームも強いので、大会で当たった時に接戦を繰り広げられると思うので、盛り上がるんじゃないかなと思います。
Many of the other regions, for me, have displayed real promise. North America are looking fantastic. Reply Totem were pretty much completely undefeated throughout both Season 1 and Season 2 here, so they could really be the team to cause the upset.
So many teams that we're going to have to be keeping our eyes on throughout the entire weekend. And we also have some stats for you to look at here as well. Okay, we have the averages for Japan versus the global averages across the board. And Spoo, we got to talk about this because I don't really necessarily think it paints the whole picture.
Exactly. It doesn't paint any picture whatsoever, because if you actually look at Japan, they are actually behind compared to the rest of the world in a lot of these averages. So it definitely doesn't tell any kind of story. What makes Japan truly better? Is it their unparalleled mechanics? Is it their unmatched team play? Well, to me, I think it's because they've got ice in their veins. Looking into the past, under pressure, they're an indomitable, unbreakable, spirited team that they take on the pressure of extremely high situations. They absorb, they thrive, and they radiate that pressure right back at their opponents. Looking back at the Brawl Stars World Finals, 2022, Zeta Division 0, they were pushed onto the brink of defeat by Chasmet Gaming BR. And even in a losing draft, everybody counted the world champions out. We might know them today as the reigning world champions, but they were one step away from elimination. And despite all that pressure, they played it cool, calm, collected. They found their stride, they found the team play they needed, and they pushed through for the victory.
And to keep this all in perspective, let's compare them against a team that is incredibly passionate about the game, but when they get a little tilted, they all start to sort of close in. Ice in the veins is the name of the game here.
Yeah, I think the mental side is something we talk about a lot. It's going to be very important for this weekend. The first time a lot of these teams are seeing each other on this level of an international global stage here for the SPS. So I am excited to see what the teams are able to do. But that means it's almost time for us to start talking about our first matches for the day, which also means for anyone who's watching on the B stream, it's time for us to send it on over to Trav and Sunny. So enjoy the show. And on our side of things, it's time to talk about that first match because it's going to be between...
Thank you very much, Glitter. We're now over on the B stream, so welcome in. With all said and done over there, we've got an absolute banger of a match lined up today over here.
Definitely so, an absolute treat, I'd say. SK Gaming versus STM Esports are going to be our first two contestants. Let's have a look at the schedule, what we're going to look at today in Stream B.
Well, I mean, obviously to start things off, we've got that SK Gaming versus STMN match. Up after that, we do just about have that Revenant versus Tribe Gaming match over in the other group, which is also going to be an absolutely incredible game. India, they're coming into this one as the underdog region, whereas North America is one of the top dogs. And we've got another North American team in this first match, and they're against the Titans of SK Gaming.
Definitely so. We're going to start with Group A here, STM Esports versus SK Gaming. They've never, ever faced off against each other before, and this might be the new rivalry between NA and U that we had in the past year. It has always been Tribe Gaming NA versus SK Gaming. Now it's STMN.
Yeah, it's always been back and forward between Tribe and SK as well. I'm intrigued to see if STMN, being the tier above Tribe at the moment that they are, coming in at first place throughout that first and second challenge finals, if they're going to be able to do the same and take down SK Gaming in a similar fashion, see how we've seen them taking down Tribe before.
Definitely going to be interesting to see. Let's see if our players are already ready and sitting in their chairs. We see both teams are facing off against each other. Here on the left-hand side, we have STMN. Sense, Bobby, and Zar are ready to rumble, are plugging in their Samsung S8s.
Well, there you have it. Bobby, Zar, Sans, and OG is the roster of STMN. They're looking absolutely incredible recently. As I said, going off the top of not only one, but two challenge final wins in both Seattle and San Diego. They're looking so good.
Definitely so. Also have been third and fourth at World Finals 2022. Only lost against Zeta Division 1 there in the end. Looking very strong also recently in other tournaments. Have beaten Tribe NA over and over again in the important matches during the season. Not looking that strong, but they win when it counts.
You know, I will say as well, they had a bit of a tough start to the year in their BSC home region of that NA West, but they've started to claw it back little by little and show their worth once again. And this is a really strong roster. We know they can swap in and out and in and out. Sans takes the reins, then OG takes the reins. They swap in and out depending on who's favorable to that game mode. So that's something they've always got to be cautious with when facing them.
STMN's swagger and recent success are undeniable. But only 6 months ago, that wasn't necessarily the case. Let's go back to the SPS Season 1 Challenge. It was Week 4 and Bobby and the boys were in a must-win match against West Coast. A victory meant qualifying for the Season 1 LAN. A loss meant that they would have to sit that one out.
We felt pretty confident up 2-0, like you always do, and then, I don't know, whatever happened, happened.
Up 2-0 in the series and everything was looking good, but then the unthinkable happened. STMN dropped 3 straight sets and got reverse swept and knocked out of the Season 1 LAN.
We all felt horrible at the time, all of our worst losses, but after a day or two, you kind of, just talk and then get together as a team, figure your stuff out and then just try and forget about it and move forward.
But hope was not lost. Last-minute visa issues for other teams gave STMN a chance of redemption, and redeem themselves they did.
Connected by OG, and the cleanup and that's going to do it. STMN are the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series Season 1 champion.
They dominated the entire bracket, even sweeping none other than perennial NA powerhouse Tribe Gaming in the grand final. And get this, it was their first LAN championship as a squad.
At that time when we beat Tribe, it felt really good. It was kind of the start of a long run of us beating Tribe. So it's kind of normal for us now, but back then it felt really good for sure.
That win opened the floodgates for STMN because, well, they've been doing nothing but win, win, win ever since. Kesso Cup Autumn Split? Check. World's Monthlies? Easy peasy. SPS Season 2, they found themselves in another rivalry match versus Tribe Gaming, but this time they'd need to beat them twice after being knocked into the lower bracket. But Bobby showed up to the championship match looking easy like Sunday morning, shades and all. They crushed Tribe in back-to-back matches to win their second straight NA challenge.
STMN Esports are your Snapdragon Pro Series Season 2 champions!
Now, SPS Masters, this will be the real test. Some might be proud to be called the best in North America, but you know STMN has higher ambitions than that.
Our goal is to go all the way and to make sure we beat the Japanese teams.
Well, there you have it. Bobby is he's the main man. That's how it's easy it's said. We've had a look at the team's history, but let's take a look at their star man, what his statistics are looking like over that past couple of seasons, because he is dangerous when he gets on these strong brawlers. 2.68 kills to 2.11 deaths, and you know, we saw just previously on the main desk some statistics from across the world. Pretty much even Stevens in terms of that KD, but Bobby's saying no to that.
He is definitely looking dangerous, but let's see if SK Gaming is looking like they're afraid of this man. On the other side, on the opposite of the table, they're ready to maybe beat them today. Of course, give us an interesting matchup here. We have the players Guille, Yoshi, Chaos, and Pedro. The coach, of course, is also in the roster here. Yoshi has been reunited with his old teammates back from 2021. Symantec, that has been playing with Chaos and Guille during the challenge season, sadly isn't here today. Joined the new roster, and we see it here in the highlights as well. We have some incredible games from them as well. Have been finishing off in the regular season as first place, beating also Totem in the end 3-1. Both times in the challenge finals, they had an 0-3 against Totem. Are they the eternal second?
That's the question. I mean, an eternal second in a group like this would be fine. You know, if they get second, they move on to tomorrow to play out in those semi-finals, and that's the position that both of these teams want to be in. SK Gaming, though, as you say, they have been that eternal second to Reply Totem, but with them moved out the way in the other group, it might be their time to shine and show other teams that they can be their kryptonite instead of Reply Totem being theirs.
Second will be enough to move on to Sunday, to our day 2 of the Snapdragon Mobile Masters, of course, where the finals has been good for them as well. They ended up in 5th place, losing finally to Tribe Gaming and A. We have been talking about this rivalry between NA and EU before. It might be now that STMN versus SK Gaming is this rivalry. We have the star player of this team. It's going to be Chaos. The stats are looking even a bit better here.
I mean, I would be scared if I was faced with that, I'll tell you that. 2.71 to 1.69 deaths. That is an absolutely massive difference for IKEOS here. We know he's an aggressive player. We know he likes to get up and down those lanes really, really smartly. But it seems like this aggression is controlled aggression, and that's what makes him excel so hard.
He has his kill-death ratio down to the point where even Bobby could be scared of him. Let's see, STMN versus SK Gaming have never been playing against each other in the history of Brawl esports. Zar seems very ready there in the end of the table.
Yeah, I mean, Zar, he's always going to be that player who switched on. He's a long-range sharpshooter, trying to stay out the way of Chaos, I'd imagine, the majority of the time, whereas maybe it's going to be Bobby and Sans facing him head-on. I believe we have a little bit of a stat comparison ready for both of these teams as well to see how they match up against each other. Obviously, we've taken a little bit of a look at Bobby, we've taken a little bit of a look at Chaos to see that 1v1 matchup. But as a team overall, for the Challenge Season number 2, these are the overall stats. 2.37 kills to 1.84 deaths, whereas SK Gaming, yet again, they've got less deaths and a decent amount more kills, more damage per game as well, and they're looking dangerous.
They do, but could you say you can really have a look at NA and EU here in comparison?
Yeah, that's a solid point. I will say that EU competitive scene has been dwindling a little bit, whereas NA seem to be on the uprise. So we'll see if that's going to affect it. And I mean, statistics aside, both these teams have been looking very, very good. SK have been on the rise, but they are missing Jeton, who they did just add in. We saw them finish second in the monthly finals just a couple of weeks ago, and he was a big, big addition. They weren't even qualifying to them before with this roster, so we'll see if they're going to go back to their old ways and start failing once again.
STMN top 1 in the BSC 23 this year. In their region, SK Gaming only on 10th place at the moment. They didn't qualify for the first 2 monthly finals. In the third one, they made it all the way into the finals with the recent addition of Jeton. Of course, they're going to play in the purely Spanish roster today, facing up against their very first opponent here on Stream B. It's going to be STMN Esports.
Wow. We've heard a little bit about STMN with their team profile. We're now going to take a little bit of a look at SK Gaming's team profile. Let's take a browse.
SK is the model of consistency, but at the moment they keep getting knocked down right before their ultimate goal.
I think that we have really tough opponents on finals, even though we made really good playoffs. But yeah, I think we maybe choke a bit on the last stage of playoffs.
At the Season 1 Challenge Finals, they found themselves in the Grand Finals against Reply Totem. But SK couldn't pull it together. They were swept in brutal fashion in front of the Gamescom crowd.
Yeah, Gamescom was a competition with a lot of up and downs for us. First day was really bad, but second day we did much better. I think it was the same, similar to Valencia. We did the homeworks, which was making 2 finals, but then on finals we kind of choke.
Deciding it was time to part ways with longtime player Semantic after that disappointing finish, the team rallied around their newest member, Yoshi.
I think that Yoshi is a really good addition that we didn't have in the team. He added a lot of things that we were lack of. I don't know if it's going to be the key to success, because we have been struggling this early year, but we are getting there. And yeah, I'm confident that at some point we will be able to do that.
They got their chance at the Season 2 Challenge Finals. Once again, though, they couldn't rise to the challenge, and Reply Totem swept them for a second straight time in a championship round.
Yeah, about Valencia, I would say that we, after semi-final, we reached our goals, which was to qualify for here, for Japan. And after that, we lose all the momentum, all the focus, and once again, we choke on the finals.
Although the effort was still enough to qualify for Mobile Masters, SK has their sights set much higher than just getting here.
Well, SK Gaming, I mean, they're looking decent. They've done the bare minimum what they need to get to this point. They've got a point to prove now. And this roster, they're going to want to prove it as well, because 2 monthly finals in a row that they didn't qualify for, using this all-Spanish roster, they need to make a move.
They do. They are looking strong at the moment, I have to say. They've been looking strong throughout April, also in other tournaments, and they've been working hard to get better, to maybe not become second today to this matchup here, STMN Esports. They kind of have a similar story, only on the NA side. STMN takes the first place all the time. Tribe Gaming is the second place there. On the side of EU, it's gonna be Totem always beating SK in the final and last match of the Challenge Finals.
Yeah, well, as we're about to get into this game, we do have to say, make sure to drop your predictions in the Twitch chat. Get some of those channel points racked up. I know it's a new stream. ESL Mobile B, you might not have as many, but there's a good chance to get some on the table and get some points racked up. On top of that as well, make sure you go over to the event.brawlstars.com site to be able to get that anime max pin. Same as you would in the Brawl Stars Championship. Get your predictions down, get some points on the board, and get some goodies back.
I hope you voted already, Trev, since I really want to have this pin. Yeah, really excited to see who you are, how you are doing all at home. If you get all the predictions correct throughout the day, we have a packed day one, I have to say. We have a lot of banging matchups coming up. Day 2 is going to be only the best 4 teams moving on. From each group, we have 2 teams. If you win twice in the GLS draft, then you can move on to the second day. And with that, we're going to start into the draft phase of this very first matchup.
Well, bans coming in from both teams now as well. STMN Esports going to get rid of the Penny, the RT, and the Bonnie. Pretty smart in my eyes. On the other side, we're going to see the Penny, the Max, and the Lola banned now. An early pick of Janet. We know it's very versatile, good against a lot of things, and doesn't have too many counters.
Janet's first pick doesn't surprise me at all. She has been picked up so many times by all of those teams throughout the weeks where they have been scrimming now already. Penny, one of the brawlers that SK Gaming usually tries to pick up as first pick. Definitely good ban coming in from STMN Esports there. On the other side, we have the Max and Lola ban. Trying to get rid of those aggressive comps, maybe?
Yeah, it does seem that way, but regardless, the STMN Esports are going to come in with the Meg, and that's an aggressive stance on its own. You're going to be spawning in with the Mech now thanks to those recent balance changes and that rework that we saw. You're going to see the Amber as well, and this is another brawler that has been so strong at the moment thanks to those changes and the reworks. Obviously, the gadget, the gear, I should say, is what makes it so strong, the Mythic gear at the moment. Very good brawler getting those slow in the puddles, so you might see a few less burns and a few more slows.
I absolutely despise playing against Ember at the moment. She can place her oil everywhere. You can't move, literally. I could see STMN picking a Poker now as last pick. They already have the Mag, really strong looking. And Poker still open on the other side from SK Gaming. We need some damage output here. First gonna go with some HP on their end as well. Gonna go with Pam here alongside Janet. Looks like they have two mids technically. They want to go all in and focus on that Mag, of course. And again, Lola's already banned. They need some damage output. I could see an Ultras come in here. But let's see with what SK Gaming is going to go.
Yeah, I don't mind a notice, I will say, obviously going to be able to mute out and get the damage done as well, brings a bit of DPS into the mix, but they could also maybe want to just go double healer and possibly take the Poco off the board for STMN Esports, because as you said, it might be something they're reaching towards as their last pick, and with Pam, you're going to be able to stay in that zone quite a lot, and to be fair, Pam doesn't have bad damage output anyway. If you get up and close and personal, and she doesn't have that swipe, you're going to be able to do a decent amount of work.
Definitely so. We're still waiting for the last pick from SK Gaming. STMN then has the last pick of the draft, and it's always a big discussion. Who is better off in the end? Is it first pick or last pick? STMN with the last pick here. Maybe we start right into the game and see which two brawlers are going to be the last two right there.
Yeah, we're not going to be seeing these last picks. We're going to be heading to the game in just a second, and we'll find out together what both of these teams have chosen to take for their last picks, what they've rounded out their rosters with. We're going to see the Stu up top, and I'm going to see in a second what's down below. We see the B. They're going to go for that long-range, slow-in brawler, and I mean, I really do like that.
I do like the comp of STMN, I have to say. SK Gaming picking up that Stu as last pick, and I was talking about how much damage output they need to get rid of the Meg and also the Ember on the side. Source already low, has to fall back a tiny bit. Yoshi in a great position here, dodges the swing coming in from Bobby there. You always want to be in that bottom corner. Yoshi getting the double kill, very well played by him.
Yeah, pretty much a free right side is always going to be a bit of an issue for STMN there. They're focusing so heavily down the mid with this Meg and the B. So it's definitely a little bit of an issue. Slow's going to be there, though, thanks to that Amber placing that down. Drop the base over the left-hand side from Chaos, who just seem to be aggressing nicely. Bobby trying to make the aggressive push through the mid, and obviously thanks to his star power, he's going to have a bit of a shield, allowing him to stay alive just a little bit longer in this mid. But Sans aggressing, gets one, gets two, nice kills from him. Bit of assistance from Zar from the left-hand side as well, and Chaos going to drop two. They should about even things out before SK get back in the mix.
And Sans just dodging that shot coming in from Chaos there on Janet. STMN Esports slowly picking up some pace and now also catching up, taking over the lead for now. Chaos and Guille in the super of Pam now trying to push up the map. Bobby still standing strong in the mid now, slowly falling back there. Guille and Chaos both in mid here, trying to catch up. Can they take over the lead for now? It's not gonna happen as Bobby and Sans getting Guille as low as they can to let him fall back again.
Yeah, nice flight from Chaos, but in the end he did go down anyway. This lead's been extended to 25% now. Yoshi's going to have to try and make a breakthrough through the mid, thanks to Zar controlling this left-hand side so perfectly. Bobby now slotting onto the zone, and this game should be it. 15 seconds left, and I just don't know if they've got the damage output to get them off this zone. The speed zone's there, but counteracting that is the mythic gear of the Amber. That's the first game to STMN, and it looked convincing.
It was surprisingly close at the start, I have to say. I didn't expect such a good start from SK Gaming, and again, they just don't have the amount of damage output they need to get rid of the Meg in the mid. Bobby doing a fantastic job, never even getting out of his super. I think I saw one time he was in his small form.
Well, into the second game now. STMN Esports have an early lead, but SK Gaming looking to strike back. Surely going to be seeing this double mid approach from STMN once again, and this time it's going to be Yoshi slotting over that left-hand side, trying to face off against Zar, who's going to be getting his super from this pile of oil that he's already dropped thanks to the gadget. Amber just works so well on her own, and it's just so flawless. Sans coming through the mid now, has the slow, scaring them off a bit, backing them up. He's going to connect it, but the drop the base is going to tank the 3K, gets another one, follows that up onto the Pam turret, and slow in the mid. This is a good start for STMN.
On both sides, all three players are low. Yoshi even gets taken out by Zar on the left-hand side. Absolutely a fantastic job he's doing there in the bushes. Yoshi now trying to push a bit aggressively. And Sans and Bobby are looking pretty comfortable at the moment in mid. Trying to get some percentages every time they hold in a little foot in the zone. Guille now finally with another turret can push in a bit aggressively, gets immediately rid of. Bobby trying to aggress even more, getting out of super, and STMN Esports on the edge of losing their lead.
Yeah, good answer from SK Gaming here now, and they are pretty much being dominated. Good burn coming down, though, chooses not to use it as the slow this time, and Yoshi knows he's going down, tries to get some work done beforehand. Bobby working yet again to try and get his mech re-established. The flight from Chaos, it's a good evasion, but it's not getting a lot done on top of that as well. Guille's going to go down, and Yoshi eventually going to be coming back up the map. But in this time, STMN Esports, they're building up this mech once again. Sans still with his 3K, and Zar established on the right-hand side. They're not in a bad spot.
Not in a bad spot at all, as STMN Esports takes up the pace once again and taking over the lead for now. They already won the first game. If they win another one, they already get this first set in this best of 5. Guille is low, Yoshi's falling. Guille the only one still standing on the side of SK Gaming, and Bobby again in his mech. Super the oil from Zar is going down. And with that, Sans has it even easier to tap those shots.
Yeah, it's just such a good ability. I mean, at the end of the day, the Pam turret's going to come down. Bobby's also falling low as well, gets pushed back, taken down now by Chaos, but Zar's answering back as well. Little bit of an aggressive landing from Chaos there, but does manage to survive it out. SK Gaming have the lead, but quickly answered by STMN now, evening things out and taking the lead on top of that as well. Slow onto Yoshi, and SK answered back, but STMN have answered back even stronger. Guille falls, and STMN take the first set.
That was actually a close one here. The second game a lot closer than the first one, but still STMN very dominantly takes this first set from the hands of SK Gaming, looking very comfortable, smiling already. I think they are sure to win.
I mean, I'm sure they're feeling good about themselves after that one, because the first game was very convincing against SK Gaming here. The second one, not so much, but even in those dire moments where they did seem to be dwindling a little bit, I feel like they still had faith in themselves to bring it back and claw it back, and Bobby playing that so well. When he drops out of this mech, he just gets another one. It was rare to see him go down even in that just the mech form without the mech, and it's just at moments like that when you realize how strong STMN are at the moment.
Definitely. So we're gonna have a look at the stats. 16 kills from the side of STMN Esports here. A bit more damage output, a bit more healing on the side of SK Gaming makes sense. We did see Guille almost never going down, just healing up again and again, and the Pam matchup against the mech did work out better than I imagined.
Yeah, well, I mean, STMN, the stats are convincing towards them. I mean, healing-wise, you're going to have more thanks to that Pam, just dropping the turret over and over again. But STMN managed to get 44,000 on their own without any abilities like that. It's a very commendable result in the end of it anyway for them. So, great stuff from STMN. We should be getting back into draft shortly for the second set. But at the moment, STMNs do seem to be running away from it. And it seems like SK may have reverted to their old ways before they picked up Jetton.
Let's not call it too soon. SK Gaming still has the chance to get back on the seat here. Maybe winning this after all. STMN already leading 1-0 here. You only need 3 wins to proceed to next round. The winner is gonna play who in the next match?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, how influential it is to climb up this upper bracket rather than the lower bracket as well. You have an extra life. Dropping one this early puts you in jeopardy of dropping out of the competition altogether before you get to those big bucks tomorrow. Ban-wise, before we look at this Meg, we've got that Grom, the Brock, and that Carl from the side of STMN. SK Gaming going to get rid of the Brock, the Eve, and the Penny. We're obviously down here on safe zone as well, and we're going to be seeing the Meg once again from STMN Esports.
Colette is going to be the pickup from SK Gaming this time around. They do want to have as much damage output in their hands as they can. Also picking up the Bonnie now, looking very strong from the side of SK Gaming here. From a point of a EU person, of course, I'd say Bonnie and Colette are the 2 best brawlers on the map.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think so as well, but SK Gaming do tend to have this kind of thing where they play a little bit too much control rather than going aggressive, and I feel like you kind of have to make those moves with both Bonnie and Colette, so they're going to maybe have to change up the play style just that little bit. Bobby's going to slot in down here on the roughs, play some sandbags, probably. I will say I like it against that Colette. Obviously, you're going to be able to tank a lot of that damage coming through and prevent her from getting the super, which is always going to be a good thing because of how much of a turning point that can be in a game.
Definitely so. Ruffs and Meg work well together, just as Bonnie and Colette as well. Colette is a counter to Bonnie, so it's definitely wise for them to pick up both right at the start. We're waiting once again for the last picks here.
We'll see them just shortly, but I mean, looking at the bans, kind of what do you expect to be coming down here with Brock off the board, Carl as well, Grom off the board as a thrower? Do you think maybe we'll see a different thrower, or do you think it's just more of the same of this aggression from SK Gaming and possibly a little bit more defensive-wise from STMN?
We did see some Eve come in recently, and Barley technically could be an option, maybe not on this map, though it's just far too open. I expect maybe an Otis, again, could still be a good choice here, and then we need something for mid from the side of SK Gaming. B could be the best option here. They're gonna go with Bell and Ember as the last two picks. Kind of a switcheroo here. This time around, it's going to be SK Gaming with a lot of damage output, and with the Ember on their side, having a lot of control thanks to her oil slate.
If they can keep this Meg away from the Colette, I think it's going to be a winning game for STMN. If Bobby can really knuckle down and keep him away from his teammates, especially with these early connections from Sans already gaining 8% and possibly even some bounces between Guille there to reset him. But Zar's doing enough of a job of that on his own resetting Guille's healing. Not getting a lot done up the back here, but not a lot of damage dealt either.
Oh, nice super coming in from Yoshi, getting the kill onto Bobby here. Good job from him, also getting a super on to save. Every single time this Colette is going to get on the high save, it's going to be 10% or even more thanks to the damage gear. For me, it makes sense that STMN Esports looked a bit stronger at the start since SK Gaming needs their supers on both Bonnie and Colette.
Yeah, this wall break coming in as well. I feel like that maybe gives Yoshi a bit more of a pinch on Zar rather than kind of blocking him off, which might have been the better idea. Bonnie up top, though, does have that super, so has the ability to jump, but with Zar, with his super, not really the target he wants to be going for, so he's going to pick out his opponent, and it's going to be Sans. Burn over the left-hand side, not going to be used, going to go for the slow, but not get a lot done. We're still 9% up for SK Gaming here, and they might have a bit of an answer.
Let's see if they do. Chaos trying to get some aggression going here, gets taken out by Sans in the action, and Zar doesn't really get close to save for now. I think that's the problem that STMN's comp has here, that they can't really push up the map, and they need to push up all the way to even get some damage onto save.
I mean, especially now with all this oil in the mid, they're going to have to walk through a slow. That's not a position they want to be in. Another 6,000 damage clipped onto safe there by Yoshi. Really nice stuff from him. And a super cycled as well. Is marked up, which is going to be a little bit more of an issue, but we see a rotation. Sans moving to the mid, and that might give him a little bit more of an opportunity to get towards this safe. But Guy's going to go for the jump directly over onto the left-hand side and take that down, but Sans answers back nicely with the power-up. He had the damage to deal, and he gets a second as well. That is beautiful from him.
Sans with the taps today, not only with the B in the first set, also here with the Bell. He's doing an amazing job holding back SK Gaming and STMN Esports on their way to maybe taking over the lead. Now, it's only 10% that SK Gaming has at the moment. Do you think they're going to get it?
I mean, they've got to at this point. It's already overtaken, and this now means that SK Gaming have to have an answer back. They've got the Colette super. Guille's got nothing to try and make an aggressive push. We see the slow, but he's going to go for the burn as well. Nothing from SK Gaming. They control everything. They have damage throughout, but they don't have the control at the end, and that is an issue. STMN Esports once again moving another game up in set 2.
Could already take the second set today, but it's a best of 5, so nothing is over for now. I think it all came down a bit to that moment where SK Gaming had the perfect oil down on the ground. Chaos just shooting him a little bit one tile too far to the right and burning all those oil that they had to put down to have some control over the map. We see a switch from SK Gaming coming in, Chaos now playing in mid. Do you think that's the key to their success in this map?
I'm not sure, because I mean, I think even a rotation coming over from Sans to the mid, he'll dominate the Amber up there. I mean, Zar might have an issue, but at the moment it's SK Gaming with the control, and another oil spill dropped down by Chaos, which is going to provide some good slows onto Zar, and he doesn't seem to be wanting to heal anyway. Guille's got the jump, he's going to go towards Bobby, dropping the sandbags there, but on impact, broken, and Guille gets some damage, adding some to the safe now as well, and this is a much better start for SK Gaming. STMN don't have an answer, and that's already more damage than they had in the previous game.
40% damage already dealt to save off STMN Esports. It was a beautiful opening that Guille did there, playing it aggressively, getting a super, opening it up for Chaos, and also The Colette is now getting some value. Yoshi with the super on to save. We have STMN pushed up all the way again. We have 1 minute 30 left on the clock for them to turn around things here. They could take the second set by winning this.
Yeah, now he drops out of that mech form. It's easier for him against Yoshi in this matchup. He gets super twice and still lives. Has some shots towards the mid as well. Chaos does go down. 4% is all that STMN have, though. A mech over the right-hand side is going to be useful for keeping this control, slotting behind these walls. But at this point, they have a damage lead where they can just leave him. And that's what they're going to do. With Gear going down, though, might be more of an issue. Sans adding some damage to the safe nest egg place. And then Chaos is going to go down, adding some damage to the safe. Now, SK Gaming, they've got to defend, or we're going to have deja vu of game 1.
Their lead is slowly dwindling down, only 10%, now 8%. Sans with another shot there as well. Yoshi trying to get his super. GA just used his, dodging those shots coming in from Sans for now. SK Gaming with some control back in mid here, very important for them. They only need to hold off 40 seconds and they could equalize in this set.
Well, now come STMN. Gear gets back into that form, but Sans, he's shooting shots on safe. Power up in and damage Gear as well, and that is going to deal a lot. 3% per hit. They do take the lead. 20 seconds on the clock, and STMN have to find an answer. Oil spill coming down. Yoshi's there with super as well. They need that pathway through, but instantly burned out and not getting anything from it. He can't even get the super off, and STMN, they're defending well. The super comes down from Bobby, dropping them back just that little bit more again. They're not even going for more damage, but they're getting it as Sans connects again and again and again, and STMN Esports 2 sets up against SK Gaming.
GG's, well played to STMN Esports in this set. Very well how they played that down. It really looked like SK would take the second game, but no, STMN said no, and they took over the mid control with ease. Zar doing a fantastic job on the Meg on the right hand side, pushing SK Gaming, pressuring them to defend himself. Yeah. It didn't work out for SK Gaming this turn around again. Do you think it's because of Draft? Do you think it's because they didn't play it as clean as STMN?
I'm not sure. I think STMN are just picking their moments better. Like, we saw such a good start from SK Gaming there, and in my eyes, all you do after a 55% push is just defend the whole game. You don't have to, and this is the kind of strategy that I said they usually play. You know, they usually play defensive, at least in the previous year. Haven't seen too much of this roster this year in these big competitions, so it's hard to say. But they just had to play their game, and they didn't.
The stats tell a story as well. STMN Esports again up in kills here. 23 kills are a lot, even on Heist. But I have to say, we have seen this so many times on Heist before. Oftentimes the team wins that doesn't get the kills because you just want to play for the objective, which is getting those percentages on the save. SK Gaming, they did play very well. Maybe they wanted it a bit too much in the second game. It went so well at the start. They just got on top of their head.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a full reverse sweep now from SK Gaming, and I'm just not sure about the likelihood of that happening. I'd love to see a set number 5 between these two teams because it really did promise to be a very good matchup. STMN coming top seed out of NA and SK Gaming coming number 2 seed out of Europe. And we know, as we said, we've mentioned the rivalry between these two regions. It's usually SK Gaming versus Tribe, and it's definitely usually a closer match. So maybe STMN are just that one step above all of these at this point.
Definitely so. Snapdragon Mobile Masters, of course, has the 2 top teams from 4 different regions. The best of the world we have at the moment. It has to be a close matchup here. It's really all coming down now to the mental game of SK Gaming. Being down 2-0 can either hype yourself up or it's going to be very hard for them to come back from this. STMN has the momentum here. Let's see if they can transport it into the next map.
They really are going to have to, and try finish this one off in 3, because if they give SK Gaming a glimmer of hope, a glimpse, it's just going to be let go, and SK Gaming might have what it takes to bring a comeback. We know these are experienced players. We know they play at the top of competitive for years in the past. We've seen these players since 2019. They're going to have this competitive integrity where if they get given a chance, they're going to seize it. But STMN just don't seem to be giving them the chances that they require to break through.
Definitely so. We're going to head into draft for field goal. The third map, and it might already be the last one. If STMN wins this one, they move on into the winner bracket, so to say. We have the bans already incoming. Barley, Nietzsche, and also Eve is going to be banned by STMN Esports. Eve not played that often.
Yeah, well, bans over the other side. It's going to be Shelly, which is surprising. B and Ash, I should say. Obviously Willow on the other side as well, going to be that thrower played out, and it's good on this map. We saw such good plays coming in from the East Asia region over on this brawler that it is going to be banned out by STMN Esports. We saw, goals coming from it, own goals, goals on the opposing side, walking people out of the way, wasting their ammo. It's so strong in a map like Field Goal where there's unbreakable walls down the side, the throwers excel, and then you can have something like mind control in a game mode like Brawl Ball. It's dangerous stuff. We are missing a pick from SK Gaming here, I will say, but I'm sure we'll get to that shortly. Over on the other side, though, STMN Esports are going to have the Max pick as a first, and Eve to follow up after that. Good synergy between those two.
We both have it with the Eves today. Ems on the other side from STMN Esports. That is a combination you don't want to face up against. Max and Ems both together. Really a great symbiosis, I have to say. With the speed, Ems is going to have it even easier to get some value out of her super. We now have, I believe, the first pick. Maybe might be Crow here from SK Gaming. Very good brawler on this map. Wherever there are some bushes, he's always a valuable member of any team. And again, they're going to go with the Bonnie.
Yeah, I mean, Bonnie, it's good. I think it's solid. I do like Crow that little bit more. Definitely a little bit more my speed, but so far I do prefer what STMN are bringing to the table. Crow, yes, slowing Toxin's going to be good against that max speed, and it always is going to be no matter what, but it's a 3 slow kind of game, and max speed, you can have more than 3 of those per game once it runs out. Once we start getting to those overtimes and we give an Ems a speed, and it can just dodge Bonnie shots, it can dodge shots from other brawlers as well, it's an STMN game to win.
So far, so good. The comp look good on the side of STMN Esports. I have to say, SK is again maybe lacking some damage output. They need to get rid of the max speed whenever they have it. Crow, of course, Trev just mentioned it as well, is kind of a counter to max, but only if they get a fast 2-0 in overtime. He might not have a slow left, and it's gonna be STMN's game here. Again, we're missing the last 2 picks. Let's see if we're gonna get thrown into the match right away, and we'll figure out together with you which are the last 2 brawlers here.
Yeah, I mean, I think STMN Esports, they're probably missing another lane. I'd imagine that max will probably go through mid. Same with Bonnie, I'd imagine as well. It's just not really going to have too many legs down one of these lanes. But as far as the last pick goes, there's a lot that you compare with a max in comparison to the SK Gaming comp. They can pivot, they can go towards tanks, they can go towards other things as well. And a tank they have. We're going to see the Sam coming in, Yeti Sam at that. And on the other side, going to be Janet. This might be a walkover if Sam can get in position.
I would be afraid to face up against Bobby. Sam here already pushing up the map quite aggressively, gets taken out by Yoshi. Yoshi also getting a second kill onto Sense. Looking good for SK Gaming now. This could already result in an early goal by them if they now hold control, if they get another kill onto Bobby most likely. Bobby is going down to Chaos. Gia jumping in. Zar really low there.
Well, aggression coming in from SK Gaming now. Crow's going to pass the ball forward. Bobby trying to deflate this pressure once again, and Super coming out, throwing it down the right side. Throws the ball all the way up, and he might be able to get a breakaway here. Super's available. Can he find the angle? There's no angle there. Ball up in the corner of SK Gaming now, and during this lull, let's give a big shout out to our sponsors down at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, and it always does at this point, because winning is going to get you $100,000 in this competition. Little bit of aggression coming back from SK Gaming, once more getting back into the game. Bobby forcing the ball down the right-hand side once again, and he's seen this opening. He knows there's a slight little opening down this right-hand side for SK Gaming, and he's going to try and exploit it.
Bobby trying to go for some flashy plays here, gets taken out once again. Chaos and Guille with the defense here. Push up the map again and trying to get some control now. We have seen the match played out more in the lower third of this match here. SK Gaming looking a bit better now in terms of mid control, but they also missing out on some gadgets now. Guille with the last slow coming in.
He's missed the pass forward, he doesn't manage to get it, and that is an issue. Respawn coming in, Sandsman for the knockback. He gets the shot, but the shot to the right side from Yoshi does not make it in. Pass off to the right now, and he's defending well. All of a sudden, Slow comes in, and SK have had a nightmare. The only chance they've had throughout everything in this game, and they mess it up like that. That is not what they want to see.
Those were 2 chances in one, but if we enter overtime, they could have still a chance here. STMN, they're pushing up aggressively now. Bobby gets taken out again by Yoshi. Guille coming in with another jump here. So the only one left standing from STMN Esports. SK might still save this one.
Yeah, Zar's got some quick feet though, does survive it out just a little bit longer, but now going to get burnt down. Bobby coming forward, maybe overly so. Seems to just be going for it time and time again. Knucklebuster's going to throw out yet again, but not anything coming from it. Wall's going to be coming down in 5 seconds, and in a position like this, SK are looking very good. They've got the range, but Bobby's coming aggressive now. Gadget comes in. That might be useful. Phase shifter down the right-hand side. Just Zard trying to clear it, but Sans needs to live, needs to stay alive, keep the ball away from the ones with supers, but SK have got a lot of them.
Gear with super, Chaos as well. Uses it right away, getting another kill onto Bobby. Yoshi now looking for an opportunity to score this one. Passing himself for now, jumping out of that situation, getting the ball again. He's not able to put it between the legs. Another goal opportunity for SK Gaming, and they don't take it.
I mean, STMN are now the ones with the opportunity. They see this. He's got jump, but Bobby's not moving forward. He's not moving back. Looks for the opening. Doesn't get it. Jump from Guille is going to be vertical. Knucklebuster's nowhere to be seen for Bobby. Needs to try and get a super off anything. But this might be a draw. 15 seconds on the clock. SK Gaming have the ball up top, and they're going to be trying to push it forward. But STMN are going to have these respawns.
I'm kind of out of words here. We had so many goal opportunities. SK Gaming might have the last one here. Passing the ball into Bobby makes it impossible. And it's going to be a draw in our first game of Brawl.
I mean, regardless of that, STMN, they're still smiling, and SK seem to be down in the dumps still. Not looking too good, and this is the contrast that we've seen throughout other teams. We saw it in our Japan versus the world little bit at the start there, where we see these teams who have the heads up all the time. When they're smiling, when they're down, they're the ones who come back for the wins, not the ones who have got the heads down. Bobby over the right-hand side, starting off strong once again, pushing up, but a triple mid approach from SK is not working so far, and this is the start that STMN need.
Bobby with an amazing gadget. Sans is about to score this one. 1-0 in this matchup. Can they make it? Can they prolong this matchup and win this one? 1-0 or or are they gonna go double down with a 2-0? Bobby pushing up aggressively once again. Yoshi with the takedown here. It's taking up the ball maybe. Having his super, waiting for Bobby to respawn most likely. And SK Gaming pushing up the map like STMN just did.
Well, we've got the speed now as well. That's going to be a big help, but Bobby takes a lot of fire before he can even make the move. Ball's going to be up in the air there. Does go down. Zar's got the break. The slow coming in, and he might make it, but the jump from Crow is just in time. Zar gets taken down, and that was almost perfection from STMN.
Bobby now pushing up the map once again, getting taken out by Yoshi. Yoshi really focusing on Bobby all the time, I feel like. Every single time I announce a takedown from him, he's gonna be the one that takes it. Yoshi trying to get a super again. Chaos standing in mid. Guille as well. No supers on the side of SK Gaming. STMN is looking strong at the moment. Getting pushed back slowly but steadily. Zar being really low HP there, has to heal up for now. This could be the opportunity that SK Gaming was waiting for.
It's a defensive game from STMN. Ball needs to be somewhere in the corner or anywhere. Pushing forward now. Yoshi gets the jump off. That might be a big play. Chaos has his super as well. Bobby's going to throw the Knucklebusters forwards. He might have the defense, and the ball's been passed to him. Yoshi may have made a mistake there instead of keeping possession, but instantly given back to him by Bobby. And he's yet again just pushing the right-hand side, trying to prolong this game, wait it out, and take the win through time.
Sounds on the left-hand side. Divid Knight super gets the takedown onto Yoshi. Chaos quite low as well. Trying to get airborne, trying to get some damage dealt to Sans there. Only 27 seconds left on the clock. SK Gaming needs to score, otherwise it's going to be STMN Esports taking the match point.
Yeah, Zar's just going to play this slowly, and Bobby's got the goal. That is going to be a match point. Trick shot to rub salt in the wound. And there you have it. STMN going to be going on to match point now against SK Gaming, and this is a big, big win for STMN if they take it.
And again, we see STMN looks pretty satisfied so far with what they did. SK Gaming on the other side, they need to get their strong mental back now, not let STMN take this momentum in this potentially lost game already. We start again, SK Gaming standing all in mid. They didn't learn from last round. Nice gadget coming in from Bobby, and again it's going to be 1-0. It didn't even take them 13 seconds.
They just don't learn. They do the same again, and Bobby exploits it once more. Speed coming out, and this might be over before it's even started for SK Gaming. Good takedown, though, and Chaos trying to make the push down the left-hand side, but not getting anything from it. Guille gets the jump in. Little slither of shots onto Zar there, but we should have the respawn in time from Sans. Knockback, but the pass. He waits to knock back out, and there's the super from Bobby to take him out. SK, and they've had chance after chance, but nothing translates.
SK had many chances to score here. It just never worked out so far. They still have 1 minute 30 to make it happen, but never mind. 2-0 for STM Esports. They take this set and also the matchup against SK Gaming, sweeping them 0-3.
I mean, that was brutal. That was absolutely brutal by STMN. Haven't seen anything like it in a while. Did SK even win a game? I don't think they did.
I think they almost did in Heist, they almost did in Hot Zone, but so
But
far,
almost does not count in the Snapdragon Mobile Masters. STMN going to be moving through that upper bracket. SK dropping down, and they only have 1 life left, and it's not looking good for them.
they need to win against Marcos Gaming and Raccoon Esports.
This is
move on to the next stage, on stage 2 of the Snapdragon Mobile Masters. It's not looking good for them.
No, I mean, STMN, they're looking brilliant, I will say as well. We thought this coming into it. STMN, one of the favourites. I'd rank them possibly top 2 at this competition. Coming in as the #1 NA seed, taking down Tribe Gaming in both of the finals of both Seattle at PAX West and DreamHack San Diego for their respective challenge finals. And this was brilliant. And here's the classic scenario of damage means nothing when you're not playing the objective.
Definitely. So STM Esports, especially in Brawl, I feel like they played for the objective. There in the other 2 rounds, they had a lot more kills, a lot more damage output, and still they won. So it does matter somewhat. But yeah, in the end, STM Esports taking this first match of the day, they have to be very happy about this.
Yeah, I mean, they really do. They're moving through the upper bracket. They're ready to face another one of those opponents. And no matter who wins it, Reply Totem or Help Me, it's going to be a big, big game regardless, I feel. This is just incredible. No matter who they face, it's going to be a massive game. I just don't know who's going to be able to come out on top of one of these groups here. And statistics-wise, Masters overall stats, and obviously this is one game. 3.33, 2.57, comparison to a massive negative KD of SK Gaming, with obviously the flipped opposite as they've only faced each other. 7.71 supers to 4.71.
Definitely. So also the supers speak quite a language here. STM Esports will now face up against the winner of the other game that's going on stream A. Of course, it's going to be Marcos Gaming or Crazy Raccoon. Who is it going to be? We don't know yet. We haven't heard. And we also have something for you.
Well, we are going to be going to a short break, but we're coming back with analysis and a cheeky little interview just after this.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
To the Snapdragon Mobile Masters, where STMN have just crushed their opponents in SK Gaming. The #1 seed coming out of NA, clearly superior to the #2 out of Europe.
Looks like it. We have Bobby here on our side to talk about it as well. It looked really strong from them. We have to say, we're looking at the highlights right now, and it really looked like SK Gaming didn't stand a chance against you, Bobby. Did they even take a game?
No, they didn't. No. They tied one.
I say, on top of that as well, obviously you kind of expected a little bit more opposition from SK Gaming. You know, where did they kind of rank in terms of someone who you thought was going to be able to take you down? Because obviously you're coming into this quite strong. Did you feel like they were weaker opposition than you expected?
No, not at all. We thought they were going to be really good. Our game plan was kind of, let's play our style instead of theirs, and I think that's what we got all 3 maps. But they're a really good team. I think we just kind of got our style that we wanted.
How did you prepare for those matches? Did you just scrim against them, or look at their stats, what they want to play, what they want to pick, or what was your game plan?
We kind of just looked at the brawlers that are well-rounded, their kind of style of play, and just got them out of the map. And then whatever happens after that, we're pretty comfortable with.
I was going to say, in general, I don't know if they're kind of like not looking at analysis, or are you kind of hiding this in your scrims? Because we've seen a lot of Meg coming out you, and obviously in North American region as well. Do you think, like, have you been hiding it, or is it kind of just like they're not paying attention?
Yeah, we're hiding stuff. We kind of realize, you know, why win the scrims when you can win the match? So, you know, we kind of don't really go our real stuff until game day, and I think it showed today.
You're going to face up against Marcos Gaming or Crazy Raccoon now, the winner of Stream A, of course. Who would you like to face and why?
Crazy Raccoon for sure. They're really the only team that's beaten us at LAN the last year, so we really want our revenge. And I don't mean this in like a weird way, but we're actually more nervous about SK than Crazy Raccoon. So we'll see what happens. We're pretty confident.
Well, you always seem to perform when it counts, always at the LAN events. Now, are you heading onto the big stage?
Yes, we are.
Let's go.
As a big stage against Crazy Raccoon, it's probably the biggest game of the competition. You might face against some other players so you get a little bit later on down the line, but you know, without leaking any strategies, is there anything that you've kind of done to prepare for this game?
Yeah, kind of the same approach with SK. We didn't really go anything that we wanted to go on the actual match day. We figured out what they want to go, and we'll just see what happens from there.
Sneaky strats here coming in from STMN. You had it here, Bobby being the star player out of this round. We had it before. You had the best stats throughout the season. Did that surprise you?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of just run in a straight line like you guys saw in the SAM. You know, the stats don't really matter if you win the game, so we'll take the win in the bad stats.
So as a final question as well, is there any reason why, like, we were seeing OG being benched? Because we have seen, you know, a little bit of a mix and match, and I didn't know if it was just like SK's kind of style of play that was the reason why Sans kind of stepped in, or if that's going to be a permanent thing throughout this competition.
Well, we kind of have a more aggressive play style with Sans, and we think with the current meta, how it's been the last few months, it's better to run in a straight line than to stand back. You know, he's a really good player. He helps us a lot behind the scenes, and when the meta changes, we're going to see him a lot more often.
Well, with that, you had it here. Bobby, thank you so much for coming here over to, I can't speak anymore. Thanks for coming over for the interview. It has been a blast having you here. We're going to head into another quick break. See you after.
Hello everyone, this is Instinct from Revenant Esports, and you're watching Snapdragon Mobile Masters. Please catch us on...
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
To get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking calls. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step it in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we
さあこちらには先ほど勝利しましたクレイジーラクーンのリリーさんに来ていただきました。
We have invited Raleigh from Crazy Raccoon for winners interview.
先ほどの試合近くで見ていたかと思いますが、3人の戦い方見ていていかがでしたか？
You were watching three of them play closely. How was it feel?
ありがとうございます。3人がいつも通りのリラックスをしたプレイングができていて、とても良かったなと思います。
Three of them look they're very relaxed and play as they usually do. So I think it was really good.
Well, you guys certainly looked great out there. Marcos Gaming, taking the stage for the first time globally. You guys are veterans. What can you say about their play and what they bring to the table?
マルコスゲーミング新しくやってきた選手だと思うんですけど、彼らのプレイスタイルについてどう思いますか？
そうですね、あまり彼らのプレイングや、プレイスタイルについて事前情報がなかったのですが、その中でも、とてもミステリアスなピックというか、これをうまくはめられるとやられてしまうなというようなそういった場合が多かったので、それをうまく対処するように。
Welcome back, everyone, to Snapdragon Mobile Masters, where we just got through the first matches of the day at lightning speed. I barely got the chance to breathe out there.
I know, we've just seen 2 straight 3-0 sweeps, and I mean, SK Gaming, I thought they were going to put more of a fight up against STMN than they did, but NA prevailed.
NA vibes out here in full force, and also on top for the time being. We'll see if that continues, though, because we've got more matches coming. What an exciting day it's been so far, and much to come ahead of us.
Exactly, we got that Tribe versus Revenant, so back-to-back NA streams, NA games on the B stream over here at the Snapdragon Mobile Masters. This time, though, we're seeing a bit of a Revenant opposition from India. Solid team, but I'm not sure if they're going to have what it takes to beat down a team like Tribe.
I mean, considering sort of the fire that we've seen from NA so far, I would set the bar very, very high for what we can expect to see from Tribe. Revenant, we also saw second seed in their home region. it was a rough match. It was not it was not a rough match. It was a tough match, however, versus Crazy Raccoon. So we'll see if Revenant really has that fire to put up against Tribe. It's going to be a really interesting one. I'm ready to get into those matches, but we still have to set things up, right? Get familiar with some of these players, set up the storylines for the day.
Exactly, let's take a little bit of a look down at the player room, at the stage, to see how these players are setting up themselves. Obviously, Tribe on the left side, Revenant on the right side. We've seen a lot from Tribe this year, with them having 2 seasons of Snapdragon Pro Series, coming second twice. So second to SDMN twice, we've just seen a performance out of them. If they're able to match it, I've got a feeling this might be another quick one.
Oh, totally. I mean, what an amazing story this has been for Tribe, but we did get the chance to catch up with Revenant, so let's take a look at their road to Masters.
The SPS competition in India was fierce, but one squad immediately and continually proved that they are the best of the region. Sergeant, Instinct, Prashant, and Hero X. Revenant Esports, the undisputed #1 team out of India. One of our producers even described them as unputdownable. That's right, they are so good that we had to make up a new word to describe them.
So our team has been dominating in our region for a very long time. Me and Instinct specifically have won every single monthly finals last year and this year. I feel like, yeah, in our region, we're definitely unbeatable. There's no competition right now. I feel like in our region, there's no one close, and we can really outperform the rest, mainly because of our teamwork.
The open phase, a foregone conclusion. After winning almost every match they played, they headed to the challenge regular season, mostly uncontested. The challenge phase proved to be no different, finishing 6-1. They were really living up to the new word, unputdownable.
We were pretty confident about the challenge finals and everything that happened in India. Right now, our main goal is, of course, winning Masters, doing our best over here. But regarding India, we were very confident, and that showed in our games. We won all the games comfortably, losing only one set along the way. So I think we did very good in our own region.
They dominated the challenge finals without dropping a single set. Their ticket to Japan was in the mail.
I'm basically looking forward to beating the teams and finally getting a mark of our own region. Since our region is good, but it isn't considered on the top right now. So our main goal right now is just to make ourselves noticed and basically set a mark on the players.
They dominated their region, and now, on the biggest stage in competitive Brawl Stars, they set their sights on dominating the globe.
I think Masters will definitely put our skills to the challenge, basically because this is our first LAN event. I feel like we'll definitely be able to show our true potential over here, especially since we'll face teams from all around the world without delay, without any issues. So I feel like this is the perfect time for us to prove our worth and show the others what we really are.
You know him, you love him, Sergeant, Trishant, Instinct, and Hero, the roster here from Revenant Esports. We got to get familiar with these guys, but we're going to get familiar with one player in particular. I think that really the standout player from this roster, it's got to be Sergeant. He's the talk of the town, dude.
He really is, and I mean, he's the dangerous one. He's the one we've just been listening to as well. You know, showing his team and painting them in a really good light. Seems like a really nice guy, and the fact that they just want to prove that India has a say in competitive Brawl Stars on the big stage like the Snapdragon Mobile Masters, and here we are, knuckling down to his statistics. The main man, Sergeant, 2.62 to 2.54 deaths, and a large amount of supers in comparison to anybody else I've seen.
Low kills and low deaths means really, really fast games and a whole lot of supers packed into there. Expect some real technical play from the guy. I feel like this is the best player in this region. You could take him out of India and he would be at the top level of play in any other region if you ask me. So I'm expecting huge, huge things from Revenant here, but they still got some serious opposition across the way.
I say, when we were talking to Corey the other night, he seemed like he didn't want to underestimate India. That's the thing. He knows that there is tough opposition. He knows Sergeant's an incredible player. The same with his teammates as well. You don't want to underestimate a team like this, and I think Tribe coming into this one calm and collected is the right approach.
Yeah, well, let's meet their opposition now. Tribe Gaming, a very storied team and not as new to the scene. We've seen them on the world stage time and time again, gone to several lands and gotten pretty good performance in there, but as you alluded to earlier, we've seen them take second place. Obviously, the objective at the end of this entire journey is first place. It's been a really, really rocky ride for these guys, but I'm excited to see how they perform. We also did get the chance to catch up with them, though, and get an idea of their road to Masters as well.
History, legacy, tradition, excellence, power. These are all words that come to mind when you hear the name Tribe Gaming. That is because they have always been the one team at the top of North America since the beginning of Brawl esports. But recently, they've shown some weakness in their armor.
I would say that our rivalry with STMN has been quite a really long journey. I think they've gotten a couple of wins in the recent past.
It started at the SPS Season 1 LAN, facing STMN in the grand final, who they defeated 3-1 during the regular season. They thought they were headed to another championship, but for some reason, they just couldn't get it together that day, and they lost in unthinkable fashion, a 3-0 sweep.
STMN are the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series Season 1 champions.
Seattle was a very devastating loss. We made it to the grand finals through the losers bracket. We thought we could come back, but we got 3-0'd. It was pretty bad. So GG to Stamina, they played really well.
Suddenly, the conversation went from best in the region to rumors that they were losing their grip, that a new era was dawning in North America.
I think, yes, we've been at the top of NA for basically almost 2.5, 3 years. And it was about time where another team adapted and started practicing a lot more. They finally found our weaknesses and maybe a shift happened, but I still think we're at the top. I still think we're one of the best, if not the best team in NA.
Then, everything seemed to be turning around at the SPS Season 2 LAN. Zulon and company knocked STMN down into the lower bracket.
As Livy has that knockback, they are through the wall, speed down. Tyrant now pushes up the left side. Czar chases it down, but there's no positioning. Tribe Gaming take the win. They're going in the winners bracket finals tomorrow,
ensuring that STMN would have to beat them twice in the double elimination grand final. But again, they just couldn't play to their usual level. Over the course of the first match and the bracket reset, Tribe only got a single set off of STMN.
Sands falls first. Czar soon after. Bobby now with 1 kill needs to double that to yet another as Livy just out of range. And Tribe Gaming are going to be taking this set victory in such a close one.
Even through all of this though, it just wouldn't be right to call Tribe underdogs.
I think here in Japan, we still want to show that we're at the top because not only we're facing Stamina, but the best teams in the world. Maybe beat SK again, just like we did at Worlds.
It's springtime in Tokyo, and Tribe are here to prove that they are not in the winter of their careers. They are here to cement their legacy as legends of the competitive Brawl scene. And they're here to show that North America, just like Tribe Gaming, ain't going nowhere.
Hope we can show everyone that we're really good.
You know him, you love him. It's Zulon as Livy, Tyrant, and Corey calling some of the shots in the background, being an excellent coach for what is now more of a 3-man roster.
Yeah, I know. I loved it when it was a 4-man roster and we saw Corey kind of peering in every now and again. But to be honest, I think his position as coach has pretty much solidified itself because the other 3 players are just so strong mechanically, and I think he was struggling to keep up just that little bit.
No doubt. I mean, ask anyone in North America. These guys consistently rank top 5, top 10 in the most mechanically gifted brawlers around in the North American region. It is a great group of individuals. However, sometimes you can have a good amount of pieces, right? Have some good puzzle pieces, but not make the best puzzle. And I think that is sort of what we're starting to see at the moment. Tribe Gaming have a lot to prove, though. They've got their heads in the game. They are coming in with a winning mindset. I'm excited to see if we see them revolutionize their mindset following that last LAN.
Yeah, I mean, I think they really do have to as well. They're going to have to make a pivot. Even if they do manage to take the win here against Revenant, there's tougher opposition ahead. No offense to Revenant, obviously, but I think that's just the case. 2.34 kills to 2.18 deaths for Tyrant. Another high amount of supers as we see in the 4.06, but I think it's just a little bit more positive this time.
No doubt. Well, once again, a similar pattern that we see Tyrant being sort of the ADC of the team in a lot of ways. We see Tyrant most often playing that lane, not really taking that mid-roll very often, and then absolutely profiting off of winning that lane, sweeping behind the enemy. Love seeing these guys play maps like Ring of Fire. Love seeing them play some of that hard rock mine action where this sort of thing ultimately prevails.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, we have hit a little bit of a roadblock with some of the stuff that we've got going on. We're going to have to throw to a quick break. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
You're ready? Let's dive into it.
Absolutely, thank you, Glitter. We are going to be headed into Ring of Fire set number 1. This is the upper bracket between Help Me and Reply Totem. Sunny, I think, as Ark said, we've got absolute fireworks on our hands going into this game.
Definitely a treat of a matchup here. Seed 2 from EU versus Seed 2 from EA. Let's see who's gonna take this second match of the day here on Stream A. Joker is on the RT here mid, standing strong already, trying to get some percentages here. Kenji on the other side, just trying to get his Ghost Super, then maybe sneaking into mid as well. Joker, of course, with a lot of HP in his hands.
Yeah, the lanes do look quite good for Reply Totem. An aggressive move coming out from Achapi, who gets the first kill of the game. And Kuru right now trying to secure the kill onto Mari. But Joker managing to slow down the tempo of the game. It's Achapi versus him right now. And it looks like Achapi is going to get a pretty early cannon, Sunny. That's going to dictate the pace of this game.
Definitely so. That fourth player's down, but Achapi places it in a very... not the best place of...
not the best.
I'd say. Squeak is going to take that penny turret down immediately, and now we also see why they picked up a Squeak. He's so good against that penny turret. Kenji now finally with his Ghost Super trying to get some percentages in mid. Help Me slowly but steadily catching up and taking over the lead here.
Yep, Help Me showing off their East Asian prowess with this team play. They've completely smashed the concept of 3-lane synergy right now, but Maru, he's the one striking back in the center together with Joker to get this nice pick in the center. Achapi being forced to commit right now, and cheers coming out from here from the crowd. Maru goes into the invis, but he is held back by Kuru right now. Goes up into the air. I believe that is the last residue that is dropping from Mari, so this is the opening that Help Me need, but they do need to start doing something, Sunny.
And Joker not even losing a single HP so far, now finally getting hit up by Kenji quite hard. Still standing in mid strongly though, finally gets taken out by Kenji. Very important kill from him there. Mauri and Maru just waiting for their mid man to come back here. Mauri getting tapped up, nice cookie popper coming in from Kenji as well. Slow though by the Squeak, that could be a comeback here from Reply Totem. Of course they still have the lead. Help Me still needs some time in that zone.
I really like the way that Totem are playing it. They know that they currently have the lead control, and Mari, he just doesn't really care. Tanking 3 or 4 shots from Kenji, and look at him, he's not choosing to back. I mean, right now he is healing and respecting Achapi's presence on the left lane here, but right now it is Help Me that do have the advantage in the mid. Maru going for a bit of a sneaky play, tries to get onto Kuru, but he just flies up into the air, tanking a good amount of shots. It is Kenji, however, duking out in a mechanics war against Joker. Will he get this kill? Kuru gets this one, 95 to 93%. Right now, it is Help Me or Reply Totem. Achapi, 99, 97%, 98, 99%, 90%.
No way!
Help Me in the nick of time. Somehow they find the way, they find the place.
That was literally a back and forth there. Help Me taking over the lead twice. Not happening. Reply Totem in the end, taking it with 99%. Help Me winning it in the end. It was so close. Maru there, if he only held a foot into that zone, he could have gotten it.
Absolutely, but already game underway, and you know, Kenji really was the star in that game, and right now he is showing right now this East Asian flair. You know, Gus going up against this RT, he's just showing absolutely no respect to Joker whatsoever.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Reply Totem can repeat what they just did in the first round. Help Me standing strong in mid, 32 to 0%. Reply Totem isn't even seeing the zone from where they're standing now. Mari, the only one standing. The only one left. His two teammates are coming back now, but can they make it into mid as Help Me already takes half of the zone?
Exactly, 56%. They are conceding quite a lot to Mari on the right side, but Joker once again punished for this over-aggression in the middle, not really respecting the fact that this matchup is not entirely in his favor. And Help Me right now, they look so much more dominant in this game than the last game. I'm not sure what they're doing differently, but they seem to be really feeling themselves, Sunny.
And it looks like they can be pretty satisfied with what they're showing us here as they take 90%. It's going to be impossible for Reply Totem to take this one back. Joker and Maru still trying to get the kill into Kenji. Kenji with the super. It's not going to happen. Help Me takes this first set. The first game was a close one. This second one, you can't say the same about it.
Absolutely. You know, once again, this East Asian team, just like with Crazy Raccoon, game number 1, they go in, they seem a little bit vulnerable, but then here, game number 2, they just turn it up a notch. They just say, okay, you know what, guys? Stop respecting them. Let's go. Let's destroy everything. Let's take over everything. Let's show what East Asia is made of. And Reply Totem, they look a little bit shaken, you know? I don't think Joker has had such an experience to be capped pretty hard, I'd say, by Kenji in the mid lane. You know, he was so comfortable going up there, but Kenji in that second game, starting the game, 3 taps already on the board. Man, I hope Totem aren't feeling too down about that, Sunny.
I think Reply Totem did expect that. Help Me is a very strong looking team over the past few weeks and months. Of course, Joker in the middle, always with that 1v1 against Kenji. It was a close one in the first one. In the second game, I don't know what happened. Help Me just somehow learned how to play against the composition from Reply Totem, and I always love to see that. Even if you're down a game and you still make it a 2-1 set, if you learn how to play against your opponents, you can make it. And we see also in the stats here, much more kills coming in from Help Me, also much more damage, a bit more healing from the side of Reply Totem, but this makes sense. Of course, you have a very tanky brawler mid here, RT. It still wasn't enough HP.
I mean, I think those stats kind of don't really tell the entire story in a way, but at the same time, it's kind of expected. You know, game number 1, back and forth game, I'd expect 10 kills on each side, that happens. But game number 2, it was the Chapi show, the Kenji show, and the Kuru show, right? They just didn't drop, they didn't concede. Every single lane they just went to, they didn't even have to swap. They just played the matchup that were presented to them, and then the game was over. It made it look simple, but that being said, I think I do want to analyze a little bit into that Totem. The way that they kind of played out the Squeak and the usage of that gadget, I don't really think was too optimal, and I hope that going forward, right, into the next couple games, if they're going to be playing such a tactical kind of game, they really need to think about how they want to use it. Because against East Asia, you can't afford to misplace your gadgets. You're going to give away too much of an advantage, and the bans are going to be coming out right now for Safe Zone. What do you think about him, Sunny?
First, of course, we also did see a Shapi placing down a turret that got taken out immediately by the Squeak. We had some mistakes on both sides, I'd say. No, not a single mistake from Help Me in the second one though. Kenji now with the penny pick here, they bend out that Grom, Meg and Max again. They don't want to see Max at all coming in from Reply Totem. Colette and Bonnie band from the side of Reply Totem. I've seen this picked up a lot by the EU teams, not at all by EA teams so far. 2 of the best brawlers on the map in my opinion. What do you think?
Well, I mean, that kind of is kind of what I think. This is the kind of comp that they are going for. By banning the Eve and banning of the Bonnie, they really want to set up for this Brock and this Bell, and I think they did kind of get a prediction in that Meg would have been banned from the opponent's side. So it looks like Totem, they are getting exactly what they want. They snapped up these picks immediately the moment they saw the Penny come out. Penny, on the other hand, I think Help Me, it's a little bit leaning into their comfort pick, as you mentioned earlier. It is a meta pick, but it is also something that East Asian players, such as Chapi himself, plays extremely well right now. Help Me, come on, guys. Come on, could you not draft the same thing as Crazy Raccoon? If they pick Roxia, I'm gonna lose my mind, Sunny.
I mean, I didn't see the first match, I wasn't stream B, but I trust you, I believe you. So far we had Joker and Maui completely outranging that penny pick coming in from Kenji here. A Choppy. Never mind, there's no...
Okay, so we're
back in hot zone for a second. I do believe we still have the Piper and penny pick from the side of Help Me. The last pick might be Janet though, or Ghost. We'll see in game.
We'll have to see in game. It looks like I think that might have been a disconnect, and they might have to retrap. So, I mean, looking at that drop right now, even if it's just Penny and Piper, I think Piper into Bell and Brock, man, if you're a great Piper, that's a juicy Piper game to show off your skills. I mean, it's been a matchup that you traditionally want to ban out in those open matches, but I think it also does apply in Heist, except you can't really afford to ban Piper just to enable Brock and Bell. They've already spent 2 of those bans, right, on this Eve and this Bonnie. So I think Reply Totem, they know about this as a threat, and they've got something in mind that they're probably plotting to use against this.
Definitely so. We're going to have the same bans and picks coming in, of course, if we restart this draft here, so Piper is still gonna be on the field. Reply Totem did go with the Bell though Piper still was open. I do believe those two brawlers kind of have a 50-50 chance of winning against each other. Of course, Piper is gonna have the upper hand 3 times as long as she has gadgets. Bell, on the other hand, of course, with their bounces and also the mark whenever she has super, is just a bit better against tanks. And of course, Help Me here with the last pick could still go with a tank.
Yeah, absolutely. It could go for a tank, but I'm not sure if this is really something you like.
Welcome back, everyone, to Snapdragon Mobile Masters. We're here in Japan, you know, just chilling here with, well, the best teams in the world, in the birthplace of the best teams in the world. Welcome back to the B stream, folks, where we got all of the best matches and none of the B teams. We got another awesome match coming at you. And I will say, thanks for bearing with us, too, because it took us a moment to get our bearings there. We got the best of the best working behind the scenes, and we want to deliver the best possible stream to you guys. But we're now ready to get started with our next match on the B stream. It's Tribe versus Revenant, Trav.
Yeah, exactly, and it's going to be a brilliant one. We mentioned this just before we had to head to that break thanks to those technical difficulties, but we said it was going to be an absolutely incredible game. Really, really strong teams on either side. Tribe coming into this one as the 91% favourites thanks to the public, but Revenant, I think they've got more of a say than that.
I absolutely agree. We're looking at the best team in the Indian region. And when we look at Tribe, is second best, but it's North America, right? We've seen North America perform so well in the international arena before, making it to semifinals in the BSC and the World Finals last year. Now we bring it to India, sort of an unknown enemy when we look at the international sort of scope. So I'm excited to see how these two fare against each other. I'm sure that, of course, with Revenant being the #1 team in the region, they're trying to pave the way, right? Sort of the dojo concept. What is the meta in India? How does that play into the NA meta?
And you know, as Sergeant said as well, they're just here to prove India can compete with the best. And I think that's a really good thing to bounce off here. Whether or not they're going to be able to do just that, or whether Tribe are going to put them in their place and win, as 91% of the public have thought they will. We get into the draft shortly, as you can see, it is underway there. But at the moment, Tribe Gaming, definitely the favorites coming into this one. The question is, do you take a consistent North American second, or do you take a dominant Indian first?
Look, I'll give you my prediction for free. I'm an NA guy, and I love Tribe, and okay, bias aside, I really do think that this is a Tribe Gaming NA victory, but I don't think they're coming out of here flawless. Revenant Esports are looking scary, especially as we move into Ring of Fire for the very first set, and immediately here with the Amber pick. This is a pretty classic NA pick, but now with her getting so much stronger recently, it's becoming more of a world stage pick.
Yeah, I mean, with that mythic gear, it is so strong, and that's a really strong role for Revenant to pick up early on. They're going to need the draft to be able to have a bit of a say in this game. Zulan's going to go onto the stew, try duke out a few of these, and obviously still have that mobility whilst being slowed thanks to those supers. Probably pairing Gasahil with it as well. We are going to see the Gus come down from Livy as well, as you've just been watching the A-stream. That's exactly what we just saw Help Me play, and that's some East Asian prowess.
Exactly. This is a favorite in East Asia. The way that East Asia love to play this game is have some of those matchups severely changed by having a brawler that has a support role, right? Any kind of healing, any kind of shield, they're on it. And I wonder how exactly Tribe are going to fare with this. Okay, now we got the switch up. And now I'm correct for saying that Amber is a very NA pick, and especially consider the Lu ban on their side. That screams NA. Here comes the Poco selection as well. And this is looking interesting. I don't see a B ban, so I'm a little scared.
Yeah, that could be dangerous stuff, and especially with the Pam added on top of that as well. A last pick of a B here, as you mentioned, could be so strong. As Tribe Gaming's, or Revenant, whichever side it is, their comp is so mid-centric. They have to pretty much play everything it's set from that Amber through mid, and occasionally even the Amber, that B can get slows, 3Ks, shots, everything off all at once and do so much, but it's just a question of whether or not they're going to clock onto that and pick it.
Precisely, and seeing as B is a mid character, she'll often take that mid lane. I don't really see that being the final selection. Here comes Griff, classic tank counter, great for wide open areas, but we haven't really seen this guy lately. He got a pretty significant nerf and then pretty much immediately made a drop out of the meta, but now that we have the idea of the Pam and the Poco combined have a lot of tankiness, now we see the tank counters start to become a bit stronger in this specific scenario. What we can say, though, is Tribe Gaming, they have struggled with the draft quite a bit, so I wonder if this is the most prudent pick.
Yeah, it's a question of whether they're just struggling with the draft and they can fix that and click on with their gameplay, or if they're going to be able to just go for just pure mechanics and try win this one out, because in my eyes, maybe I think Revenant comp here might be a bit better.
Well, let's get into it already. Fierce matchup at mid. Sergeant Trishant popping those first couple of gadgets. Almost a kill there from Zulon with the use of the gadget. Trishant also, with some of these walls broken open on the right side, it's going to be quite good for him to get some easy pick shots off. Tyrant on the left side also completely forced off of this lane by Instinct. If he wants to make it through, he's got to use some of those dashes. Already out of a dash, but Instinct's going to feed him yet another. Not quite pinched in just yet. Revenant with a huge lead to start things off, but Tribe Gaming NA come in with a counter push.
Question is, how much is the lead worth when a Griff super does that much? Trishant now over this right-hand side has to back off too low, and Tyrant still making the moves. Gasser Hill keeping in the mix as well. Really nice plays from him. Tribe Gaming ticking up this counter and starting a bit of a comeback.
Let's see if they're able to hold their ground. Instinct on the left side is fresh out of gadgets. He's burning up that last bit of fire fuel. That makes it so difficult for him to get his super back and taken down at long range by Zulon. Is Livy with another kill around the right side. And Sergeant still trying to stay in this position. A bit of healing will help him stay there for a bit longer, but now that he's staggered out, this is a real disadvantage for Revenant Esports. They gotta get this 3v3 back up as Tribe Gaming are dividing and conquering one brawler at a time.
Yeah, this is great stuff. They've really formed together as this cohesive unit now, and Griff doing so much with those supers, cycling them out. Tyrant going to go over this left-hand side and try get this super taken out, but Screeching Solo says no to that. Sergeant cleans up, but in comes another Griff super. Revenant have got a bit of a fight here. They've got the oil down in mid, which is going to be slowing. They've now got control, but still 15% behind.
Love the matchup here on the left side. We'll see Sergeant try and take on Tyrant once again. He knows that he can get similar range, and he knows that Tyrant's not going to be able to juke this shot, despite Tyrant's best effort. Still gets caught up on that puddle. Even with assistance from Zulon with the shield, he wasn't able to push through. Revenant Esports now taking the lead once again. A good kill on the left side, but Tyrant circles behind. It's tough to get rid of all of this health pool, however, when you don't have a high DPS brawler, and Revenant approach the 90% mark.
I mean, this might be it. Super comes in from Griff, though, but the heal quickly negates all of that damage, and Revenant make their mark early on with an early win against Tribe.
My goodness, I'm actually a little bit shocked here. I can't believe it. Revenant already getting off to an amazing start versus Tribe, an outcome that I did not expect, and the audience didn't expect either. 91% banking on the Tribe Gaming in a victory here, but that's only one game. We're going to be getting into the second right now. Brand new game, brand new mentality, hopefully on the side of Tribe Gaming NA as they're coming off of a loss and a pretty significant one at that.
Definitely so. Not the start that they want at all, but an early Kooky Popper coming in from Zulon does keep Trishant quite low. A little shield coming in from Tyrant as well, and they seem to be playing three people down the mid instead of someone down the lane, but now Eslevy's rotating over to the left-hand side, trying to keep Instinct out, but actually goes for the burn instead of the slow down. Smart move to make to push him out of that position. Pretty even early on, a little bit of a shield place there on top of the Griff as well, and need to make the same use out of his supers as he was early on in the last in comparison to late.
Well, here comes Tyrant dashing in, dashing out, easy kill. Tribe Gaming NA still just barely holding on to that lead. Instinct coming in with all of this fire fuel. It's also not connected. He won't risk burning all of it, along with that trail that's leading out of spawn. Easy super recharge for him. Already popping yet another to try and take this left lane. Big stuff as well for Tyrant. Looking to get some damage off, but Trishant and Sergeant just have so much health to work with, and no one can get in range of this healing turret.
Yeah, it's tough for Stu as well, as much as he does, but there's the Kooky Popper, and it's an influential one as well. They're now pushing for control. They've seen their opportunity, and they're going to take it. Super thrown forward from Trishant, though, and yet again, Eslevy comes in clutch around the left-hand side, but still holding off now. Shots coming through the mid, and Sergeant remains low. Instinct's going to throw a puddle, and that's going to get some slow in value, but Tribe, they're up quite substantially.
Tribe Gaming NA establishing the backlines by popping down that gadget from Stu. Big takedown for Eslevian, and Trishant falls. Tribe Gaming NA continue to compound the lead as Livy's also farmed yet another super off of that. With 2 walls left remaining on that left side, Trishant still has a place to put that turret down. There it goes, and Sergeant takes a huge flank roll around the left side. But Tribe Gaming NA, they're moving and going with these punches. Instinct now down. Tyrant probably going to fall on the right side if he's addressed properly. No, maybe not. Trishant still trying to hang on to the left side. With Instinct now approaching, they might have a chance of shoving Tribe off this point.
I mean, that was a shield of dreams from Zulon there. If it missed, it would have gone so wrong, but it hit, and Tyrant did so much work. 10% needed now. No supers from the side of Revenant just yet, and Tribe clinging onto the zone still. They're going to even things out, and that's the answer they needed.
Brilliant way to tie things up here. Tribe now finding their footing once again. I like that approach from Tribe where they individually focused down on some of these matchups. Also, some of the wall breakout here was tremendously troublesome for the turret strategy. We see Trishant, Sergeant trying to combine forces out here. Get that doubly so healing on the left lane. And now that Tribe Gaming NA have identified the win condition, they're able to really hammer things home.
Nice little push coming through now, but a break from Eslivi is going to be really influential down that right-hand side. Get those walls down, but Sergeant still slots into the spot. He's played that beautifully to manage to get there. And whilst that's happening, Trishant's going to get some good percentage in the mid. Instinct now slotting in as well, but Gasaheel not going to keep Tyrant alive. Up top, though, Sergeant falls. It's a 1-for-1 trade. 2 in the mid for Tribe, but the slow is still sticking on the floor.
I think something we've seen from Instinct repeatedly is he throws down that oil, and if it gets burned up, then there's just no play for him. He's going to have to really stretch these out. Does make the use of one on the right side. Big damage in is Livy, keeping him just at the edge of his range. He does have yet another bit of Firefield to throw down, but he's got to be cautious about burning these up. Tribe Gaming and A are going to try and stay on the outskirts, but the thing is, the Firefield's not really on any important objectives, especially if Tyrant's able to dash right through.
I mean, he doesn't get the kill, actually he does with the burn down damage of the Stu, but the turret is replaced down on the zone by Trishant now, and this might be the runaway that Revenant need, but in comes Eslivi, the Super Cycle! 2 of them go down to it, and Instinct left all alone. Tribe Gaming, they needed that, and Eslivi provided.
Revenant Esports had a rock star beginning to this game, but the stars that shine the brightest burn out the fastest. They've already burned through all 3 of their gadgets, both Sergeant and Trishant, trying to establish the baseline for this team with some of their healing abilities. Will they be able to keep up this sort of momentum? Well, Instinct on the right side has some ideas, almost getting down Tyrant, but still, he remains alive. Could push up this right side, focus on that turret on the mid lane. Sergeant still with the heal at the ready, almost got that kill onto Tyrant as well, but Revenant Esports managed to hold on to this lead.
Not looking good now for Tribe Gaming as they've re-established this positioning. Slows all down the right-hand side. Tyrant's low and 20% all that's needed as Livy can't push anywhere. Super thrown aggressive, but maybe too aggressive by Trishant. They need something, and they need something now by Tribe Gaming, and they're not getting it. The heal's there as well, but the Griff Super is not the answer that's enough this time. And Revenant takes set number 1.
Incredible performance from Revenant. What a way to make a show for India against the NA region. That's only set number 1, but I'm pretty blown away by what we've seen so far. That was, once again, shocking. And yes, I'll admit it, yes, I'm a biased caster for NA, but I cannot express how happy I am for Revenant Esports to get this kind of start, a real formidable challenger on the world stage representing their home region.
Hey, you know, I've expressed my fair share of Indian opinions, and they haven't always been good, I'll tell you that, but this is a nice surprise to see from them, finally breaking through the shell and doing what Sergeant said they wanted to do, making a mark for India.
Well, now that we know what to expect from them, I think we can afford to not be surprised on the following sets. But Tribe Gaming NA, similarly, I'm a little surprised on their performance here. This is an extremely strong team. If we roll back the tape and look at the Brawl Stars World Finals last year, they made it to top 4. They trounced numerous teams in a row to get to that point. And now Revenant Esports is looking to take that spot from them. It's only set number 1, though. That's set number 2 coming up pretty soon, but I think it's still worthy to roll back and sort of reflect on what we saw throughout set number 1 that really impressed us.
Yeah, I mean, it's a surprise, and Revenant, they really clearly have taken Tribe by surprise as well. It's going to be difficult for them to recover from this. I don't think they were expecting this at all. Coming in as not one of the favorites, but still in the middle pack for Tribe Gaming, number 2 seed out of North America. You've got to feel hopeful if you're coming into this event as that. And so far, they don't look hopeful whatsoever. This is their first game. They needed to make a mark. They don't want to be dropping down into that lower bracket and facing a really, really strong team.
And when we say don't look hopeful, we don't just mean in the games, we mean on the player camps too. And if you're watching the Ace stream, you know precisely what we're talking about. We did a comparison between them and the Ice in the Veins players from Japan, particularly Crazy Raccoon, where Tribe NA, they're able to benefit so much from stage presence, from having passion that they channel into their gameplay and get absolutely cracked games. But once they start to lose, it becomes a downward spiral. They gotta dig deep, take a deep breath, reset between sets. I believe it's possible, but similarly across the way, a whole lot of momentum, a whole lot of wind at the backs for Revenant Esports. We're getting into safe zone for set number 2.
Well, bands-wise, we're looking at the Grom, the Carl, and Daryl from Revenant Esports. The other side, we've got the Grom band yet again. Can't blame them for that. Eve and Penny coming in. Sergeant's going to take the Meg, and that is another brawler that's been so strong. It's what STMN destroyed SK with, and Revenant looking to do the same.
I think there's one word that can sum up the feeling of being able to not ban Meg and still win, which is hubris, right? She is hands down the strongest brawler in the game right now, and you put her in the hands of pros, even pre-buff, she was ridiculous. Now, Tribe Gaming and A have similarly made the decision not to ban her. They will be coming out the gates with a bit of a counter of their own. Tyrant picking up this bell here, I think, is a wise choice. They're going to need to sort of craft how precisely they're going to counter out the Meg here. It's going to become sort of the focus of their next couple of picks.
Yeah, the bell. It's got to be a bit of a strong answer through that mid, because now picking that mid first, I do feel like maybe it's not the best idea. You know, they're going to be able to flood it, and yes, with Bell there's going to be some bounces, but not the big damage bounces that you're going to be wanting. As if he's going to be taking that Colette, I do like it. We saw some hopeful stuff from SK, but not too much on this brawler. However, it's solid. There's just still so many counters left on the map. A Ruff, something like that can tank. Penny, but Penny's banned, but still Ruffs and other spawnables can just do so much against Colette and keep it at bay.
Yeah, and one of those things that comes to mind, especially as we have those unbreakable walls in play, is do we see any throwers out here? I'd say it's a really real possibility. Trishant now coming in with the Brock, killer DPS on that safe, also able to break down some of those walls that aren't unbreakable. I guess it's in the name, but still one more brawler left to accent this composition. And Tribe Gaming in A, with a whole lot of power in their clutches, they've already gotten their mid-brawler selected. They've countered out the most important things on the enemy team already. I see Trishant having a lot of trouble versus Tyrant should he be paired up on that lane. One more selection for Revenant Esports. They have to tread carefully because Tribe Gaming in A has all the power with the counter.
Yeah, still got that last pick available for Tribe Gaming. We're going to see the Griff coming in, and they've seen it fail against them, and now they want to make it work for them. Obviously, with the unbreakable wall over the right-hand side, I'm not sure how I feel about it. They're kind of doubling down on a similar kind of brawler that does a similar thing, breaking some of those walls and then excelling through them. But I also don't know how well Griff and Meg are going to be able to do against Colette and Bell in an open space.
Yeah, I mean, that has me scratching my head a little bit too. Consider also 2 wall breakers on the side of Revenant Esports. Here comes the Bonnie from Tribe Gaming in A. That's cool. I can just jump over the walls. Also, I have very similar range to you guys, and I'll be able to lane very effectively. Another thing for Zulon, yes, usually you will play that Bonnie to effect where you have a lot of health. You're very, very tanky. That's not going to be a benefit versus Instinct. It might be versus Trishant, where he doesn't have as much DPS versus Brawlers. Yes, versus a safe, not versus Brawlers. In terms of these comps, who do you have winning?
I think, I'm honestly kind of scared about Revenant's comp, to be fair. I do kind of like it. If they can get into a position of damage, if they can establish themselves up top, the DPS is going to rain down in comparison to Tribe, who are going to have to control, I feel.
And I'm not just saying this to not be on your side, but I'm going to put my faith in Tribe Gaming here. I'm liking what they're bringing to the table out here. We'll see Zulon on the right side already with this Colette. Trishant trying to stay behind some of these walls. Tyrant and Zulon at either side, but he hasn't taken any damage so far. He's staying just out of range. Really, really well played so far, but they are giving up ground gradually.
Rocket Fuel comes down, and the wall breaks there with it as well from Sergeant. Just opening up the map a little bit, and I feel like that opens up Trishant to some of these pinches from Zulon, which might not be the best idea. Sergeant's going to go down, and Trishant's going to need to cover. But can't find the connected shots on Tyrant just yet, and Tyrant does find someone to him. Colette Super comes down, and there's the first signs of damage in this game, not only from Tribe, but from Revenant as well.
Plenty of time left to compound that too. Tribe Gaming taking a lot of damage. Big kill on the left side from Zulon, and he'll get to move up, but he's got to stay just out of range with Trishant. Just got a super bag too. Great stuff for him, but now he's very, very vulnerable versus that Colette. Zulon has a super to match. Tyrant also approaching around the right side, allowing for a bunch of damage, but Zulon's not going to be hitting that safe, unfortunately. Big takedown though, as Livy and Tyrant combined forces. A whole lot of damage on that safe so far, but this is a much slower paced game of Heist, and I really do see Revenant Esports, if they can get one solid push on this safe, then they'll be able to outdo Tribe Gaming in A in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, exactly. In comes Tyrant. He actually does get traded out. This might be the opening they need to try and push up. Trishant needs a mech if he wants to make a move. But at the moment, Zulon's doing a good enough job against Instinct to keep this control for Tribe Gaming. Eventually going to go down. 3v2 now, and this is what Revenant need.
Trishant now trying to push forward, already triggered one mine. Hit also with that mark from his Livy. Instinct also trying to push in. Zulon, big super, no, denied immediately as he was about to make contact. And Trishant and Sergeant both have an opportunity to make contact with his safe. Tyrant now crash landing on top of Revenant. Safe 64% remain. A distinct advantage for Tribe Gaming in A at the moment. But Revenant Esports do pose a serious threat of coming back as Tyrant is finally disarmed on the back lines.
finally, it took two of them a serious amount of time, and during that, not a lot of damage was dealt by Sergeant either, who is the main damage dealer on this roster. Sergeant needs to start raining down, but can't win this 1v1 matchup against his Livy, who's just hitting so hard. Mark going to be missed, but that doesn't really matter too much. They need this last push. They need it now. 15 seconds might not be enough time for them to do this.
It's got to be a team kill, and then it's got to be a little bit more beyond that. Trishane trying to get that super back, but he's being denied at every single turn. Zulon now with the 10% in. Tyrant with a kill on the back lines. 3 seconds remain, but we already know the verdict. Tribe Gaming in A take their first game of this set.
I mean, this is the Tribe NA we know. They get the damage, they get control, and they keep it. They don't let anything get past them. They're just not, I won't say not the most mechanical, but they play together as a team, and that's their niche. That's what makes them win.
And it takes a lot of teamwork to take down a brawler like Meg. We saw it specifically between Colette and Bell, the two biggest counters that Tribe Gaming NA have available to them. And they might be doing it once again. Trishant now trying to shift over to that left lane to start things off. Remember, he took mid in the last game, so already it's an adaptation from Revenant Esports. But as we get later in this game, we'll see if they switch things up a bit more. Trishant has a whole lot of health to work with, especially. Doesn't seem to really be the central focus of this composition so far, however, as Sergeant and Instinct rain down the right side. Rocket Rain, and Zulon won't fall as he dodges out that last attack. Instinct still trying to hold these lines, but Zulon has a super that he can use to get 10% off that safe.
Yeah, and Instinct just keeps on getting hit as well, but Tyrant feeding Trishant quite nicely. Super comes in, jump, first signs of damage come from Tribe once more, and that's a lot of it as well. Colette super, and he's not even getting hit either. Tyrant's still alive, he's doing such a good job avoiding. 2 shots and a rocket fuel needed, and Sergeant does eventually take him down. Zulon wanted some heals, but that Gotcha Gadget not giving him what he needs, but 30%, can't argue with that.
As quickly as Tribe Gaming NA struck the enemy defenses, they're back to defending on their own, and they'll gradually be pushing things up. Zulon only getting 1 hit off of that super. He is luckily able to take down Instinct following that, and Trishant taken down at long range. A killer snipe by his Livy as he pops down yet another nest egg to stymie any push that starts to come their way. Should they get a bit over-aggressive on this push, he's got a whole lot of health. Trishant pushes up mid, and he has a super to match too if anyone gets too up close and personal. Might have to go for it versus Tyrant. There it is, but no kill shot just yet. Popped out of the mech. Now he's going to have to work hard to get it back. We know that his Livy doesn't want to feed it back to him, and he tries to stand on that right side in accordance.
I was going to say, this time they have the control and the time, but they have no control now. It quickly dwindles away for Revenant Esports. They are at a deficit already as well, 45 seconds on the clock. As you said in the last one, they need all the kills, they need the damage, and it's a long shot for them to even be able to consider to win this one. But a swipe from Trishant might take down Tyrant there, does get him up on the left-hand side. But Sergeant can't go near the safe, can't push through mid because of the bounces from Bell. 40% needed in 28 seconds.
Not a whole lot of gadgets left either. Tyrant on super low health, doesn't want to risk tripping these nest eggs. It's the easiest avenue to the enemy side up mid, but Instinct's going to be triggering that first one. Zulon in with another 10%. Add the damage gear onto that. And Revenant Esports, they only got 10 seconds left to come back. Trishant's the last one surviving, but there's just not enough time to start bringing things back. Tribe Gaming NA will take set number 2 in a 2-0 sweep.
I mean, that's more like it. That's who we know. This is the Tribe Gaming we want to see and have a good game against them, not be dominated in the first set. It's just not what we expected whatsoever, and it's not what the 91% of the public expected either. This is the game that we were promised between Revenant and Tribe Gaming. It really is a spectacle. We'll be heading on to the third set, even Stevens, and this means back to square one.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's exactly what you said, back to square one. No distinct advantage for any opponent in this competition so far. Revenant Esports have proven their worth here. They are a fantastic team when you put them on the international stage. And they've gotten some good selections in here, been a little bit crafty as well by breaking open some of the walls, but I think that came back to bite them.
Yeah, no, I think so as well. Those wall breaks did seem to kind of hurt them rather than help them. Stats-wise, 19 kills to 14, so definitely tribe-sided and damage that way too. So for once, it actually does kind of reflect the damage, equaling the winner in a mode like this. But that's just because Tribe Gaming played it so controlling. Like, they never really went for a dive without getting out, and that's the Tribe Gaming that, you know, has that control, has that team play, and is so strong. Heal-wise, Revenant were on top, but at the same time, doesn't matter too much in Heist.
Pretty much, and I think also this reflects an overarching top-down view of how this last set went. We saw Revenant Esports with a ton of presence at mid, Tribe Gaming in A for most of the time at being on defense, but they actually managed to attack that enemy safe. We didn't really see that from Revenant Esports, and I think this is where we start to see, okay, that's why they were fine playing into Meg. They know that Meg, she's fantastic in hot zone. She pretty much always has been because she has so much survivability, she has so much sustain, but when it comes to actually getting on that objective on the enemy side, you're left high and dry.
Yeah, exactly. And I will say, I just saw Instinct, he was smiling. He's feeling good about this. Even after a set loss, this is what we were talking about, heading in. If you were watching the A stream, you know what I'm talking about with that East Asian mentality of always smiling, always feeling good after a loss. It brings you up rather than knocks you down. Throwers being banned out left, right, and center here. Dynamite and Barley, the Indian special of Dynamite, I will say. We saw that go out in the monthly finals just a couple of weeks ago. But Ash, along with that ban as well, we've got the Barley, Janet, and Meg on the other side. Don't blame him for wanting to get rid of Meg. It is a bit of a bore when it's played against them so much. With Spike coming in as that first pick, versatile, mid-range, high-damage mid-lane, you can't complain.
Yeah, I mean, Spike is an interesting one to see as a first pick because usually you don't see it until a bit later when you need a one-size-fits-all solution. Typically, first pick can be used to lock in some really strong brawlers, so I'm curious to see what Revenant Esports are going to follow this up with because, yes, he's capable of playing mid, but we're probably not going to see him out there. Pretty classic NA pick over here now with his Livy picking up that penny. Once again, a one-size-fits-all solution, but they got to be going for a mid selection out here. B is absolutely a possibility. With Sargent going for this Spike, that might be less of a strong possibility.
Yeah, well, we'll see with that. Salty Barrel can do a lot against Spike. And obviously, when he places that life plant, you splash in straight through that. So if you pick your moment, you can pretty much one-shot a Spike with that ability, and I think it's very solid. There's the B that you mentioned. Ready, set, just nose, and Tribe Gaming bring down this B.
I mean, look, yes, precisely, and it's also a very NA pick. I think also that this shuts down a lot of things for Revenant Esports to come out with because it's so difficult to play a 1v1 versus B. She's good in long range, she's good in close range as well. She shuts down tanks so hard, but Revenant Esports do have some selections in their back pocket. They can go for the Colonel Ruffs, a very strong way to deal with this, but similarly, across the way, Tribe Gaming and A have that final pick. They have the penny. They've considered what Colonel Ruffs might look like, and there's the max. I actually love this pick because if you are simply better than your opponent, then it doesn't even matter that they're playing B. Just dodge them out, don't get hit. It's that simple.
And then the Sandy on top of that as well. That's another Indian special coming out once more. We saw this in the monthly finals as well, and maybe Tribe Gaming have got a land strip because we have it. Tara, where's this come from?
Huh?
As much as I love it, I hate it.
This is, can I just say this is bizarre, right? This is strange. Is this real?
Maybe if they swap the gadget.
This is true. This is also true. Have some visibility inside of those bushes because really, if you're running that second gadget, which it appears we are seeing that second gadget, then Sadie's just going to slice through every single one of them. I wonder exactly why, but they've got something on the back burner. They must be planning something. I think this is one where we just kind of let it play out, see if it's happening, and yeah, we got the Tara.
Hey, I'm never going to complain about Tara, you know me, but we'll see how it plays out. We'll see which gadget he is running if he swapped it in that closing period. But Sandy's quickly pushing up that lane and does get hit by his Livy and pushed back. Zulan, he knows what he needs to do, just try and get his super, even if it is worth his life. As Livy's tapping hard, nice down the mid here, gains that control. And we've got this Tyrant versus Trishant over the right side, which should be Tyrant all day long.
See if he's able to keep up that momentum. On the right side, Trishant taken down. Tyrant now able to throw down this turret if he so desires. It all comes down to whether they're able to get a goal. Easy peasy. Here it comes. And that's a whole lot of oppression at the goal line as Livy now trying to search around the right side. Tyrant now rushing in. Tyrant still holding his own. Trishant taken down as Livy getting that ball in just in the nick of time. And also running that excuse me, down that clock a little. Sometimes when you see the Tara on screen, it just erases any words from your memory.
I mean, a lot of supers were expended there as well. The Sandy super went down, which means he's got no charge to another one. But instant pressure coming in from Revenant thanks to that max speed. Defensive Penny turret, defensive Honey Molasses to keep him a little bit further back, but Sargent should clean that up quite quickly. Instinct going aggressive, and Tara super wasted. Straight on Unbreakable Wall. Good dash, but he's lost the ball. Was that not just a walk in my eyes? I'm not sure. Might have to watch that back in the replays, but Trishant's still in a position of power. Might be able to make something happen. Super down onto him, but a little bit of a lane swap going on.
unfortunate circumstance here, and it might be a lost goal-scoring opportunity for Revenant Esports if it even was one to begin with. But now with the Sandy invisibility down, it's going to be tough to see Sargent sneaking up in the mid. He could get pinched as well, as Tyrant is really playing a sort of slower game on the left side, trying to slow things down, as Livy especially doing so with his turret. Instinct now rushing around the left side. Easy takedown of that turret. Now Tyrant's kind of left high and dry on the left side. Zulon also defending on the right against Prashant. Has some of these shades down. Sargent also trying to push up. Great pass out from Zulon. But Tribe Gaming and A are seriously facing a lot of opposition. Almost a big play, almost an own goal there. Thank God we don't see that anymore.
Yeah, but I mean, another goal face like chance for Sargent, and it doesn't translate once again. Super available from Zulan now, and still has that, and they even get the takedown without it on the left-hand side from the Penny as well. Just Trishant left, and they are low. Life Plant will give him a bit of heals, but I don't think anything more is coming from Revenant in this game. Tribe Gaming come out on top, and the unorthodox pick pulls through.
Wonderful, wonderful stuff from Revenant Esports so far. However, a distinct advantage on the side of Tribe and a mysterious Tara selection, which appears to have come through.
Well, I mean, you know, Tara's a mysterious brawler. Maybe they're just playing along with the lore of Brawl Stars at this point. But at the end of the day, it worked, so we can't really question it too much. I will say we didn't see too much from it. It might have worked because the rest of his team was playing so phenomenally that he kind of picked up the slack of the Tara, but at the end of the day, it did win.
Let's see if they're able to make it work once again. Got to see some serious changes in gameplay from both Instinct and Sargent. On the left side is Livy already with the slow, but he gets taken down shortly thereafter. A little gadget in from Sargent. Tyrant's able to field this one. Pass to the back right corner. If he's taken down, it could be a goal for Trishant. Pushing in solo. Got to use that life plant to its full potential, but he's not going to risk it. Not with Zulon pinching in from the top. And Zulon might still be able to get some good hits in here. Little takedown here for Trishant. Great use of the stick around super. And Sargent now pushing it around the left. Instinct also trying to accent this push. And Tyrant throwing down yet another gadget to try and hold on here. But if Instinct gets a super, it could be all over.
Yeah, but I like the way Zulan preserved his super from the previous. Going to use it now, and actually yet again, not a lot from it. Healing Shade as well, not the damage. And this Root Sands is keeping them both low. Cleanup coming in. The cleanup crew of Instinct gets them both down, and Revenant score.
Wonderful start so far for Revenant Esports, but they got to pick up the pace here, and they will do exactly that. Sargent now pushing forward, has that speed. Not going to be doing much except pushing Tribe Gaming and A back just a little bit as Livy now coming in. Going to have that super. Trishant also falls. An easy goal for Tyrant as long as he's able to combo these abilities. Doesn't even need to use that gadget. It's an easy one, and Tribe Gaming and A tied the score.
I mean, how convincing Revenant looked at the start. That's a perfect answer from Tribe Gaming there. Got the super from Zulan as well. Might still have a gadget left, can't see, but he does get the super off and he gets Sargent out the mix straight away, and he is the big boy of this Revenant roster. Needs that speed to make anything happen, really, especially for Instinct down on this left-hand side. No gadgets left for Zulan, though, I will say. But no gadgets left for Zulan, but Instinct still got a couple of his still in the back.
Livy also holding on to control. We see Trishant on the right side, keeping Tyrant back. Is Livy looking for the pinch on the left side. Instinct now coming in. Here's the freeze. Sargent tries to finish things off. Great use of the Honey Molasses, but the speed up the right side. Sargent, he's going for the hero play, and he might even have it. Has to keep that distance from Zulon, who has the pull at the ready. Here it comes, and there's only one victim. It's Trishant, and taken down the back right side is Sargent. Instinct still left alone, but Tribe Gaming and A got to score here. If they don't want this to go into overtime, it very well might, and it's got to be a huge advantage for Tribe Gaming and A, as they do have his Livy on that beat. Got to see some kind of super for Instinct if they still want to have a horse in this race. Here it comes, immediately down, and this could be the play.
Need a super from Sargent as well, but the ball's passing across. Good connection there from B, but nothing else. Instinct pinching around this left-hand side. Sargent trying to find the opening. He doesn't get it. The right-hand side was clear, but Tyrant and there's Livy managed to save the goal, even though they couldn't see where it was coming from. Tara super comes in, and they get the kill. Control back with Tribe.
Big pull so far, able to afford a lot of room for these guys, as Livy also has the slow, not going to contact anyone. Sargent also dodging things out. Instinct trying to bob and weave his way up the field. Sargent's on super low health, but he is going to find a bit of time to start healing up. Just 20 seconds left, and one super could change the pace of this entire game, as Livy has that super in hand. Someone's got to clear out. Here it comes, right down the middle. He disguises it with the B, and they take the game.
That was beautiful. Couldn't save it. Couldn't do anything. The 3K was lurking there, and Tribe punished Revenant for thinking they had a chance, even against the Tara.
Wonderful, wonderful way to disguise that ball, conceal it, and also erase any possibility of defending it. You're going to get taken down if you try and defend it. What a stellar way to finish things off. That has got to be play of the day so far.
That was really incredible there from Zulan. Beautiful, beautiful. I mean, Eslivy, beautiful, beautiful play. Gets the super shot through, follows it up with a 3K. As you say, it masks the ball, and he can't even defend it because you're going to get hit with a bit of a punch if you're trying to eat a 3K to the face in the goal mouth. No chance of a defense there from Revenant Esports and Tribe Gaming. They started poor, but now they're showing us their worth.
Amazing, amazing gameplay from both sides here, but Tribe Gaming NA will take the upper hand here. This is what we are familiar with, the crafty stuff that can come up for them in the most important moments, and also some of the more usual brawlers if we conveniently discard, you know, the whole Tara thing. But do we see more of this? It's bizarre.
Yeah, I'm just watching that replay again, and I'm just enjoying it time and time and time again. That goal was really, really nice for Eslivy. Damage-wise, we're all in the hands of Tribe. Healing, yet again with Revenant, so it is pretty back and forward. It's a close game. Revenant, they showed signs of life throughout that one. In the heist, it did seem all Tribe, but in that one, we can't deny the Revenant spark.
I mean, definite aggression from both sides as well. We see sort of Revenant Esports playing their aggressive game, getting some of these max speeds in, getting that play in. Tribe Gaming NA falling back to what they're comfortable with, and honestly, it worked, and it hasn't for a while, which makes me wonder, how exactly is this happening? We didn't see a whole lot change over the last month or so, especially since that last lane where they were taken down by the aggressive strategy of STMN. It's gotta be something to do with the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if they're just favoring their drafts over the Indian drafts, because obviously it doesn't seem the Indians are changing their strategies. You know, we've seen Sandy, we've seen Dynamite, which they banned out. Seems like they're not maybe adapting to the Japanese DreamHack Mobile Masters gameplay. Maybe they haven't scrimmed enough, or they're just falling behind that a little bit more. Bans-wise, we've got the RT, we've got the Tick, and the Nanny out of the way on Revenant Esports' side. We are in Shooting Star, bearing in mind as well. Jean, Bonnie, and Meg from the side of Tribe Gaming NA.
Like the bands up first. Wow, and that is really, really bold from Tribe Gaming NA. A Piper first pick on their side. There are a whole lot of brawlers that you can go with here for a first pick, but Piper is one of those that can get countered out quite easily. With Revenant Esports in possession of that last pick, that could be actually a huge risk.
Yeah, it really could. We see the Bell coming in as well, so, you know, it's a little bit more versatile than the Piper, I will say, but I think at the same time, Piper's just a little bit better down one of those lanes, and I think that's probably the answer that they've got going on there. Still waiting for this second pick now, should be coming in shortly, but at the end of the day, it's going to be that B. Going for more of a sharpshooter, don't want to leave it in the hands of Tribe again, as we've seen what Eslivy can do with it now.
Precisely so, and really, what's the approach here to deal with B? She is able to hold her own versus Piper. Of course, throw down that honey molasses in response to a homemade recipe coming her way, but still, it's a really good sharpshooter and able to deny some of that max gameplay if you decide that's what you want to go for. I think Revenant Esports absolutely could run something like this, so it's a huge consideration. But Tribe Gaming NA now with a couple more selections, how do you think about what they're going to do to counter out these lanes? Love the selection of Eve. Block off these shots from the single target brawlers on the opposing side.
Yeah, and especially that Meg as well. The B, sorry. Especially the B. If you can bring in these spawnlings, and obviously with the new gear, another one comes along with it as well. So nice pick from Tyrant, I think there. Hover a little bit over that water. I think it's the smart pick, especially with the Piper as well. You don't really want to let it go the other way.
Well, one more selection on the side of Tribe Gaming NA. They're taking their time. Got to play this one really, really surgically. What could possibly go alongside this? There's an early Sprout pick, in fact, but I do like this as a selection for going up mid. Keep in mind that Rom is not banned out, so how precisely is this going to work out? Revenant Esports can absolutely go for this brawler, and in a lot of ways, it will be able to shut down that Sprout repeatedly.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's got to be something like that. You know, I think the Sprout is a solid pick. But in my eyes, you know, I kind of want the Sprout down the mid, but that's where the Eve's surely going to be levitating over that water and making the most of it out of there. So I'm not sure if they're just going to rotate Eve to one of the lanes, play it as that kind of mid-range spawning kind of brawler. They are going to bring in that Carl. Flying Hook is a dangerous prospect for pretty much everybody on the side of Tribe NA.
Absolutely, and of course, Tyrant has an escape mechanism should he use that gadget to hop away, spawn a little baby behind him, but Instinct is still going to be able to follow things up if he uses that combo to gadget in and then follow it up with a super. I see this as a supreme vulnerability for Tribe Gaming in A. They might have to rethink what gadgets they're selecting here. Do they still go for the homemade recipe, or do they switch on to the auto-aimer for a bit of close-range defense? It's going to be a real tough one, but considering how prevalent Carl is 100% of the time in Brawl Stars, this has got to be something that Tribe consider.
Yeah, I mean, here comes the flying hook early on. Blue star in hand of Sergeant. Early, I mean, you're going to get it with the flying hook, aren't you, really? Good shots coming in over the right-hand side from the Piper, though. Really nice connections from Zulan. Pushing Instinct back instantly, and that gives Tribe the control.
See what Revenant Esports have in store in terms of defense. Tribe Gaming in A, obviously equipped to start taking some stuff, but they don't have any seriously aggressive brawlers. Zulan is going to go for that shot, though. Sergeant now with a gadget away. Brilliant play, but he is out of a gadget that he could usually use to get an easy kill on a weak brawler in close range.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, I like that, getting away and staying alive, but now no flying hooks remain, and they don't have the lead, and he can't get it back. So this is really difficult position now for Revenant Esports, and that early use of the flying hook, not, in my opinion, the best idea.
Well, they got to clutch up somehow. Sergeant also taken down, no flying hooks left. It's not a good situation. He's able to get out, but he won't be able to effectively get in range. Is a huge problem here. Tribe Gaming in A still holding on to this one-star lead, but with Revenant Esports now having to throw themselves at the enemy team, that could continue to accelerate upwards.
Yeah, Honey Molasses to tank the homemade recipe, and it is the homemade recipe on the right-hand side from Zulan as well. Does eat a shot to the face. Instinct slow, but Sergeant is as well, and he can't go anywhere. No super. I don't even know if he's hit a shot this game, and also no flying hooks, thanks to those couple of maybe pointless uses of them. And all of Revenant is just getting battered by the Sprout, and they can't do anything to answer it.
It's incredibly unfortunate, but still they have 25 seconds left to make a hero play. Instinct taken down almost on the right side as he's continued to be pushed back by Zulan. He has that super in hand if he needs to get away. Plenty of time to run back. Tribe Gaming in A with yet another kill and a hedge down the left side for Tyrant to get behind. Zulan with another snipe behind the indestructible wall. Just a few seconds left. Trashant giving it his all. A little jump in from Tyrant for showmanship popping out from Tribe Gaming in A, and we're going to a match point.
I mean, they've warmed up now. It might be in the last set, but now their fingers and thumbs are warm. I mean, that was a really nice display from Tribe Gaming. And I'm not sure, as I say, if it's thanks to those flying hooks being used early. One defensively, yes, you need to go for the blue star, get the lead. But you want at least two of them to go towards the Sprout when he steps out of line. Go towards the Eve when she does as well. But you need to pair it with a super, and he doesn't seem to be finding the shots to get it.
And this is a circumstance where I really think Sergeant's hand was forced, especially by the positioning of Zulan on that right side. He had that homemade recipe ready to go, and Sergeant had to flying hook outwards. Otherwise, he'd be doomed to use that last one on offense, and if that doesn't work, then you're just doomed. It's precisely what we saw. The Revenant Esports have started things off similarly dominantly. Zulan using that homemade recipe leaves him very vulnerable in close range. Instinct trying to peel for Sergeant. He will do so effectively, and as Livy almost gets some decent damage in there, recovers a hedge as well. Revenant Esports maintain a good lead so far.
Yeah, this is more like it. Had that aggression, got the kill, and now they're in the comfortable lead. Mark is going to be missed by Trashant, though, and may have overstepped here. Wall comes down, and that allows him to push him a little bit further. But also, still a remaining flying hook. Super avail from Sergeant now as well. He's going to be scared the whole game instead of comfortable. Trashant pushed back over the left-hand side thanks to Tyrant doing some nice work. But Instinct tries to find that stinging 3K, but no connection onto Zulan.
Tribe Gaming in A still trying to push things back. Revenant Esports falling in accordance. In fact, they're all backed up to their spawn points with just a minute left remaining. Tribe Gaming in A can still manage to bring things back. They have gadgets on their side, valuable ones at that. Instinct completely blocked off as Livy's going to try and profit off of this. Baits out that final flying hook from Sergeant, and this could be the play. 40 seconds remain, and no gadgets left for Sergeant.
Still got that spin, though, can still avoid. Zulan's low as well, but Sergeant is also very low. Still a wall for Livy as well. Might be worth just throwing it down. Super used by Sergeant for literally nothing. I don't know if he was trying to avoid a Piper shot, but B was there to contest that mid. Shots from Zulan connecting now. Wall available from Livy over the right-hand side as well. Nobody's going to be able to see him here. Sergeant can't drop. He's got the blue and everything along with it. Slow and Zulan. He needed to jump. It's not there. Can he get back up in time? I don't even know if Tribe can do it if he does.
Not enough DPS, it doesn't look like, to take down any member of this team. Tyrant's still going to try and send it to the back lines, but he's approached on the left side by Trashant. Revenant Esports, they manage to take things back and tie up the set.
I mean, you've got to jump there, surely, anywhere else other than being hit. You got 15 seconds to come back up and get a kill. A jump away and then some follow-up shots would have been smart by Zulan, I feel, but at the end of the day, Revenant answer back. 1 game away from Tribe taking it, or 1 game away from a set 5.
It's entirely possible. Let's see if they're able to do so as we move into the final game of this set. Once again, similar approach from Sargent. No way! Taken down already. A quite dominant lead for Tribe Gaming in A. Sargent's down a flying hook. The blue star is on Tribe Gaming side. It's a picture-perfect beginning.
The bait and switch and the lane switch as well. Seeing over the right-hand side now, we've got the Eve, and that's another flying hook gone from Sargent, and he had the jump away. Eslivy had a wall to take him out of it. I'm not sure what the play there was, but Instinct is gaining some ground, and Sargent's looking to exploit it.
They're hurting a whole lot, as Livy is too, in fact, though he's not got much health left. Sargent might have to send it 1-2. Taps from Zulon is going to keep him at bay, however. Trishant also trying to push in around this left side, trying to identify a single target to focus in on, but they're getting battered from long range. Not a single miss from Tribe Gaming in A so far, and they're gradually having to back up to their side, but they have littered some mines along the way. They could use to get some decent damage. Here comes one, actually not going to be able to disarm the one on the left side, but does on the right. Final flying hook in, could be a play from Sargent. Gotta see the hedge, manages to bait it out, but no kill so far.
Still hasn't got it now, does eventually, and that's the lead along with it as well, but can he get out? I think Tyrant will pick him up, he does, flips it back in Tribe's favor, 45 seconds on the clock, but any kill is an influential one at this point.
Plenty of time as well. As Tribe Gaming in A managed to throw down a hedge on the right side. Instinct still trying to weather the storm. They've done a really good job of dodging out some of these shots from his Livy so far, but the clock is ticking. It's ticking down. Sargent might be over for him. Poppin takes him down. Trishant also tries running for the hills on the left, but he's punished, completely pinched in by Tribe Gaming in A as they continue to accelerate this into the final few seconds of the game.
Sargent's low as well, gonna find the pickup from the Sprout, jump away from Zulan as well. Tyrant still at risk. Instinct hits some shots, but not anymore. Tribe Gaming are going to take it and take their run through the upper brackets to face off against another team, whereas Revenant are now on their last life.
Brilliant, brilliant play for Tribe Gaming in A so far. What a way to finish things off, but Revenant did get some good shots in and even contested Tribe Gaming in A on that match point. Wonderful performance from Revenant as well. They managed to win that very first set, which is incredibly important when you consider momentum.
Yeah, you know, I will say as well, even a 3-1, no offense to Revenant, is more than I expected. They came out with a great performance today, I will say. They've really shown that India can keep up. That first set was good. The second set, not so much. Brawl was very close, and they had some moments here as well, bringing it close in the set number 4. But Tribe Gaming, they know their worth. They know how to play as a team, and that's exactly what they did.
Amazing, amazing stuff from both sides. I was really impressed to see Revenant Esports take such a solid win in that very first set. Tribe Gaming, though, seemed to be sort of in their element if we move towards that last set. Not sure what was going on towards the beginning, though. They looked a little bit shaky, but that's where I think we have to hand it to Revenant Esports for having such a strong grip towards the beginning of the match.
Yeah, no, I do think so as well. And here's the stats, 29-14. It does seem like maybe a little bit closer than it was in the statistics-wise. Games were closer than the stats show. 3 blue stars picked up by Revenant as well, as you expect, but a lot more damage by Tribe Gaming. More than double is what they've got to show for it.
And I think this sort of speaks to the kind of gameplay that we started to see, especially Revenant Esports getting that blue star right off the beginning and then trying to play defense for the remainder of the game. Didn't work out that first time. It did work the second game, actually, but Tribe Gaming in A punished that strategy in the third game. When you play the same thing over and over and over again, game over game, there are adaptations that your opponent can make to take advantage of that.
Exactly, and I will say, as you say, you're going to be punishing these plays. If you go for the blue star 3 times in a row, you're going to find 3 Sprout shots, 2 Piper shots, and some Eve shots waiting for you.
Pretty much so. I mean, an amazing adjustment there from Tribe Gaming. Solid stuff from the guys, and I'm excited to see the NA journey continue. But the India journey continues as well. It's double Elam. We still get to see more out of both of the Indian teams.
Yeah, well, we do have more games. We've also got interviews and analysis right after a short break.
To get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited, keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes the time.
History, legacy, tradition, excellence, power. These are all words that come to mind when you hear the name Tribe Gaming. That is because they have always been the one team at the top of North America since the beginning of Brawl esports. But recently, they've shown some weakness in their armor.
I would say that our rivalry with STMN has been quite a really long journey. I think they've gotten a couple of wins in the recent past.
It started at the SPS Season 1 LAN, facing STMN in the grand final, who they defeated 3-1 during the regular season. They thought they were headed to another championship. But for some reason, they just couldn't get it together that day. And they lost in unthinkable fashion, a 3-0 sweep.
STMN are the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series Season 1 champions!
Seattle was a very devastating loss. We made it to the grand finals through the losers bracket. We thought we could come back, but we got 3-0'd. It was pretty bad. So GG to Stamina, they played really well.
Suddenly, the conversation went from best in the region to rumors that they were losing their grip, that a new era was dawning in North America.
I think, yes, we've been at the top of NA for basically almost 2.5, 3 years. And it was about time where another team adapted and started practicing a lot more. They finally found our weaknesses and maybe a shift happened, but I still think we're at the top. I still think we're one of the best, if not the best team in NA.
Then, everything seemed to be turning around at the SPS Season 2 LAN. Zulon and company knocked STMN down into the lower bracket.
As Livy has that knockback, they are through the wall, speed down. Tyrant now pushes up the left side. Zar chases it down, but there's no positioning. Tribe Gaming take the win. They're going in the winners bracket finals tomorrow.
Ensuring that STMN would have to beat them twice in the double elimination grand final. But again, they just couldn't play to their usual level. Over the course of the first match and the bracket reset, Tribe only got a single set off of STMN.
Sands fall. Welcome back, everyone, to Snapdragon Mobile Masters, where we just finished up the second match of the day on the B stream. And what an amazing one it was between Revenant Esports and Tribe Gaming NA.
It really was an incredible game, and as you can see through some of these highlights here, we started quite strong for Revenant. They looked pretty good, but after that, Tribe Gaming went on a little bit of a tear and brought it back quite strongly.
Well, we have the winners here, though. Tribe Gaming in a rock-star performance for you guys, though I will say, seem to have some struggles there. What was your expected performance coming into this?
I mean, we expected that we were going to probably win this match, but, you know, Revenant showed up to play today, and we definitely made a lot of mistakes that we should not have been making in that series, but hopefully we get the jitters out.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, I always have to question it because you know I love Tara. What was the thought behind that pick?
Well, there was no thought because that was an actual misclick by far. I would never have suggested Tara there. There was much better options. And then we started panicking. We're like, wow, we have Tara, but we made it work, I guess.
Good stuff, though, because y'all managed to calm yourselves down and clutch it out in the end. 3-1, very solid way to finish things off. And I think also we saw in that very last set, y'all really started to get back into your element again. Do you think that you started warming up towards the end of that game?
Yeah, I definitely think we were getting more comfortable as the games went on. I think first set, I think they had a very good draft the first set. It was very hard for us to win. I think we played pretty good first set. Then, you know, towards the later sets, we started feeling more comfortable and getting back into our groove.
I was going to say, I think I have a question about feeling comfortable as well. You know, how are you feeling going into the next match? Because obviously you're going to be against Reply Totem, and I don't think that's ever going to be comfortable.
No, I think as long as we get our jitters out, you know, that set there and that series, I think that we'll give them a very good match.
Yeah, you have a lot of jitters coming into today. Like, what is your preparation looking like coming into today?
I mean, we stayed up all night, you know, making sure we were ready for this. And even still, we made some mistakes, but I think that we're going to lock it down this next series.
I'll ask you the last question that I asked STMN as well. You know, how is the preparation coming through? Are you hiding anything still? Can we expect any big picks or big plays coming through? Or have you kind of shown your hand now that you've had to have a tough game against Revenant?
I mean, I don't think we've shown our hand, but you know, maybe we can whip out something special. I don't want to give anything away.
I'm super excited to see it, man. I mean, amazing performance. It was great seeing y'all play, and good luck in the next match. With that said, though, what are you expecting to see in the next match? What are your expectations going in?
I mean, Totem's a great team. I don't think anyone can deny that. So I think we're going to give them a good game, and I think it will be close. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think the kind of only thing left to ask is, you know, are you missing being a player? That's what I kind of want to know. You know, at these big events and stuff like this, obviously, you know, you've had a couple out now with the past couple of LAN events, San Diego and stuff as well. And when you're going to be getting on the big stage, I guess that's when it hits a little bit harder.
I mean, yeah, I absolutely miss being a player. You know, but I had to decide, and I wanted to stick with the boys. And ultimately, I think I made a good decision. But who knows what I'll do eventually in the future? I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Well, we appreciate you coming on to talk with us, man. Good luck in your next match. We got another match coming to y'all very, very soon. We're going to go to another bit longer break, so we'll be back with you on the B stream after that.
ケンジです。ヘルプミー所属してます。スナップドラゴンズモバイルマスターズ配信中。ぜひ見に来てください。
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
So we will look at the opponents now and see who we play, and then we will adapt our strategy to them.
次の相手がどういうふうにプレイするか見て、で相手の戦術に対応した作戦を取っていこうと思います。
ありがとうございました。こちらからは以上です。キャスター席にお戻しします。
That might be one of my most favorite lines that we have heard out of a player, because if I'm not believing in myself, who else will? I mean, that could not be said any better, Spoo.
Absolutely. I think I tell this to my players all the time as well, to go into every game, don't have any kind of doubt in yourself, and just go in always playing for the win, because the moment you count yourself out, that's when it goes downhill from there.
Okay, well, we just watched a phenomenal match between Reply Totem and Help Me. And Sunny, you gotta walk me through some of these moments, because it was insanely close.
We saw so many amazing plays in the end. We went all the way into the fifth and last set. Reply Totem taking the momentum they had all the way. And I have to say, Chappie and Joker, both of them had so many fantastic plays coming from them. Sprout walls left and right, some Carl supers with amazing value. And then Maru, of course, with that Primo pick that Spoo was so happy about. It was absolutely crazy.
I mean, you should have heard Ark at the back when we were watching. There are like 3 different massive points that he wants to talk about with these games, so let's do it.
Happening before our very eyes, that clutch wall to save the day in Brawl Ball. And then just following up from that, you know, you can see how, you know, Help Me were trying to go in on the aggressive with that flying hook on the Carl. That wall to trying to be replaced as Joker tried to squeeze himself back in, taking down the wall with the invincibility, trying to replace it in time. Couldn't quite work it out to be the case, but it wouldn't have really made that set go all the way. But this is where things tied themselves up in Gem Grab, and I've got to say, Reply Totals for me today are drafting so well.
I love the preparation that they have, and it does reflect a lot inside their stats, you know. 3.7 times more supers, you know, 3.7 supers compared to Helmy. Helmy's not really landing much of that. And I think, you know, a lot of these supers, Sunny, there's 2 brawler picks that come to mind, which are Shelly and Primo, that just kept cycling and cycling and cycling and cycling. And I think that tells a lot of the story of how the set went. It was, as Ark said, tactical brilliance.
But we also did see that both of those teams were able to win some matches where they didn't get the most kills, they didn't get the most damage output, they just played for the objective. Brawl Ball was such a case, as well as Heist. You don't need kills, you just need to play the win condition. Let's see if the next 2 teams are going to do the same.
Well, before we do that, we're going to check on into the bracket. In case you guys missed it, we'll give you a little bit of an update here. Group B, obviously the one that we were just talking about, with Reply Totem taking it against Help Me the full 5 sets and moving their way through on this upper portion of the bracket. And then over on the B stream, we had Tribe Gaming NA going up against Revenant, who was able to take a set off of Tribe. Tribe ending up winning, though, and getting themselves through with Help Me and Revenant then dropping down. And we'll pop back over to Group A, give you guys an update if you didn't see earlier on in the broadcast. We had STMN and Crazy Raccoon, both teams sweeping in their first matches of the day, moving on through with that bracket, with SK and Marcos Gaming dropping down into the lower bracket. All right, lots of action that we've seen here so far. But of course, none of it would be possible without our amazing presenting partner Samsung, providing top-tier performance, crystal clear displays, and lightning-fast response times. The Samsung Galaxy S23 series and Tab S8 Plus are the absolute best-in-class device for mobile gaming. The new Galaxy S23 series has exceptional battery life and incredible power. These devices are raising the bar for mobile gaming with unmatched speed from the newest, fastest Snapdragon platform ever, available only on Samsung Galaxy. With epic power comes epic gaming. Level up your game with the new Galaxy S23 series to play just like the pros you see here today. Phenomenal job modeling those phones for us as well, guys. Thank you so much, obviously. Huge thank you to our partners for allowing us to make this entire amazing event possible so that we can watch all this awesome Brawl Stars competitive play, because we got to start talking about what we have coming up next. We saw the bracket. Okay, we're looking at the lower side of it now. It's going to be SK versus Marcos Gaming. Spoo, walk me through SK's roster.
SK, a roster that has gone through quite a different one from Season 1 to Season 2. They did change up a little bit with Symantec now picking up Yoshi instead, but this is a roster that everybody knows. Guille, Yoshi, Chaos, and of course Pedro, their coach. One of the most seasoned coaches in all time and building this team. And right now, I think SK is the kind of team that did invent and pioneer.
Welcome back, everybody, to Snapdragon Mobile Masters. And whoa, this place is beautiful. Where is this?
We're in Japan ready.
Wait, yeah, that's where we are. An amazing place to have an amazing summation of all the best players in Brawl Stars, some of the best teams coming straight to your retinas very, very soon. I'm still ready. That's still Trav. We got our third match of the day coming up on the B stream very, very soon. And this is going to be an interesting one. It's going to be Help Me versus Revenant. Two teams that we sort of just saw get handed an L a moment ago, so it's an elimination match.
Yeah, I think you've kind of got a question, though. Who got handed a harder L? And I think Revenant is the answer to that. They were against Tribe Gaming NA. Reply Totem just took down Help Me in that 3-2. So close.
Yeah, I mean, what an amazing match that we have coming up. I'm super, super excited to see how this one is going to be going on. But expectations-wise, predictions, what are we expecting?
I think it's got to be Help Me, right? I don't think you can really predict for Revenant. Yes, they put some wonderful gameplay up, but the pure mechanics and skill of the East Asian teams is just too much to really ask Revenant to be able to beat.
Well, we're setting things up for this match very, very soon here. I'm excited to see what exactly is going to be going on. Definitely putting my points on a Help Me here, considering that they're coming from the best region in Brawl Stars, hands down. So expectations there. Revenant, I'm excited to see them having taken a match off of Tribe Gaming so far. Now leading into this, expect to see a lot of fire from their side already, but still it's going to be a really rocky ride.
Well, let's take a little bit of a look down at the players, see what they're up to, see if they're ready to play this game. And honestly, I think they've got to be, because now looking at these teams, you know, Help Me, they're such an incredible team. The players on this roster are not a normal competitive team. That's the thing. We've got a Charpe, Kenji, and Kuru. They're coming from different BSC teams, but they're here to play together in the Snapdragon Mobile Masters.
Charpe, Kenji, Kuru, all three of these guys are incredibly huge names in the Brawl Stars competitive scene. We got some world champions and some top 2 in world players in this roster, as well as a recipe for success. But it doesn't always work out, as we have seen. They're on their last legs at the moment, so this is going to be a really, really high-stakes game.
Yeah, well, let's take a little bit of a look at their opponents then. Over on the other side, we have Revenant, who we have just seen play that game against Tribe Gaming, as we just mentioned. Sergeant, Trash Hunt, Instinct, and Hero down the end there as well. They put up a good fight, but it just wasn't good enough to beat the North Americans.
Yeah, well, every single one of these players is incredibly skilled, simply the best in their region, and still trying to represent their region on the international stage. I'm excited to see how this one goes down, but I'm still expecting to see a whole lot out of Sergeant. We saw him time after time trying to make those hero plays, sending it up a lane solo, and almost getting some pretty clutch plays with the Max.
Yeah, well, let's take a little bit of a look at the stat comparison then from their journey so far today. 2.45 to 2.36 for the side of Help Me, whereas Revenant aren't looking as good at all. 1.73 kills to 2.67 deaths. Quite a heavy negative there, but they seem to have a few more supers, which might indicate that little bit more aggression.
Precisely that. I think this really indicates the pace of the games that are played, and also sort of reflects what is the style of gameplay in both of these regions. And lastly, how dominant each of these are in their own region. Help Me coming in as number 2 seed, and we see also Revenant coming in as number 1 seed. I'm excited to see how this one goes down.
I am as well, and at the end of the day, this is an elimination match. Let's not forget that. We have to mention that. Whoever loses this, we're not going to see them again in this competition until future seasons of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Either Help Me or Revenant Esports will be going out of the competition right now, and the next will carry on to fight for their lives.
And it would not be a desirable scenario to have both of your streams not played up on the big stage. There's a whole lot to win here. It's not just fame, glory, money. It is the opportunity to represent your region on the big stage. It could happen, but it's gonna go to the winner of this match.
Yeah, well, I mean, even the loser, they're going to take a little bit of money home. They take home around $5,000, I believe. So not what they desire, not the $100,000 they came for sitting in that #1 place. But at the end of the day, something's always good, and a trip to Japan never goes amiss either.
Not at all. Of course, we have these players getting ready for the match as well. Some of the picks from each of these regions definitely in the back of their heads as we're preparing for the very first set of this match. Moving into the first one as well, have some of these brawlers selected already. Trishant immediately going for that B pick. Some stuff that we can extrapolate from this too. With that immediate B pick, that shuts down a lot of counterplay on the opposing side. We know that the East Asian region, Help Me in particular, like to play some of these brawlers that go for support roles. It's the Gus, it's the long Poco, aka Byron, and it's the regular Poco as well. And B does a pretty good job of shutting some of these down.
I'm not sure how I've never heard long Poco before, but I kind of enjoyed that, to be honest with you. Gonna see Meg being picked up regardless of the B. They don't care about that. They're still sticking to their guns. They're gonna go for that Meg, play it through, and even though B does some good damage, hits that shot, hits the 3K, gets the slows, Meg still has her legs in the fight, and that is how strong she is at the moment.
Yeah, another pick on their side as well to accent the Meg, but really I think she can roam around as a lone wolf. Doesn't need a whole lot of help. They might still decide, yeah, we're going to go for the Byron or something like that to continuously keep her topped off. Here's the Janet selection as well coming in from Kuru. Drop the base, going to be a great way to get some area control as well. And 2 more selections on the side of Revenant Esports to start to shape their comp a little bit more. They might be thinking about how are they going to counter out some of the picks on the opposing side, because we've seen with Tribe playing into that Meg earlier, they were able to pick counter picks and then clutch out a win in the end. If you don't address it at all, that is a bad scenario.
Well, Daryl's going to be coming in next, and it's been a while since we've seen that in the game. Oh, hello, Shelly.
Oh, what?
Out of nowhere, a wild Shelly. Yes, it did have a buff, and look how happy Sergeant is to have selected that brawler as well. He was smiling, nodding, and I mean, I am as well, because Shelly, we haven't seen it in a while, but it did get a big buff.
This is absolutely true. She has very fast speed. Now she's on par with brawlers like Max, like Leon. Of course, now with the Otis coming around the opposing side, he will be able to shut things down. No slows from their side, but definitely can slow the approach if you're getting some good chip damage in on your opponents. I like the range approach from Help Me. I'm curious to see how Revenant Esports plan to execute on the Shelly, however.
Yeah, I like Helmy's comp a lot more, I will say. I think it's just a little bit more well-rounded. I think the Otis was a great last pick as well. Can shut down the Daryl, the Shelly if they do come too close. And also the Janet can just fly away from a lot of these brawlers as well, which I think is a very, very solid and a useful thing to have as a piece of kit.
With all these now considered, I'm definitely looking to Instinct to make some of the flashier plays. Sergeant, okay, yeah, maybe you have Clay Pigeons, maybe you're able to close in, getting close range, get some good supers off, but here as we head into Backyard Bowl, I won't say my expectations are super high for the Shelly, but we know that Revenant Esports picked it for a very good reason. Sergeant is getting shut down on this right side, however, getting pushed in really far. Clay Pigeons now active at Choppy, trying to maintain this position. Good takedown so far. Instinct might be in a bit too deep though, falls on that side. Sergeant Trishant trying to keep this ball at mid.
Yeah, maybe the Shelly's a little bit of a fan service, I will say, just for the viewers at home. But at the end of the day, I mean, it seems to be working so far. It took down Otis, which is not a matchup you expect. Dowell's got roll here as well, but Kenji gets the ball out of his hands. Solid play from him. No wall break for the back wall from Sergeant, but he's destroying what's coming towards him, and that's a walk in there. Starting off strong for Revenant Esports, and Help Me just left watching.
Interesting that Kuru also would go for that play there with the super to the sky. Of course, we're going sky high too with our friends over at Snapdragon, providing some of the top-of-the-line processors, and we gotta thank them for making all of this stuff happen, featuring some of the best players in the business on the big screen. And here could come the big play Instinct with the roll in, the follow-up, and Revenant Esports take the first game.
I mean, I'm blown away. Daryl and Shelly on Backyard Bowl, and it's working. This is not every day that you expect to see this. I'd expect Help Me to be able to destroy pretty much every lane, maybe with the exception of that B, I will say. But Revenant Esports, they're showing their worth just as they did in the first set against Tribe.
Well, let's see if they're able to keep up this sort of momentum. It's a bit surprising to see this kind of prowess, especially into something like a Meg. Help me trying to move forward. A Choppy on the right side also. Getting some decent damage in, but Revenant Esports maintain their position. Ball pushed up on the right side. Kuru and Choppy trying to play around it. Instinct on the left wants to take down Kenji, and he's going to get it for free, but he could be in too deep. It's just Sergeant versus the world.
Clay Pigeon's going to come in strong though, and a super through the wall. It's broken a bit of their home wall, which I'm sure he won't be too pleased about, but he got the kill, got the defense as well, so can't complain too much about that. Trishant bringing up the ball now, and Instinct and Sergeant just trying to get control, and with Shelly and Daryl, you really need these walls under your control.
Instinct has this roll here. He's going to go onto Kenji. Takedown. No, not entirely. Kuru goes for the play. Instinct now shut down by both Kuru and Kenji. Trishant tries to maintain this control at mid. Achapi on the right has a super in hand. Kuru also with a super that he can use to shoot this one right down the middle as the walls have been broken open. Takedown to Sergeant. Kenji's ready with the mech, and here it comes. Instinct now trying to approach on the left side, and Trishant completely shut down by Kuru. Help me do have a possibility of scoring here, but with Instinct approaching the left, it might be super troublesome.
Kenji now going to roll forwards away from Instinct's going to roll away from Kenji, and super comes in from Sergeant, going to break down the walls yet again. Clay Pigeon proving so useful. Kuru going to land down on Trishant there and might have a breakaway. We got the mute as well, so could be useful against both the Shelly and the Daryl, but the Shelly is the target that's picked out, taken down, and now they move onwards to Instinct and the rest of the defense.
Kuru on the left side having a lot of trouble versus Instinct. Here he comes. 1-2 kills maybe as Achapi has to move backwards. Could go for some sort of super to shut him down. Sergeant on the right side with a big kill. He could be in a scoring position. Could be the combo. A shot forward and a super. Doesn't even need it. Goes for the walk in. Passed right between Kuru's legs. And the first goal up on the board for Revenant.
I was a little bit scared that he wasn't going to get that in when he didn't use the super and use all of his kit to be able to force it through, but 30 seconds on the clock and Helmy might be losing the first set here. Instinct's going to take some heavy damage from Kenji, and they need an answer quick. The swipes rolled through yet again, and he gets another one straight back onto Kenji. Trishant's low, but a super from Sergeant, pass forward, and that is surely going to be it. Instinct will slot the ball in, and that's going to be the set to Revenant.
What a stellar way to start things off for Revenant versus Help Me of all teams. Revenant have surprised us in one set after the other, and they start things off with a bang yet again.
I mean, that was really nice from them. I will say, Help Me, they're not a weak team. They've got these East Asian mechanics, world champions, second place at Worlds on the team, and Revenant are coming out swinging yet again.
It's shocking, but Revenant Esports are doing just that. With them representing this brand new region in the international arena, they're claiming tons and tons of world's first for themselves, and they're doing it in such a stellar fashion. Some replays here of Instinct just walking this one nice and easy, and that left side, what a finish. And here are the stats too, so notably ahead for Revenant.
Yeah, I mean, damage-wise, Help Me do have a little bit more, but heal's obviously going to be on the side of Revenant, right? With what they were playing, I mean, actually, maybe not. They were the ones playing the tanks. I'm losing my mind here. I'm watching Revenant beat Help Me. This is kind of sending my brain a little bit off the rails, but at the end of the day, I mean, they played it well. They got more heals, little bit less damage, and they just did so well.
I mean, once again, to all the fans of Revenant out here watching us and saying, yeah, we knew they were this good coming into this. Hey, we get a pass. When we see the literally best players in the world following the last year's World Finals coming in, we kind of expect them to win. And now Revenant are completely subverting all of our expectations. But I could not be happier, Trav. We're only one set in, however. Is this the same situation versus Tribe? Is it just a set number one and Help Me gradually start to get in their comfort zone, warm up to things? Or are Revenant Esports just that good?
We will see. Following on from these, we've got the bands of Poco, Max, and Shelly. They don't want to face Shelly again, I'll tell you that. Got the Penny, Janet, and Crow bands on the other side from Revenant Esports. Kenji with an early selection of RT.
Love that. I mean, there's not really any way that you can go wrong with RT. Basically, 0 counters to this guy. You want to get in close range? Okay. Enjoy getting hit by 4K damage. You want to stand at long range? Okay. Enjoy getting hit by almost 2K damage. And you get marked up for 10 seconds at a time. He's amazing. But Revenant Esports start to follow things up, starting off with that spike, now with the Lola. Like the selection so far. Sergeant, though, is going for a pretty one-size-fits-all solution here with the spike. You will be able to block off some of these single-target brawlers with the life plant, but keep in mind it is a cooldown ability.
Yeah, and I will say as well, they took Spike in the second set after winning the first against Tribe, and it did not pay off. Corey literally said he mispicked Tara and still managed to beat them, so Help Me very much still in this game. Lola, though, I like it. Against the RT, it's going to be able to tank quite a lot of that damage, especially with that freeze frame and ego. I think it's a very solid pick.
Well, now the opposition across the way, Help Me, now coming in with a Choppy on the roughs. And if you've listened to the songs, I'll play roughs like a Choppy is one of the lyrics. The guy just loves the brawler, so really hope we get to see some of the action from him. And also, it's a great pick, especially in a spike. Block off some of that damage. You have bags you can throw down and immediately follow up with one of the things that counters him out the most. Revenant Esports, keep in mind, they've also banned out Penny, so that's yet another thing out of the realm of possibilities. Both Penny and Janet are the number 1 and 2 ways to deal with some of these rough sandbags, so I think they might be in a pretty tough position here.
Yeah, I mean, I do really like that Carl. Kuru is going to be dangerous on it. We really do know the East Asian prowess of Carl. It's dangerous, it's a solid pick, and as you say, the song literally says about a Choppy's rough, so he's comfortable on that as well. But Instinct's coming back on the Daryl yet again, and he has faith in it once more.
I mean, look, this is the East Asia approach to the game. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Who cares if we pick the same things game after game after game? But I think another thing to consider here is that in the East Asia region, you don't really see them play Daryl, and I think it also lends itself to some of the more popular picks there. One that I'm surprised we haven't seen a whole lot of yet is Ems, and Ems has such a difficult time versus a brawler like Daryl that gets in close range. And Kuru is going to be facing a similar situation. Yes, you can swing that pickaxe back and forth, get some free shots off the guy for a while, but Daryl charges a super for free. It's going to be an interesting one to watch. Let's get into it.
Yeah, we'll see if a Chape can keep his own against this Daryl, but we do actually have, I guess, the preferred lanes for Help Me at the moment, and Instinct's going for a quick swap over here. You see him rotating to the right-hand side, but actually pokes his face out in the mid and chooses to face against Kuru at the end of the day.
Choppy on the right side, facing some serious opposition. Sargent tries to push in, also could shift his attention to Kuru, and Choppy needs some help, and here he comes. Kuru's sort of pressuring in from the top. Sargent looking for that 1v1 victory, and he does get it, but his other two teammates don't have a similar fate versus Kuru and Kenji. Drashant still looking for some of that positioning, and Instinct is out of a super, doesn't really have much he can do here until that auto charges.
I mean, 7 gems off the start. Kuru's going to go down now, and we finally see something from Revenant. Great shots coming in from Sergeant Super there as well. Daryl roll onto the gems and a turnaround for Revenant.
Amazing stuff for Revenant, as now they're just 1 gem away from salvation. Help Me still trying to provide opposition. Kuru especially sneaking up that left side. Looks to get in up close and personal with Instinct, but the tree's carefully guarded. Went for a little bit of damage there too, but that's yet another power-up completely out of arm's reach for Help Me.
Yeah, 2 gems is all that Help Me have got to the name after such a flawless start and almost a flawless end to the game, as they were so close to getting towards the end. Revenant sweep in and say, no, I will have those gems, thank you. They're going to be taking the win here as Instinct rolls in and the right-hand side is cleaned up. And now they're going to be 1 set and 1 game up.
Was that even necessary for him to roll in? He could have just rolled out. If there was enough time for them to keep going back, he knew he was going to be rolling into those bags, but he still made it happen. What a bit of showmanship, but also a great way to flex the dominance over your opponent. Help Me, what are they feeling on their side? I mean, you're coming in as world champions, playing versus a team that very few people on the world stage expected to succeed. Now they are wiping the floor with Help Me.
I mean, we've got to fear for the rest of the competition as well. Totem have only just beaten Help Me 3-2. Tribe took a close game against Revenant. If they carry on like this, I don't doubt that they'll be able to beat pretty much any team in the competition, as Help Me are so strong, but they've still got to win this game and a set afterwards. I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Well, it's also mine that Revenant Esports managed to win that last game off of a bit of a misplay there from Help Me. Managed to heist all of those gems, but here comes Instinct. Big roll in. 1-2 kills, potentially. He's trying to bait out that super from Kuru. Almost manages to do so without getting hit. Choppy now looking for the damage. Trashant holding his own, but here comes Choppy all the way on the back lines. Trashant looks for the peak. Choppy goes down, especially at the freeze frame too, and Sargent on the back lines pressures Kenji and Kuru upwards. Still, Revenant Esports remain in the lead. 6 gems on their side, and only 2 on the side to Help Me.
Yeah, 6-2, and Sargent up here as well. That's a dangerous spot to be in. Kuru now scouting backwards, and Kenji looking for the kill. Back onto him here. Not on his legs, but got his super. Fertilize going to be used as well. Choppy's quite low. The takedown's there, but Sargent is very low as well, and he doesn't want to be dropping these gems.
Kenji now approaching that left side, also doing basically the job of Sergeant, except for the side of Help Me. Trying to pressure back Instinct on that Daryl. He's going to get taken down. Kuru also could give a power up to someone. Choppy is going to be the next culprit, taking up one of these trees. Sergeant also pinched so hard on the back lines. Choppy looks for a close range kill. Trishan does manage to get that kill, however, in close range. Took a lot of damage along the way and sort of fed that next super to Carl. Still trying to help with Kenji on the left side, just dominating these back lines.
Yeah, looking for a way through now, but Instinct's going to go for the roll, and this might be a cycle here as well. Kuru's going to walk away and stay away from him. Kenji coming in tough, but now the TP back to his thing could be there, and a super from Sergeant did get it, with a cleanup on the right-hand side as Kuru gets all the kills and robbery of their gems now. Achabe's going to swoop in and pick those up so they can't do anything from mid, and now Help Me are the ones answering back.
Sergeant trying to close in around the left to create a mega pinch. Rashan still looking for some big plays. Kuru also holding his own. Instinct looking for anything, if anything, but the bags protect him for just a moment longer. And Help Me continue to stay in this set.
Couple more seconds, and that was a Revenant game, though. They have to be careful about dropping all these gems to Revenant once again. But that time they did seem a lot more comfortable. They dropped a lot of gems to start with. It was 6-1, and slowly but surely gathered them one by one and got back up to Revenant's level.
Revenant Esports still could have the advantage in their hands as we speak. A lot of it comes down to these early game interactions. Kenji especially picking up a couple gems. It's a great outlook for them. Instinct looking to penetrate deep into this defense, getting these back lines. Kuru's not going to let him do that for free, though. Says, yeah, let me charge up my super a little bit, then we can talk a little bit after that. But Kuru is on a bit lower of health. Instinct looks for the roll in. Not exactly the angle that he wanted, and has to abandon ship, especially with that wall taken down and a free power-up for Kuru.
Instinct looking for it once again with sandbags placed. A lot of the damage onto that sandbags was quite nice. Get rid of them quickly, but Sergeant's going to be coming in and sweeping up little later. Kenji's low again, and we might see another turnaround, but Achabe's there to get the gems back in their hands, but super down onto them, and he's leaving him. He's going for Trishan, and that might be a big, big mistake.
It's got to be the play for Kenji, but there's really just nowhere for him to go. Bunch of damage, and Kenji gets the takedown. Instinct falls as well, and Revenant Esports do find themselves with a bit of disturbance on the back lines. Achabe now circling back, 8 gems in hand. Kenji with the remaining 2 to complete the 10 needed for a countdown. Instinct pummels through the defense. Now onto offense. Achabe with just a little bit of health left. Final flying hook in. Could it be? Just 5 seconds left for interruption. Achabe completely still, but still safe and sound. Revenant Esports, they almost managed to get the second set in a row, but Help Me now begin to respond.
Scary, scary stuff for Help Me there. They must be on the edge of their seats playing that game, because I know I was. That was so close, and Achabe was like 400 health at one point, carrying 9 gems. The turnaround could have been there yet again for Revenant Esports. First game, they got the turnaround, and that's what it was. Second game, they actually played well, but didn't manage to win it. And third, yet more of the same. A well-played game. They had 9 in the hands at one point, but a little bit of an overextension cost.
Yeah, and great adaptations from Help Me as well, as they've managed to do really, really well versus this Daryl that caught them off guard in the first set, and admittedly in the first game of set number 2 as well. You see that Daryl giving them a lot of trouble with the aggression that they're not really used to in the home region. Typically it's a team game instead of going for these individual matchups. We see though the reactions on the player cams, despite winning the games, they're just kind of chilling, right? It's another day in the office for some of the best players in the business, though I will say that title is beginning to be challenged by Revenant.
It really is, and that's not something I'd have thought I'd heard today. And you know, I'm well open to Revenant fighting back against these big teams and having a say in competitive Brawl Stars. 47 gems picked up by Help Me and only 22 dropped, whereas Revenant, they didn't pick up as many, and they dropped more and did less damage. So the statistics definitely not on their side, but a few of the plays definitely were. They had some good Daryl rolls, some good shots in from Lola at the perfect times that allowed it to line up and get them some games in the back.
So my question for Revenant Esports at the moment is really, what do you go to next, right? The Daryl, it's not working anymore. What is your next incredibly aggro brawler that you shift onto? And as someone who is not incredibly familiar with the Revenant Esports roster, but loves Brawl Stars and loves seeing some of the tank gameplay in my home region, we got to think about the Ashe, right? We got to think about, do we see the Buzz or something like that? I think it really could catch these guys off guard, but we're just waiting for them to pick up these brawlers if they decide that that's the approach they want to go with.
Yeah, we'll see. I believe the draft is starting up now. Should see the bans coming in shortly and the map as well. But they really need to switch on, because even though Help Me won that set, I think Revenant looked a little bit more scary. They looked, I mean, Help Me, don't get me wrong, they looked more in control. They seemed to have more of a grasp. but control doesn't matter, and look how happy Sergeant is as well. You know, this is the thing, he's lost a set and he's still smiling, he's still joking around with his team, and this is the mentality that we say time and time again wins games.
I mean, it is an immense privilege to play on this stage, but every single person here has earned their way here, and Sergeant is absolutely no exception. He comes here, and now he's starting to take down some of the best brawlers around the globe. Here come the picks in from both teams, though, as well in terms of the bans especially. I'm wondering why exactly we see the Shelly ban on the side of Help Me. Maybe we can bring some more of this to light.
Well, it's because we saw it in Backyard Bowl.
Okay, fair.
But on top of that as well, we got the Gene and Grey bands, Tick, Grom, and Carl banned out by Revenant Esports over the other side. Kenji's going to be picking up this Bonnie as a first pick. And, you know, it's got the aggression required, but if you're going to be jumping onto an RT who's going to destroy you with 4K damage, it's probably not the best idea.
Yeah, this is totally true, especially since Sergeant can basically camp in that middle area. If you want to defend either corner, I don't know, place that base down the left side, take your top over to the right side, and completely deny anything closing in range. Something that we see a lot, actually, though, in NA is we see some of that pan gameplay. Anything that centers around the turret that you can confidently place in one of those indestructible wall corners is a massive asset here, and that's, I think, the approach that Trishant might take over here. Since he has that Janet in hand, you can drop the base down, and I like the approach from Kuro. You get the damage through the walls. However, he's going to struggle in close range, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just wants to try and open up this map as much as possible, and I think that's probably the smart thing to do. Sergeant won't be able to split his body from head then, and Trishant's going to have a little bit more of a difficult time, whereas Kenji's going to be the one really on top of this, rather than having to try and get his super around these walls, which can be quite difficult. Meg, on the other hand, I've got nothing against it. I think only good things to say about that brawler.
Pretty much. I mean, almost no downsides unless you counter it really, really, really hard, and I don't really see Janet doing much of that. I think it is possible for RT to do a bit of that still, but they do have the last pick in their hands. Given how the match has gone so far, though, we've seen 1-1, but that's not how the audience saw it. We saw the predictions come in. 81% prediction of winning, Help Me, and 19% for Revenant Esports. That's not the story that we're seeing unfolded. There it is. That's the aggro brawler that we needed to see. But versus Meg, I'm starting to ask some questions.
Yeah, I mean, he's done well to pivot off that Daryl and get away from sticking to that brawler, but I'm not sure if Fang's the right answer, I will say. I just don't know if, yeah, it's going to be good against a couple of these brawlers, and, you know, you can get some stuns, but, you know, if Kenji's got to jump away, he can get away, and you don't really want to be going towards a Meg with a vast HP pool, and also, even when you get out of Meg, you've still got some HP as well.
Totally, totally true. He's also going to be running that roundhouse kick, get a little bit of stun action in close range, finish off some of those brawlers that would otherwise be able to escape. Here we go, getting into it for our very first game of set number 3. Once again, we brought things all the way back to square one. No one distinctly in the lead, but Help Me might be able to take advantage of some of the aggression on the left side. Sergeant feeding them a lot of damage so far. Kuro also sort of punished by Trishant as he goes incredibly aggressive.
Yeah, well, all of them are going aggressive at this point, and Charpe still in this mech is a good sign. Sergeant low as well. Some good connections, but Trishant still very, very low. Revenant Esports need to be careful about being pinched in here, as Charpe flanking around this bottom side could be pretty much the nail in the coffin.
Well, let's see Revenant on the right side, as they've gone for more of an east versus west approach, completely typical of this map. Instinct on the right. Not popping down a gadget just yet, as Kenji could quite easily take it down. Trishant also has that super at the ready if anyone gets in close range. He's got to stay next to one of the more vulnerable brawlers, such as Instinct, so that he can tank and deal any damage to Kuro. Sergeant going for a big kill, takedown. Now it's a 3v2. Kuro jumps in, and down goes Instinct. It's a 2v2.
Wall's being broken, but I think that Help Me are going to accept defeat here. Kuro might be looking for another super, but Kenji walks into the zone, and I mean, you know, you don't mind feeding him super there because you kind of want RT to be in that split form so you can get the damage on the legs or the head alike and not having be able to do too much. But it was Sergeant the driving force in that. He made the aggressive play, got the 3v2, and then won it because of it.
With a lot of walls missing, though, that might be a different story coming up here. Choppy is going to be getting his super pretty soon here. There it is. It auto-charges. You get it for free. And in close range, it can be absolutely devastating of a blow. Instinct trying to escape with his life. Takes a lot of damage along the way. Final bit of damage dealt by Kenji. And yet another brawler cornered on the right side is RT. It's probably the next to fall. Trishant now going down. And Sergeant has one mission. Get that super. And the objective of Help Me is just to deny it. They might be able to do so as they try to hammer down inside some of these bushes.
Yeah, well, he did actually get his super there as well, so that's going to be big and helpful for the next round, I will say as well. Help me. Need to be cautious of him coming in and bouncing off a few of them because a couple of them are fairly weak, because in this Brock mainly is the one who's going to be the target, and he obviously got nothing left. He doesn't actually get the bounce across, but the stun's there. Sergeant, I don't know why he didn't get the bounce either. I'm with you on that one. Trishant and Instinct need to play this range game now, but the range game is in Help Me's hands.
Well, Trishant is holding on to this super in case anyone gets a bit too aggressive, also trying to focus down on Kuru. It's a brawler that he has the best chances of taking down, but Kuru knows this really, really well, keeping his distance, letting Achapi try and do that work on the right side as well. We see also towards the top side, Kenji trying to pummel in Instinct. He's got to use his super as an emergency, but also as a kill shot. 1-2 shots on a Kenji could seal the deal, but it's him versus the world, and just no clearance of that pond. It's a win for Help Me.
I mean, this is more what the public and we expected, I think. Help Me kind of winning games. But I do want to say that Revenant aren't out of it. They won a round in that one. It was a convincing round at that as well. And also, I feel like maybe Sergeant's bounce should have gone towards the Brock and dealt with him that way. Got a little roundhouse kickoff on him and got the kill and made it at least a 2v2 if it got traded out.
Well, Help Me now in the lead. Not a great position for Revenant Esports, but they did show what they were capable of on that Fang. See if he's able to do it once again. They will be doubling up on that left lane just like last time. It does afford a bit of time for Trishant to start to chip down Kuru, but he probably will see this mark over his head expire. Big wall break also for Kenji to afford a bit more room for Kuru to play into Instinct.
Well, we'll see if Sergeant's going to be able to make something happen with the super. Needs to try and lunge towards Kenji and Kuru, I think, more than anything, rather than the fact that Sharpie, he did get him down in the last couple of rounds, but if he's got the swing and he times it right, it can be quite devastating, even for the Fang. Kenji now marked up, Sharpie marked up by this RT, and it's a difficult situation when you are, because the gadget can come out of nowhere. And Instinct, really, we haven't seen him do too much because he just doesn't have the damage to deal with a mech who's constantly on him.
Well, still could keep him out of range. It's going to take a team effort to take down Choppy. Already first swing coming in from Sergeant. Does have that shield up, but he won't last for much longer. Instinct's trying to get the finishing shots. Kuru has a lot of health too. A Choppy in with the swing. Instinct in the poison on the outside. Kept from entering that middle area by Help Me as they acquire the first round of this game.
Only one more needed, and they're going to be 2 sets to 1 up against Revenant Esports. Super still available there as well from Sergeant. But got a kill last game, and it didn't even do anything for them either, because the Choppy and Kuru was so confident in cleaning up after their teammate going down that Sergeant's really not able to do too much. But Instinct, as I say, just can't do much against this mech. Doesn't get the damage required to be able to do anything. Needs flight. But then if he flies, it's a 3v2 on the floor, and Revenant get walked over.
Revenant Esports still trying to maintain this position. Sergeant going to be the first one to strike. It's going to take some poison and really close everyone in. And they got to be cautious about a Choppy who's getting that swing pretty soon here. Kenji also getting some good damage in. Sergeant dropped to down just half of his health. Kenji still getting some good stuff in here. Easy free kill for Sergeant. As we saw, Brock's super is strength from both Achapi and Kuru. But these are the true powerhouses of this composition so far, as they have a lot of health to work with.
Yeah, Sergeant trying to make a flank around the left-hand side, but actually walked into that gas and found out. Kuru trying to get the pinch, and he does actually get it. Got the jump as well. Might be better off using it, might be better off saving it. Looks like they're going to try and save stuff. Choppy going to walk into the gas and not feed super, but actually got a super of his own. Not going to be relevant in this next round, though, but I think maybe Revenant are in a good position to tie this one out.
Could certainly do so, and it almost looks likely as they do have Sergeant super available. He immediately goes for a Choppy. What is going on over here? He wasn't able to follow up there, and he's going to take a lot of damage as a result. Kenji now gets to rocket rain down on Instinct, and it's dropped to a 3v2, almost an unwinnable situation as we don't see a super available for Sergeant as of yet.
I mean, that's devastating. Over-aggression from the start. You know, you need the kill if you're going to go for it, and he didn't get the kill, and he didn't get anything. Just fed supers and got his teammates killed. Trishant the only one remaining, and this is going to be a Help Me. Set number 3 goes their way, and it's going to be 2-1 to Help Me as Revenant Esports seem to be dwindling away.
I'm starting to have flashbacks, and it's not really that long ago. We already saw these guys face versus Tribe and get a pretty solid set number 1 locked in, only to be followed by 1-2 set victories after the other, and, well, the rest is history, and it could be repeating itself, and would be an unfortunate situation for Revenant. However, they still have a horse in this race. They got some good ideas in here, but the Meg was so devastating. And to be fair, so was the body. It was a lot of health that Help Me had at their disposal.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for Revenant now because, as you said, it feels like deja vu, you know? We saw the same with Tribe. They won the first set pretty convincingly and pretty well. Same here. Then Help Me. They push back exactly the same as Tribe did. and I don't doubt that they're going to be able to finish it off in the fourth here. 89,000 damage in comparison to 54,000. Heals, don't think it matters too much, because it's usually the instant battles that are the ones that decide the game.
This is absolutely true, though. What I will say is Revenant Esports a whole lot more healing and a way fewer tanky brawlers, and I think a lot of this can be attributed to how we see Sargent playing this. He's consistently going for that aggression, looking to get that super. It farms up really, really slow when you're just hitting that smaller projectile from Fang, but that's just the price you got to pay for one of the more powerful supers in the game on a brawler that does so well in close range and challenges so many individual matchups. As long as you're able to isolate those brawlers, and this is the real problem, that's not how Help Me play this game. If they are off alone and there's not a team member to help them out, that is an incredibly huge blunder on their side, and we've only seen it happen one time this entire match, and it happened in that very last round. They still managed to bring things back. So high expectations for Help Me still coming to fruition. Revenant Esports can start to bring this one back though.
Yeah, I do, as you say, I feel like they're still kind of warming up, and you know, we saw Tribe fully destroy them in the fourth set, sorry, when they did manage to win it, and I think Help Me maybe the same, you know. They had a tough defeat, a really tough loss against Reply Totem, and maybe needed a bit of a mental reset, and this might be the mental reset that they needed. A couple of sets back in their bag now, and this is where they start to thrive. Let's look at the draft, though. Bans of Nita, Ems, and Barley down by Help Me on the left-hand side. Revenant Esports getting rid of the Barley, Dynamite, and, you know, that's the Indian meta, just throwers. And then the Crow as well. Sargent going to take the first pick of Penny.
And a notice response from Help Me. Having that gadget at your disposal can be incredibly useful for taking down a turret on the opposing side. There are other ways to deal with it as well, which is another huge consideration here. Another brawler to choose here. Got to be thinking about what is your mid selection. When you have that last pick at your disposal, you probably don't want to use it for your last brawler. That's when the counter pick comes in.
Yeah, definitely so. We'll see if they do choose to go that way, or Carl's going to be the pick. Little pickaxe coming in, and we know it didn't work too well for Revenant in the Shooting Star in the previous game. We'll see if Help Me are able to make a little bit better use of it. And I think they probably will, as it is that mechanical brawler that East Asians just seem to click with.
Pretty much so, and now it's time for Revenant Esports to think about what sort of counter pick they're going to go for. A whole lot of ways that you can deal with Carl, but this is the thing, and this is what makes him one of the more powerful brawlers in the game, is that he can simply play differently. He can select different gadgets and star powers after the fact to deal with some of your picks. Stu is going to be great for dealing with Carl, and I think it's going to be quite challenging for Carl to face up versus this brawler, so a wise one on the side of Revenant in the LAN setting as well. You're operating in a zero ping environment, free of any network circumstances, and here is the Primo. I love it already from Revenant.
I do love the Primo as well, I will say, and I do like the Stu also. You know, you're going to be able to have mobility, avoid a few of these car shots, avoid a few of the Otis shots, and you know, gas a heal along the way is a big, big thing as well. I like the Penny also. Penny Tour is going to be able to rain down a lot of damage on the safe, and Primo, he rains himself down on the safe, but a lot of damage can with it.
Final pick now, and it's tough to counter that Primo unless you're deciding, yeah, out with the tanks. No, never mind.
In
that
with the
Daryl?
tanks.
Huh? Okay, that's a little unheard of, because typically we'd see Primo picked into something like Daryl. It's going to take a skill diff to win this sort of matchup.
Yeah, we'll see if Kuru is able to do it against Krishan here. Maybe manage to get the skill diff and win this one for the side of Help Me, bring it back home and keep them in the competition, because this could be the last set we see Revenant Esports play if they don't book their ideas up and take this to a fifth and final. Help Me looking to knock them out of the competition, move forwards themselves. And with these throwers banned, it might be the thing to do it in.
Moving into Heist right now. Hot Potato coming right at you. Round number one here, and Help Me. They claim just one game here. They find themselves at that coveted match point. Revenant Esports have really heightened our expectations over the course of the day, however, but already sort of a base race from Kuru as he approaches that safe on the left side. Sargent doing his best to defend. Bit of wall break, doesn't entirely break it, unfortunately, and a Choppy, and Kuru continue to descend upon the safe. Bit of a use of a gadget there from a Choppy. Not perfect, but still a whole lot of damage. Still, though, they're going to pull just ahead of what Revenant Esports has offered so far, and now it's a tie.
I mean, what a way to welcome A-Stream to B-Stream than with a base race. Welcome everybody for coming from A-Stream. We're here watching Help Me versus Revenant Esports, where they are 2-1 up. And whoever loses this goes out the competition. And Sharpie's got roll of the right side. Sargent's going to get instantly moved out, but in comes Prashant. We've got the damage gear. Carl up top. 3 people on the top safe, and Sharpie going to go for damage as well, but Primo still wailing away. Otis is going to get the damage, but then can he get the roll on safe? He does. The damage comes through, and a base race will send Help Me to match point.
insane stuff. And it's not what we usually see, but it's what you gotta do. Take these guys out of their comfort zone and do so with the Daryl. We saw Primo being used as more of a DPS than a way to deal with the Daryl, and this is really the thing. Help Me, they play as a team, and it goes completely counter to the approach of let's play lane by lane. Trishane is still gonna try and get on an individual lane. Bit of a misprediction there, unfortunate, as Achapi's able to move up the right side. Kenji, Kuru, and Achapi move as a unit, and it's Sergeant and Instinct's job to defend.
Yeah, Kuru's going to pick up that kill. Achapi's going to get the roll in as well. Kenji's just going for the defense, but Trishane has the damage lead. Daryl should shorten it quite quickly, though, but he is going to go down up top with Instinct and Sergeant responding. But he's lasted so long and actually kept the lead.
Here comes the turret down, probably look to stun someone out. Kenji is going to take care of that quite handily, and Trishane now approaches around that left side, completely ignored by the entire roster of Help Me, in fact, but Sergeant luckily is able to sweep things up on the right side. Achapi does threaten to take him down. In fact, here's a roll forward. Kuru now spinning onto that safe, a whole lot of damage, and a serious advantage for Help Me. Sergeant still able to clean things up in tandem with Instinct, and a whole lot of damage from Primo on the opposing side. It's 32 to 34, but it continues to drop as Trishane locks in the last bit of damage on the safe.
This is a close game. We're going to see if Primo's still got this jump when he comes back in, or if he's going to be close to it, like being damaged. Kuru trying to make the push up the right-hand side, but Sergeant and Instinct say no to that. Achapi gets his roll. He's got the lead on Primo. They're running for the safe. Can they get it done? Kenji's going to get the kill. Kuru sweeps in the spin and the win. Help Me take it home, and Revenant Esports will be going home.
How the mighty do fall, but what a performance from Revenant Esports. They come out representing their region, absolutely swinging, impressing us all with what India has to offer on the international stage. A stellar performance, and definitely one for Revenant Esports and India as a region to be proud of.
I mean, definitely so. You know, they take a set against an East Asian team and a North American team. Those are probably the two top regions at the moment, and we can't say that Help Me and Tribe aren't good teams either. It's sad to see Revenant go, but at the end of the day, the best team has to advance, and I think the best team today was Help Me.
No doubt at all, but this does also, by proxy, make me think what exactly is being offered by Reply Totem, because we saw that matchup versus them, and man, was it one to remember. But let's remember exactly what the stats were here, because this is looking remarkably similar. Granted, the objective is get the damage on the safe, but I was definitely impressed by both teams here.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, really good. You know, damage-wise, it's very, very similar. Health, nobody was healing in that game. It was just all out, run at the safe, hope for the best. And, I mean, I don't know if they was hoping for the best for Help Me, as they seem to be a little bit more under control, but for Revenant, Primo, I don't know if he even had a single engagement. He was just like, just go to the save, I don't care.
Yeah, it is quite interesting because I think some of the mentality here was, okay, let's counter out some of the tanks with that Primo pick, but Daryl, despite being quite countered by Primo in close-range situations, simply gets more damage on the safe, and when you put them both in a base race, that's where he's going to prevail.
Well, guys, we're going to be heading to a short break after that absolutely phenomenal game. We say goodbye to Revenant, but Help Me live to fight another day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
There's a team out of India you might not know about yet, but you're going to by the end of this weekend. Abhishek, Ari, Shran, and Yash. They go by Marcos Gaming, and some have described them as clear underdogs of this tournament. They proved they could compete in the Open Cups, taking first place in one of them and consistently making it to the top 4 before qualifying for the Open Finals.
The start of the season was the end of last year. That time we had a roster swap. We took a new player in our roster whose name was Yash. So we lacked a little bit of synergy issues with him. So that caused us a little bit of problem. But as 1 or 2 months passed, we got better with each other, and yeah, we played better after that.
That momentum helped them defeat everyone but Revenant in the Grand Finals. But second place was enough to secure an invite to the challenge stage.
Actually, in the Challengers seasons, we got a little bit nervous in the tournament, and we choked the draft. That was very crucial for us. We had to win that tournament, win that matchup. to get an easy win in the Challenger season, but we ended up losing that one, and then we had the pressure to win every single match.
During the challenge stage, they had a rough start, but rallied to win 4 in a row and finish the season 5-2, which earned them a spot in the finals.
As I mentioned that we had a roster swap, so that was the thing which caused us a little trouble. But with the regular practice and the game sense which our teammates had, that was amazing.
These underdogs now have an opportunity to prove their mettle on the world stage.
Yeah, we feel a lot of proud in us that we got a chance to represent ourselves, our nation here. And we are definitely proud that we are a part of this tournament, and it will be history.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello and welcome back here over at Stream B. I'm again with Spoo on my side, and I'm very happy about it, I have to say.
Absolutely, I am so excited to be able to cast what we have next. Sonny, tell us what game is coming up next.
It's a crazy game, and it's gonna be on this channel. It's gonna be Crazy Raccoon versus STMN. And when you heard people talking around here, all of them have been saying if a team can beat Crazy Raccoon today, it might be STMN.
At the top of their game, they are absolutely undisputed, the kings of the North American region. But then, Crazy Raccoon, they're not only the king of their region, they're currently the reigning world champion and the king of the world. And STMN, as you said, they are one of the few teams everybody have been looking at to represent and really hopefully bring down the champions once and for all.
Let's see if they can actually make it. Let's have a look at the rosters. Both are sitting already in their spot. Both are ready. It's going to be Sense, Bobby, and Zar on the side of STM. And we have been talking about it already. They're seed 1 of NA. They both won both of the challenge seasons. Bobby, Zar, CuteSense, and OG that's going to play the coach today.
Absolutely, they are a composition. They're a team that has been sticking together for a very long time. The core members between Bobby and OG have been around since 2021. Zar coming in last year, and CuteSense a new addition to the team, but seemingly just similar to how Reply Totem, Joker being their last piece. CuteSense seems to be that last fitting piece for STMN. Now, for the longest time, STMN, they don't really have a very aggressive player, and I think as we talked about it before, CuteSense might just be that fix that they need.
And their opponents on the other side are very fierce and very dangerous looking. STMN, I did see that they were a bit scared already. It's gonna be Moya, Cititampo, Tensai, and Relay, their coach. Crazy Raccoon looking so strong, not only this season, also for the past 2 years, essentially. We know Tensai and Cititampo, the winners of Worlds 2021, definitely fierce players. Moya, on the other hand, has been a recent addition, you could say. On the other side, Tensai kind of joined the roster of Citi and Moya. Let's have a look at this.
I mean, honestly speaking, the way that Crazy Raccoon have kind of shaped themselves out, it just looks like it's basically a reunion to me of two really old friends. I think Tensai and Cititampo, they worked excellent together in 2021, but in 2022 they decided to split separate ways, form their own squads and kind of find their own style, and that's where Cititampo met up with Moya. And I've got to say, I've spoken to the players before in the Japanese community. Everybody thinks Cititampo is the #1 player in the world, but Cititampo himself says no. Moya is the #1 player in the world, in my opinion.
Very interesting fact coming here from Spoo. We have a side-by-side comparison here. STMN Esports looking a bit stronger, actually, getting more kills, but on the other hand, Crazy Raccoon just not dying seemingly. We did see before Moya, absolutely an unputdownable player. We heard that word before. He just doesn't fall to his lane. He just survives and survives. A lot more supers coming in from STMN Esports. Overall, I'd say the stats look kind of better for STMN.
Of course, but that being said, this is the Masters overall stats. This is based on the games that they've already played. And I think, for Crazy Raccoon, despite their name, they don't really want to go too crazy too early on. I think they're a team that really thrives on the momentum, and they just came off a fairly, I would say, straightforward game against Marcos Gaming. They don't really need to pull out all their stops, and they don't really need to come up with anything special trying to beat them. Meanwhile, though, STMN, they just came off playing against
SK Gaming, and they won that one 3-0, sweeping them completely. If you at home have the feeling that you know even better than me and Spoo who is gonna win this matchup, you can vote over at events.brawlstars.com to get that pin and other loot in game directly. Definitely worth it. I love this pin.
Definitely. This is one of my favorite pins thus far, the Anime Max coming. I hope some kind of Anime Max can come to the game, even though that really one is based off something that's in the past. And that being said, we are going to be jumping straight into our Group A upper bracket match. It is going to be STMN versus Crazy Raccoon. We're headed to Pinhole Punch, Sonny.
Very interesting matchup here. Pinhole Punch, a map we have not seen so far. It's Group A upper bracket match. The winners of both of their matches before. We're gonna have Shelly, Ash, and RT banned from the side of Crazy Raccoon. They do not want any tank on the map. They do not want to tank counter on the map. What do they want?
they just want what you're seeing on the screen. They want to play a different kind of a game, and I think they're securing a very, very early Crow pick here. This is a pick that's on this map since the inception of the map. I think has been one of the strongest and most popular first picks ever. Max is still in the pool, so I think respecting that and kind of not really want to giving up so early, they pick it up. Meanwhile, STMN, they are going to be picking up this Penny yet again. Another extremely stable, extremely straightforward type of pick that kind of just it's a pick that's really easy to build the composition around Sunny, and I'm wondering that they're going to pair it up with. I'm looking a little bit at Carl, because that way they can shut down that potential counter pick option and still kind of develop a really good threat going in. But instead, they're going to prioritize this B pick, Sunny. What do you think about it?
B definitely good to pick up here, as Crow is really squishy. He's gonna have a very good matchup into this bowler. Penny on the other side just as much. Doesn't have quite the range to deal with the Crow, but as soon as she has her Porter, it's gonna be an easy one for her. Crazy Raccoon now needs to follow up with something that goes along well with that Snow Intoxin coming in from Crow. Another long range bowler, it might be the pickup.
Yep, I think another long-range brawler, honestly, as I mentioned, I think the car still being in the pool is something that they want. Yep, Max now being picked up by Tensai, there's not really much to say about that.
What do you think of Poco?
I think Poco could be possible, but with the B on the other side, I think, you know, there's this guess saying, I think that if you pick Poco into B, you've kind of lost. Even though it is truly a very, very synergistic pickup, and it is definitely in the flavor of Crazy Raccoon. And I think spot on, your prediction is right there. They kind of don't really care about the B. I mean, East Asia.
I have to say, I might have studied Crazy Raccoon's draft a little bit, so I'm a bit, you know, in their head. Yeah, Moya's gonna pick up that Poco as last pick. You just mentioned it, not the best brawler into a B, but Crazy Raccoon makes it work over and over again. They have a 75% win rate with that brawler. It's not gonna be an easy one for STMN Esports here. They need some more damage output, but Shelly's bent, Ems is bent. They're gonna go with some aggression themselves. Gonna go with that Sam pick. Bonnie's gonna rock that brawler like he did before today.
Yeah, I think this tank pickup, honestly speaking, they would have really preferred something, I think, like the Ashe. That is a tank that they're much more comfortable with. But Sam, a pickup, you know, it did receive some balance changes, some nerfs to it. Not the monstrous kind of pick that we see anymore, but definitely something that does make some sense. They do need something to alleviate the pressure. Their comp right now is just way too vulnerable to this early game mid-centric aggression out from Crazy Raccoon. But just even that being said, you know, because it's not the Ashe, I still feel Crazy Raccoon have got this one, and I'm looking forward to seeing an insane game, Sunny.
And with that, we're gonna start in our very first matchup of Crazy Raccoon versus STMN Esports, the matchup we've all been waiting for. At least I have. Sense with the tap, Seymour is going down, sits down, but the only one standing, and Zar slots that one in 1-0 already. STMN Esports wants to make this one a quick game.
That being said, right now, a slow does come out. It does hit only Moya, who can get clipped on the side. But Bobby, he's the one coming in with the aggression, being able to take down two, and it looks like it's going to be a very quick 2-0, unless Crazy Raccoon, they can pull something out, but they really can't. Zar slots it in.
And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, was a 33-second game from STMN versus the best team in the region and arguably the best team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly unexpected, but the look on Bobby's face, he is so pleased with himself. He's like, yep, guys, I told you this would happen, and we're going to make it happen. But Crazy Raccoon, they're not really phased right now. They just are probably telling themselves that we just need to play a little bit better. And here I'm already seeing a completely different game. It is Crazy Raccoon now that have control of the center, and they are playing this position absolutely beautifully. Tensai, he's already got the let's go ready, just speeding up the entire team right now, pushing it on both sides. STMN on the back foot. They are still holding the position, but all it takes is a Crow slow coming out right now. But it is actually going to be Moya who chops off Bobby's head right there, being able to take him down. Tensai just pushing it all the way in. This round is completely all Crazy Raccoon.
Tensai, of course, on his comfort brawler. He's known to be the best dodging player in this game on this brawler, especially Moya gonna use a healing gadget right there, pushing up the map quite aggressively, turning around the whole story here, as we just saw STMN completely sweeping them in the first game. Now it's gonna be a goal from Shitatampo. Let's go. How did they just do that?
I mean, game number one, STMN, they were the ones that were making the first move, the dominant move, but in game number two, I counted, B hit them at least maybe 2 times. this is what CR do. They just look at the opposing team. They say, Sans, you're playing B. You counter me. Well, guess what? You're never going to hit me this game. And that's exactly what happened. And right now, game number 3 going in. Let's see who decides to set. Tensai getting pulled back a little bit by Bobby into the clutches of a shot from Sans right now. He's holding onto the 3K, trying to pass it in, and he does. Coupling with that 3K shot, there is absolutely no way Crazy Raccoon could have defended that one, Sunny.
In the end, Sans did hit one shot, and it was the one that mattered here. STMN taking the lead in this third, potentially lost Brawl game here. Come from Moya pushing in very aggressively. Moya, the only one left standing in front of the goal, and makes it an equal scoreline. Now 1-1, back to the start. Reset here. Tensai with Super, trying to speed up Moya. Moya doesn't get out of it, gets taken out. Sans with the tapster.
Amazing kind of play coming out here from Sans, getting the 2-man slow. A little bit of a misplay coming out here from Crazy Raccoon. But Bobby right now, it's his turn to make the mistakes. A little bit too aggressive there, thinking that with the ball in that position, they could have done something. That's going to concede the entire mid position to Crazy Raccoon. And right now, 1 minute, 23 seconds on the clock. A lot could come down. Bobby, he's pushing him on the 10 side. He doesn't really get the finish. He does right now. It's Moya and Sine versus Sans and Zan. Sans, you know, the shots, when you said it matters right now. And he's landing everything, Sunny.
STMN wins when it matters. They also hit their shots when it matters. Let's see if they can take this first set off the hands of Crazy Raccoon. It's 1-1 in the third Brawl Ball game. Bobby pushing up quite aggressively. Sans getting the ball, but Bobby falling in the front line. Not quite making it to the goal, but as long as STMN is still standing up there, I do not want to be in Crazy Raccoon's shoes right now. Getting some control back now as Tensai is trying to push up. He does have Super. Can he make a play here?
Yeah, he's trying to go on the let's go on the right side here. And Sans whiffing a Super here. That could be a crucial one. That's going to give Crazy Raccoon the window that they need to push forward. But right now, Tensai eating a nasty 3K shot from the B right now. He's going to have to play pretty careful. Shots flying through. Bobby cleaving through the entire team. And just like that, STMN are going to be taking the Brawl Ball set, snatching one right away from Crazy Raccoon, Sunny.
Absolutely crazy game. Are they going to repeat what they just did to SK Gaming? Is it going to 3-0 sweep or not? Most likely not. Let's not lie here. Crazy Raccoon definitely the favorites here, but they will lose the first sets to STMN Esports. They're writing history here. They already faced up against a Zetsu Division team in the World Finals, came out as the losers there, and also a 3-1 could also happen here today, of course. So they want their revenge.
Certainly do. They definitely want revenge. Revenge is a dish best served cold indeed. And, you know, historically, as you mentioned, I don't think any team has been able to win more than one set consecutively against Zeta except SK Gaming at MSI last year. So right now, STMN, they want to rewrite history, and they don't just want 2 sets, they want 3. The way that they played just now, I think that was just so much confidence going in. You know, being smashed like that in the second set, you know, looking at the stats, neck and neck on both teams. They know exactly what they want. They know exactly how to do things. You said 75% win rate on the Poco. Well, guess what? STMN, we don't care. We're just going to come in, do our thing, and run you over like a truck.
And I talked about it before in both streams already. Whenever I see a team losing the first game and then still makes it a winning set for themselves, it's an amazing, beautiful story. Crazy Raccoon almost made that happen, learned exactly how to counter STMN, how to counter the aggression that Bobby brings in especially. In the end, STMN just somehow turned it again and made it happen. They won a set versus Crazy Raccoon.
That is crazy. But that being said, Crazy Raccoon, it's not as if they were unwavering, or it's not as if that they were weak in any way. I think Tensai, Shintampo, they were all playing at their absolute best. Maybe there were some missteps overall. They were walking into B shots, walking into B slows that they really shouldn't have to. You know, but I think maybe that over-reliance on their mechanical prowess might be what causes them to drop more games, to drop more sets. You know, I prefer to see Crazy Raccoon right now tapping in a little bit on Tensai's technical experience, because in terms of drafting the entirety of East Asia, everybody says Tensai is the drafter to look at. right now, I mean, going into set number 2, CR right now, they're not looking too frazzled, right, Sunny? I mean, look at them on screen. Tensai, he looks like a little bit displeased with himself, as if he can play a bit better. So they just typically just looking around like he usually, just rocking his usual outfit. But completely unfazed in a way, and I think Rayleigh is probably letting them know that that set was definitely winnable, and they should definitely move on from that, Sunny.
Definitely so. They're looking very stylish also with the hair color today, I have to say. Crazy Raccoon is new to the Brawl Stars scene in the end, but the roster they've picked up doesn't come much better. The biggest competition for Zeta in 2022 was themselves. Let's see if now they can eradicate again the competition from the rest of the world. STMN makes it hard for them so far. They have picked up the first set here. Well, and we're just waiting for them to enter the second lobby, the second set here.
Yep, there seems to be some technical issues going on the side of STMN, but I mean, I think the way that the story of this series is going to play out is really just going to set the tone for the entirety of the Mobile Masters event, because, you know, after all, this isn't even the grand finals yet, and yet we are watching a match that arguably could be the potential grand finals. This is probably not going to be the first, probably not going to be the last time that these two teams meet up, so I think they also have to think about the long game, you know, how they wanna approach everything. Do they want to show everything they have at hand? Do they want to win it all right now? And I think the priority definitely is to take the win when they can, because they are playing for a spot in day number 2.
Day number 2 is what every single team wants to reach in this competition. In the end, you want to take the win overall in the Snapdragon Mobile Masters. It's $100,000 on the line. I would not say no to that.
All right. I mean, we seem to be facing a little bit of audio issues right now, and so I think we're going to be heading back into reminding us the story of this entire event, which is Japan versus the world. Let's take a look at a quick featurette.
All the teams have been working very hard, putting lots of effort, and seeing back in the other regions, I think there'll be a lot of upsets.
Mobile Masters is absolutely the era of everyone. We've seen roster changes, so many things that our players have had to adapt to throughout the season that this is really anybody's game.
昔はゼータが一強だったんですけど、今は世界のレベルもかなり上がっていて、どこが優勝してもおかしくないっていう状況になってきてると思います。
Being in Japan, I actually think might be a disadvantage for them. They have the kind of pressure of playing at home in front of everyone. Now they have those expectations that they have to win. It's win or nothing.
どのチームも強いので、大会で当たった時に接戦を繰り広げられると思うので、盛り上がるんじゃないかなと思います。
Many of the other regions, for me, have displayed real promise. North America are looking fantastic. Reply Totem were pretty much completely undefeated throughout both Season 1 and Season 2 here, so they could really be the team to cause the upset.
Welcome back here to the Snapdragon Mobile Masters. We were just in between STMN versus Crazy Raccoon. We're facing a little bit of audio issues, but it seems like it is getting sorted out right now. So Sunny, remind us, who's winning and who's leading the charge?
So far, STMN has been winning. They won 2-1 the Brawl Ball set. If I'm honest, I didn't expect it. I'm not saying STMN isn't one of the best teams we have here today, but Crazy Raccoon might just be another story. They are the favorites in every single matchup we're speaking of today. STMN make it look like they can win today, even against Crazy Raccoon, meaning they would already move up into the next day. We are in the winners match up here, so whoever wins has no more matches today. They're through with the group stage and can play on day 2.
Yep, absolutely. I think maybe something that we didn't really think about is the fact that, you know, momentum is a really big thing in LAN tournaments, and right now Crazy Raccoon, they perhaps didn't get the warm-up that they wanted because they were busy having dinner on stage with Marcos Gaming. Meanwhile, on the other hand, STMN was in a bloodbath with SK Gaming, a team that has a tremendously higher caliber, relatively speaking, compared to Marcos Gaming. So maybe just coming a little bit more warmed up. You know, Crazy Raccoon right now, I think they need to pick up the slack a bit. Definitely need to kind of channel more of that East Asian flair and play more confidently and kind of lean into the Tensai's tactical brilliance right now.
Talking about East Asian flair, though, they are known to be not too saddened, not taking out of their momentum by a single loss. So let's see if Crazy Raccoon can just keep it up like they have been doing for the past 2 years, really. Stu, B, and Janet are going to be the bands from Crazy Raccoon coming in here on this jam grab set. Zara's going to pick up that Penny Benning Spike. We did not see Spike being played so far today.
Yep, I mean earlier Revenant Esports did pick it up and had some great success with it. Yeah, but on the other hand, I think Crazy Raccoon right now, they are showing a lot of respect right now. The B did punish them, their aggressive style of play very early on just now. So I'm not sure if this is adaptation, but certainly it's a good brand that I like to see coming out here. Nita right now, Crystal Arcade, this is a pick that I don't really see too often, but at the same time, I think teams are starting to catch on that it's a brawl that can be really, really annoying because you have to really change up your draft entirely to kind of deal with it. You want to pick something that's more control-based, and yeah, that leaves you vulnerable to aggressive types of brawlers like Kyle. So already Crazy Raccoon, they lay the Raccoon trap.
Do we not see it that often? No, Nita is being played, at least in the EMEA region, quite a lot, so I don't know if here it isn't. Tensai gonna go with that Carl pickup. Both of those brawlers can go up against a Penny very easily. Nita also a great counter to a Sandy, which could follow as last pick. STMN is gonna go with Ash and Max instead. Of course, they wouldn't be STMN if they wouldn't pick up Ash when it's open, together with the Max. He's gonna have a lot of push through power here. Crazy Raccoon needs something to deal with him. Of course, Nita is gonna get a great feed off of the Ash, but she's also just tickling the Ash.
Yep, and I think, you know, now currently the B-Band is actually kind of working against Crazy Raccoon. Something that could have otherwise been pretty useful against the Ash is now out of the pool, and Crazy Raccoon need to make a decision. You know, what kind of playstyle do they want to go to? And they said, you know what, guys? There is no solution to this. We're going to swap up the lanes. Let's bring in the Shelly. The Shelly is coming back on to the stage for the, I don't know, 4th or 5th time in the Mobile Masters. You know, everybody seems to be picking it up. It turns out that speed buff, Supercell, was a fantastic thing to enable the brawler. You know, Ash has been a menace in North America. I think no other region in the entire world plays it, and I think Bobby plays Ash at a phenomenal level. But right now, this Shelly pick just might be the kryptonite to Bobby's Ash.
I mean, to be fair, we just saw Shelly being played by Reply Totem against Help Me, and it worked out very well. Let's see if it's gonna do the same job for Crazy Raccoon here. Zara's gonna be the Max in the middle. Tensai rocking the new Korg skin in mid. Very interesting gem carry, I have to say.
Yup, already coming out. But City Tampo piloting the Shelly. He does get focused down by STMN. It looks like they've already been able to isolate and figure out what really works for them as STMN take the center control and the early lead in position. But City Tampo right now, he's trying to strike back. The second Clay Pigeons comes out from him, trying to force back Bobby, and he's going to blow and chop his head off right now. It's going to be Tensai against Zar in the mid lane, though, and this is a matchup that typically is more Max favored. Sunny, you know, it's kind of looking a little bit rough right now for STMN.
Definitely so. They need to get that Nita bear down to get back into the lane. Bobby's doing just that, getting the kill onto Moya. Moya with another bruise there. Bobby still victorious over this left-hand side lane, standing strong now. Sands as well on the right-hand side. STMN is getting back into mid, back into control, and back onto collecting the gems.
Yup, and right now, City Tampo, the lane swap coming out again. The last Clay Pigeons flies out, but Bobby, he actually punishes this matchup. He shows that it's not as one-sided as everybody thinks. This is still a skill-based matchup, and now playing around this unbreakable walls, he's kind of baiting City in, but the thing is, there's no more Clay Pigeons. That Super is just trying to buy some space. They're not even going to bring down the Ash. Let's Go comes out from the Max right now, and he's going to start pressuring on both sides. A beautiful swap coming out from STMN. This is looking a lot like the STMN show right now, Sunny.
I was about to say Sen's doing a fantastic job against Shita Tampa on the left-hand side, but City gets the better out of it, getting the kill onto him and the control back for his team. But Crazy Raccoon is allowed to pick up a few more gems to equalize this whole thing. So needing to get out of the way of Shita But he's just doing such an amazing job at the moment, keeping the control over all three members of STMN really. 15 seconds left on the clock, and Crazy Raccoon with the countdown. STMN Esports will be able to equalize.
Yep, this is an insane game that's going on right now. It's defensive right now for Crazy Raccoon. They've been pushed out of the center. 10 to 10 gems though. I mean, it's insane. Sans just pushing into the enemy base and driving Tensai out. Right now, aggressive move coming out from Tensai. They need to contest this next gem, which they do. It falls onto their side. 11 and 11. It's an even right game right now, but Citytampo with another slow coming out here. He's going to blow up Bobby, and that's going to be able to secure the next gem. Right now, Za, however, he does get some tempo back. He is able to push a lane swap, coming back here, putting the penny on the right side. But with only 9 seconds on the clock, Sunny, this isn't looking too good for STMN. An all-in comes in right now, and they're able to get one reset. Can they bring it back, Sunny?
12 gems, all of the gems really in the spawn of Crazy Raccoon. 22 in the total. Zar needs to push up now, but Citytampo is standing in his way, as well as Bobby's. They need another takedown. They need to get some gems out of the spawn of Crazy Raccoon, otherwise it's going to be Crazy's game. It's going to be a close one. They do not get the takedown on Crazy Raccoon. Will be victorious over this first game. What a game we just watched there.
What a game one, and that is only game number 1. Oh, this is such an interesting series. You know, the thing about this composition is that no comp is actually better than the other. The Ashe versus Shelly matchup, it might seem like, you know, Shelly is kryptonite, but it's a really good pick. But there are moments of power spikes and weaknesses. And right now, Citytampo, you know, in the previous match, you know, he was pushed out very early by Bobby and Za teamwork right now. And it's a different game right now because Bobby is actually going to go over to the mid lane instead, forcing Shite to actually blow up his own team's cover in order to secure some pressure back.
And we just saw how good an Ashe can be against the Shelly. As long as Shite doesn't have his super, Bobby can win this lane. If he hits his first shot, that's very important. Nita Bear is coming down from Moya, getting the control over the left-hand side. Bobby needs to take out that Bruce Bear first before he can push back into mid. In the meantime, Zard just picking up those gems in the middle, unfazed by anything what's happening around him.
Yup, right now it's actually an odd kind of a situation. STMN, they have the lanes that they want. They're putting Bobby in a lane against Moya Goku. He's perfectly happy to be here, and Sans on the right side against City, and that's been kind of like slowly edging out in the gem lead, you know, just because of the fact that they have the right lanes. But Crazy Raccoon, they don't really have a time to find the swap. One of them needs to die, or one of them needs to get a kill. And I'm looking at this right lane right now, actually. But that being said, Zar on the left side being able to get rid of Moya right now. Tensai with the tailspin tries to get a kill. Clay Pigeons fly out from Citytampo just to force STMN back. It's such a back and forth game, Sunny. What do you think Crazy Raccoon need right now?
Crazy Raccoon is doing well, getting both lanes now and pushing back STMN Esports in its hole. As Zara finally gets a takedown onto Moya on the left-hand side. Maybe that's the push that STMN needs to get back into control here as Crazy Raccoon takes the lead for now. Sans pushing up on the right-hand side as well. Both lanes are getting controlled by STMN. Now Zar has no more phase shifters left that can't come into clutch if Citytampo is getting up close with him. We have Crazy Raccoon winning the first game, or are they gonna win both?
Yup, a little bit of a careless misplay there coming out from Tensai, using the flying hook preemptively, but right now, Site, he's the one that answers the call with the Clay Pigeons. He's gonna be able to take it down, but the thing is, 11 gems, this countdown has already started. Actually, it looks like CR spinning in the middle. They've already given up on this game. They've pretty much decided that they can't take this one back, and smiles around from Bobby and the gang. A little bit of a grin. They are prepared for game number 3.
I'm still waiting for the sunglasses to come out from Bobby's side now. They just want to set against Crazy Raccoon, and they're about to do it again. 1-1 now in this second set. Crazy Raccoon looking so strong for the past weeks, months and years, and now might have found their masters in STMN Esports.
Yeah, but that being said, this is a completely different game right now. Crazy Raccoon with an amazing start, being able to lock down all 3 lanes at one time. I'm not actually too sure how STMN kind of fluffed that up, but it just, you know, tanking too many shots right now from Crazy Raccoon, giving Moya the early bet. The tailspin comes in Tensai. He pulls out a little bit too late, actually, and that's going to give STMN the opening to come right back. Moya, he's going to drop now as well. Citytampo being pushed back. All that early lead that I just talked about, thrown away.
And Zars again in mid, staying strongly. Sense with the mortar gets taken out right away. Bobby on the left-hand side having some trouble with Shitatampo right now. Gets taken out in the end. Zar though trying to trade off his teammate, going in a bit too aggressively there. Needs to fall back, and with that, STMN just lost the mid control they just gained 20 seconds ago.
Yup, Let's Go comes out from the max right now, and STM, and as you said, they need to get the lanes right and they need to get back the center control. Crazy Raccoon, because of how the things have played out, they've actually got a Shelly as a gem carrier. That's actually enabling Tensai to play on the lanes. He wants to go on this Penny, which is a really good matchup for him, but Zar covering that lane perfectly. This game is really top level Brawl Stars, Sunny.
I couldn't have wished for a better game to cause today. Bobby again being pushed back by the Bruce. Bears are helping him in his left-hand side lane and winning the lane for him. Shitatampo with the 8 gem already using his last clay pigeons though. Crazy Raccoon losing mid control. Could this be the push that STMN needs to close up on this game? It's 1-1 in the game. Who will take the set? It's so close. Shitatampo is falling. Tensai collecting the gems.
Yeah, I mean, back and forth again. Yes. Both teams taking the fight to the other side. 9 to 9 gems. When one kill drops on one side, immediately the other responds. The team play that's coming out from both teams is absolutely insane. And Zar right now leading the charge with his Let's Go. He gives it over to Bobby. Bobby just trying to weave around this wall. If he can get this kill on Moya, it will be huge, but he can't really get it. They're able to get the mid control and tie it up though. Tensai forced to commit the tailspin. But City, look at him, pushing up with the slow right now. They kind of want Bobby, but that slow nullified by the Let's Go coming out from STMN. Crazy Raccoon, they need at least one reset if they still want a chance in this set, but it's not going to go that way. But Shitatampo in the backline actually making me eat my words. He gets one kill on the back, but I don't think he's going to be able to get out of here, Sunny. And just like that, STMN, they now have the gem count.
16 gems is not going to be possible for Crazy Raccoon to turn this one around. It's still to reset unless they get another kill onto Sense. And there is the man. Shitatampo is coming up down the lane here. 4 seconds left on the clock. And STMN taking the 2-0 lead for this match here. Crazy Raccoon. I do want to see their face as well.
I am absolutely amazed by the way that STMN played that. They played really, really methodically, and I mean, truth be told, Crazy Raccoon, they actually do look like they're under some pressure. There are mistakes that I see coming up from every single player that I don't think I typically see from any of them. Perhaps it's the pressure of getting to them, perhaps the fact that, they're sitting in such close proximity with STMN, because this is on the B stream, they're playing in a completely different room. You can actually hear your opponent screaming and yelling on the other side, but still, that being said, this was an absolutely nutty series to look at. It could have really gone either way, Sunny.
Whew, I literally have goosebumps all over. This is the game I was waiting for. 2-0. STMN Esports taking the lead here, making the next match potentially already the last set we're gonna watch in this matchup. If they win it, they finish this day 1 already. And Crazy Raccoon needs to reverse sweep, really. We see how many gems have been picked up here, and what are those numbers? Absolutely disgusting here. 116 gems being picked up by Crazy Raccoon, but also 85 gems lost. Is this a mistake from production, or?
No, I don't think
it's not,
so.
But like,
it absolutely is absolutely crazy, right? I mean, Crazy Raccoon throughout the entirety of the gem grab set. I think there's a lot of gems that's being dropped.
Yes.
Because of a lot of, hate to say it, but careless kind of mistakes, I mean, a lot of gem drops happen completely off camera, right? I see Sans walking up into the base while an entire fight is going on middle, and the next thing I know is Tensai drops all the gems and he's gone, and just gems fly in the base. At the very ending, there's the same thing. Shitatampo on the other side of the map, just trying to get the reset all by himself. It's pandemonium going on in here.
I really challenge all of you at home right now to get higher numbers than this game just showed. 116 and 85 gems dropped. Incredible numbers here. We're gonna head into the 3rd set. It could already be the last one if STMN repeats what they just did with SK Gaming this midday. 3-0 sweep there. Crazy Raccoon could potentially come back from this, but they do need a reverse sweep to still win this one.
And that's the thing, I mean, going into this next set, which I'm sure has not been open because that's already been played. But going into this next set, Crazy Raccoon, they really need to pull the same kind of energy that they had back in the World Finals against Chasmac BR, because it's the same situation. They are down 2 sets, and it's not as if those sets were unwinnable. Those sets were perfectly in reach. So, you know, in your mind mentally as a player, you're definitely thinking, I messed up, I messed up, I messed up. And that's the thought that lingers in your mind. But they need to reset right now. If not, it's gonna be the STMN show, and STMN making history.
They also make history here by picking up Meg for the trillionth time today already. Meg is being played so often by M, and still the opponents seem to don't mind it. They just leave it completely open for the pick from STM Esports, going together with the Ruffs as well. Great combination here coming in from STMN on the other side. We have a lot of damage output with the Lola. Exactly, that's what you need against the Meg pick. Also Bonnie, quite an aggressive pick here. Never a bad pick on Brawl.
Yep, I think right now, you know, Meg into this Lola. Either Lola or Pam is traditionally seen as, even in the past before Meg was changed to this monstrous form, right? It was seen as a pretty good check, not necessarily a counter per se, you know, certain hot zone maps is what we used to see. But right now, in Meg's current state, it's actually the other way around, where the matches for Meg have improved slightly, but these ideas such as, you know, drafting this this Lola Pam, still kind of works out in their favor. And instead right now, we've got a Barley. This is something that I wanted to mention, you know, that in terms of all the throwers right now, so Tick has been banned out, Sprout's been banned out, Grom, the flavored thrower that keeps coming time and time again on Flaring Phoenix, especially in East Asia, is this Barley pick. So I'm a little bit surprised that Crazy Raccoon didn't snatch it up for themselves, and instead they've just, you know, gone with Penny and just left it in the pool. I am feeling worried right now, Sunny.
I am too, and welcome to everyone that just tuned in for this game. We have STMN leading with an incredible 2-0 score here against Crazy Raccoon. This could already be our very last set we're watching in case STMN wins. They did it today and won both of their matches, also against SK Gaming this morning, in a 3-0 sweep.
Yup, that would have made STMN really one step closer to being the best team in the world. But right now, eyes are on Crazy Raccoon, backs against the wall. Knockout was the set that allowed them to also regain some of that pressure. So let's see if Crazy Raccoon can regain some composure. Can they get back the momentum in this set?
Bowie playing the Barley on the left-hand side there, just trying to keep the Lola out of range, doing a fantastic job at that as well. Thumper in mid, of course, just tries to get his super with Bonnie. That's exactly what you want to do, and he has a Mag as his opponent. It shouldn't take him much longer. I think he only needs one more shot, and he would already have it. Flaring Phoenix, of course, and that we see more often than not go into overtime. The smoke is coming in already. Tensa now with his Lola. Shadow going down. Bobby is going down. We have a 3-2 situation here. 3 it was, now it's 2-1.
Amazing stuff coming out here from Crazy Raccoon. I'm not sure how they were able to pull this one, but so calculated. It actually looked for a moment that it was so bad for them. I'm not entirely too sure how Bobby dropped to the Lola there, but amazing stuff coming out from Crazy Raccoon. You know, their comp is not entirely favored inside those kind of overtime endgame situations with knockouts, but you know, they somehow find a way. You mentioned that Bonnie super used at the very last second. It was amazing. Everything had to go right for Crazy Raccoon to win that round.
It's quite interesting to see that STMN decides to not switch for now. They do not want the Barley on the Penny, as we expected him to go on the right-hand side lane here. The Dumpo again trying to get his super. Zar has his super. STMN's comp actually looks really strong if they enter overtime. It didn't work out for the first round. Let's see if it's going to work out for the second and third round. If they win this game, they're already on match point against Crazy Raccoon.
Yup, absolutely. The pressure is on Crazy Raccoon to try and recover something. And right now, positionally, it does look pretty good. Last call comes out here from the Barley as well as the healing tonic right now to try and keep the team alive. But Shintampo, solo HP, he goes in for a suicide play against Bobby. 1-for-1, Kamikaze style takes him down. It's Moya versus Sa. And again, it is back to this 2 versus 1. Spins coming out from Moya. He is celebrating as they finally have found their footing. Crazy Raccoon takes game number 1.
Very important win for Crazy Raccoon, as again, they need to win this set to make the reverse sweep possible. looking very strong so far. I do like the draft, I do like the playstyle they have. Maybe STMN Esports now finally tries to switch. No, they're not gonna go for it. Bobby's still on that Lola. So far, didn't bring him much trouble.
Yup, STMN, I think they have a pretty good idea of how they want to play this set. They've got this Ruffs with this field promotion star power to be able to kind of just give Za a little bit more beefiness and tankiness just in time for that late game situation. But here, Crazy Raccoon, they're playing a completely different style right now, going on the absolute aggressive. Tensai on the left side going up against Bobby. Tensai, you're not allowed to do this kind of thing. That's his house, get out of there. But he's telling Bobby he's evicted him from his condominium on the left side, forcing the entirety of STMN to converge on the right.
Great control now coming in from STMN Esports, all in one spot, but they're standing strong, seeing that Shinjitampo has his super. They do not want to risk that he gets an easy kill onto Bobby on the Barley. Bobby just trying to keep Crazy Raccoon in one spot. STMN just really waiting for the smoke to come in. Now Zar waiting to get the best possible value out of his swing.
Yeah, right now going into this overtime situation once again. Site, he's got eyes on Bobby, but the jump slightly misplaced. He jumps into the wrong house this time, in the wrong window. And that's gonna actually give Crazy Raccoon a loss on the record. Site, is this nerves I sense coming out from a world champion?
Maybe. So far, all matches we watched have been played in the exact same way, apart from him missing this last jump, of course. We always wait until overtime. This time around, Crazy Raccoon says no to that. They want to push in more aggressively. They want to end this round earlier, but instead it's going to be Bobby taking out Tensai. Taking this early kill could be the way for STMN Esports to go here, the way for them to equalize and get the match point finally.
I mean, it's amazing stuff coming in from STMN. I'm not sure who the shot caller is, but definitely whoever made that call to just say, guys, let's not split up anymore. Let's all hold hands. Let's have the power of friendship come together as we come onto the right side right now. All STMN need to do is to just hold this position, wait for overtime to come in, and they can just play the numbers advantage. Crazy Raccoon right now, they really need to make some miraculous plays happen. But if anyone can do it, it's going to be Shinjitampo and Moya as they try. But that being said, never mind. Miracles not happening. It's not a Cinderella story. STMN take game number 2. And what's that? I smell it. It's match point.
If you could see me right now, I'm literally covered in goosebumps. What is happening? STMN might be able to sweep the champions today. Crazy Raccoon, everybody has been rooting for them. It's like the whole series is Japan against the world. The world is now STMN. Maybe Crazy Raccoon have found their masters today in STMN if they take this next game. We're entering now Crazy Raccoon again with the more aggressive playstyle. STMN trying to play it calmly. And Zar in the round before, sometimes on 7 HP, just staying in his mecha for the complete duration of the game.
Yup, Zari's got one job on the entire team, and that's to be the front line right now. They just need to protect Bobby, and meanwhile, Crazy Raccoon, this position that STMN have kind of found, they found a kind of a bunker type of position that can't really be broken. The way that these walls are structured, no matter how they try and push, it's either Sans or Bobby that's gonna be able to block it off. And as you said, they just need to wait for this overtime situation. The only kind of counterplay that Crazy Raccoon have is the jump from Shinjitampo's Bonnie. If that fails onto Bobby, everything falls apart. And right now, Za already on the mark. He's found it. He knows that there's only one win condition that comes out from Crazy Raccoon, and he takes him out immediately. Just like that, STMN have found their mark. One more round, and our world champion is gonna be dropping to the lower bracket, Sunny.
What is going on? Zar absolutely sweeping Shinjitampo on the left-hand side. He knew he just has to push him now, and he gets that kill, gets that 3v2 situation. It's only one more round that separates STMN from this win right there. Tensai, no super. Moya, no super. Shinjitampo, you guessed it, no super. It's not gonna happen if Crazy Raccoon doesn't get those in time. Otherwise, Zar is just going to repeat what he just did. Bobby's still trying to keep Shinjitampo back. They're playing it so clean right now.
Yup, and Bobby right now finding a kill on the left side of Moya. If this actually connects, this could be the end for it. But Crazy Raccoon, they managed to hold some composure right now. Healing Tonic, healing up the roster of STMN. But as time is ticking, field promotion is stacking up. A swipe comes here from Zar on the mark. Gets a quick tap onto the loader there. Zar so low as you mentioned. Now he finally drops onto the small form right now. A Salty Barrel comes out. It does connect onto Sense. But Zar, he's actually going to be the one that takes down Tensai in the small form. Shinitampo making a kamikaze play once again. It's now Moya versus Sans, and he actually gets the kill. Crazy Raccoon are not giving up this one just yet, Sunny.
Sans falling there, Moya gets the better out of that situation with his mortar, of course. Absolutely crazy what we're looking at here right now. That barley pick is definitely paying off, as every time he has a gadget, he can heal up Zar back to health, back into his mecha. This time around, Bobby has no gadgets anymore. Zar as well. He's gonna get taken out of his mecha much quicker. As long as they don't feed Moya or Shinitampo, though, they should still be fine.
Oh, a nice shot coming through from Moya that he took the risk there. He's playing on 400 HP, but he does get Za out of his mech right now. That's going to be a pivotal point to play for the endgame because, as we mentioned, Za, he's the front line that is preventing for the entire position from collapsing. Cannon does come out from Moya, and if any kind of round looks favorable, I think this one looks pretty good for Crazy Raccoon. You know, they've managed to dismantle this bunker position, but that being said, the map's closing in. Last call comes out, it's blocking out all the positions. Tensai trying to wrap around. Moya, he's gonna fire off one shot, throw out the cannon. He's trying his best. Shinitampo, but no! STMN deny Crazy Raccoon and sweep them 3-0. History has been made, Sunny.
For the first time ever, NA wins EA in such an important game here. They faced already against each other in the World Finals last year. Zeta Division wins it with a 3-1. This time around, STMN Esports says no, making it a 3-0 sweep. It wasn't even a close one. It was absolutely sweeping right there. STMN playing not only aggressively today, they played control-based in the moments that count, playing it so slow at the start of each round in this knockout set.
Amazing stuff coming out from STMN, and I think at the end there, I have to say, whoever came out with that bunker tactic is going down in history because now every team's gonna copy that. Every team that now know that this exists. But this is the kind of thing, you know, when you have a match like STMN versus Crazy Raccoon, you need to pull out all the adaptations. You cannot hold back on those tactics, and just look at the statistics, you know?
My god.
My goodness.
It couldn't be much closer here. The same amount of damage, the same amount of healing, the same exact amount of supers. It was so close, and still STMN got victorious out of the set. They got the better out of this matchup. Crazy Raccoon now will play against SK Gaming, and they need to win this one. Otherwise, it's gonna be over for them. They're gonna be eliminated on day one.
Amazing stuff coming out here from both those teams. I think Crazy Raccoon, they tried their best. They improvised a lot of different strategies, you know, but in that last position, they tried their hardest to try and break in, but they just couldn't really find it. And I think just like that, STMN, are they the new kings of the world? Are they one step closer, Sunny?
Maybe they're the masters that we all were waiting for. We're gonna head into a quick break. After that, we're gonna have the interview with Bobby, the winner of Crazy Raccoon today. Stay tuned.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the...
Hello everyone and welcome. My name is Glitter Explosion and I'm the host for the Snapdragon Pro Series. And we have something very cool in store for you today because we are hanging out with PJ. And PJ is the product marketing lead for gaming technologies for Snapdragon. Thank you so much for jumping on and chatting with us. Let's start right at the beginning in case anyone at home doesn't know what is ray tracing.
Thanks for having me, Glitter. Ray tracing is a new light rendering technique. It's for video games. And it aims to directly mimic the way rays of light behave in the real world, but in your video games. Historically, it's only been available on desktop and consoles. Now, because of the breakthrough that is Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, we can do it at really low power and bring it to smartphones, which need to get great all-day battery life, but also game for hours.
I mean, that is very impressive that we can take that technology from those other platforms and now put that into mobile. So let's talk about it a little bit, because what is the exact process of ray tracing?
So ray tracing basically is a physics engine. that replicates the rays of light.
And with that, welcome back to here, Stream B. We just watched a banger matchup, STMN Esports versus Crazy Raccoon, and who would have thought STMN Esports took it in the end? We're watching the knockout games again here. On our side is also Bobby here. Very excited for this interview. At first, we're gonna have a look back at your games here. Absolutely crazy what you were showing us here. We were talking about it, that if a team makes it today and beats that team of teams, Crazy Raccoon, it's gonna be STMN. Much more important though, did you also think it would be possible?
Yeah, like I said earlier in the last interview, we were more confident for Crazy Raccoon than we were for SK. I mean, obviously they're an insane team, best team by far in the world, but we liked the maps and we liked the strategies we had.
I like them too.
Yeah, I love them, and I just really wanted to ask one thing. That strategy you planned at the ending, that adaptation you guys made to put the Barley on the right side, who made that call?
I think it was Sans, to be honest. I was really pushing for Barley on the left because I didn't want them to like sneak around that left side, but Sans is like, listen, let's just sit, let's wait until the end, don't let them hit us, and it worked out really well.
I think I said that all the way throughout the first 2 rounds. They should just play Barley on the right, and it did work out in the end. Did you think it's going to be a 3-0 sweep like you just did with SK Gaming this morning?
No, never. I mean, again, those are the best players in the world, the best team in the world. We would never expect in our wildest dreams to sweep them, but here we are.
Well, and now you're off for the rest of today. You're already qualified for day 2 of the Mobile Masters. What are you going to do for the rest of the day?
Definitely hang out, watch the games. There's a lot of really good games left. You know, we're going to be playing some of those teams. We're going to learn what they're good at, what they play on the game day. Again, like I said last time, you can lose in the scrims, but what you bring out in the actual match day, that's what's important. So we're going to see what they play, and we're going to learn from it.
So they just never stop studying, even after they just won, not even celebrating, please.
I mean, absolute champion mentality coming out. We've actually got some clips from the past against the last time when you faced up against Zeta Division 0. Could you just walk us through very quickly what changed between then and now? Why is the STMN today a sweeping team?
Just comfort. I mean, you guys can see they're playing brawlers that they're really good at on the screen. We just got a lot more comfortable playing how we think we can beat them, and then every time we've been to a LAN, we've just stepped up our game, and again, we're just continuing to level up.
Level up indeed they are is the name of the game, Bobby. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview. That has been an absolute pleasure. I am gushing. I think both of us, we were saying we have goosebumps the entirety of that series, and we can't wait for you to continue your journey. Do you have any words for your fans before we let you go?
Just thank you to everyone. You know, they've always believed in us. You know, every time we lose, no matter if it's a monthly final, a small tournament, anything, they've always had our back. So thank you for believing in us, and job's not done, so we gotta keep going.
We will not stop believing in you. Tomorrow's still a day. You have to play against the 3 best teams of the world currently, so good luck to that.
Thank you.
And thank you for the interview. We're gonna head into another quick break, am I right?
Yep.
See you after.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome
to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we